Today we are joined, I'm your host, Mike Gibson, but today we are joined by our guest correspondent, Father Frank, and a returning correspondent, Adam Taxon. So, guys, President Trump killed it last night at the debates. So we'll get into that and we'll dive in and talk about that. But for starters, go ahead and introduce yourself, Father Frank. Then I'll pass it over to you, to Adam, to introduce yourself to the audience, and then we'll jump right in.
Mike, thanks a lot to you and to Joe Seals and all the Right Side Broadcasting team. I'm Father Frank Pavone. I head up Priests for Life. It's one of the world's largest pro-life organizations, and we are very active politically, getting the people of God to step up to the plate, to go into the voting booth and to vote like the believers that they are. Not being fooled, Mike, by identity politics like Biden trying to claim his religiosity, but rather looking at how the policies line up with the Word of God. That's what the people here are interested in as well. We're seeing a lot of enthusiasm here thanks to the momentum of last night. People are fired up now for the home stretch of this election.
Yes, sir. Adam?
Well, it is great to be back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I was the original person who did this 4 plus years ago, starting, I guess, in mid-July 2016 in Indiana. I can't remember the name, like Westville or Carmel or something. So new music that they have, which is very welcome because they played the same stuff over and over again. And it's great to be here in Florida, in part because I just saw seconds ago, there's a new Rasmussen poll that shows Donald Trump up over Joe Pop Biden, or the big guy, as you may want to call him, 49 to 46%. And Rasmussen's fairly reliable. So the spirit is here, and looking forward to reconnecting with the Right Side audience and working with you guys. It's going to be a good day.
Yes, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. And speaking of the music, it is incredibly loud today, so we're going to have to really talk loud and project our voices so that we can hear ourselves think, quite frankly, but so that we can hear each other up here. But I want to thank every last one of you for tuning in and supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting. As you know, we're almost entirely viewer funded, so your donations allow us to send multiple cameramen, multiple correspondents to each one of these rallies. President Trump is going to put it in overdrive. We have 11 days until the election. Tomorrow, President Trump has 3 rallies scheduled. Yes, 3, a triple header. A triple header for Saturday. And then Sunday, there's a rally in New Hampshire. There's so many going on that I don't even know. Perhaps we can put a graphic up on the screen so you guys can see just how many are scheduled in the next 48 hours. It's going to be a very busy weekend for us here at RSBN. Tomorrow, he's in North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Ohio. And then Sunday, New Hampshire. So we're almost entirely viewer supported. We have a team on the ground in each one of those locations, and it's because of your donations, guys. So I want to tell you about the 3 ways that you can support RSBN. Number 1, in the bottom, if you're watching on YouTube, in the bottom right corner of the chat is a little $sign. If you click on that, you can donate to us via Super Chat. Please also be advised that YouTube does take 30% of that, but that's the quickest way to donate to us. Another way would be if you go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can mail checks to our physical address at 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. It is critical that we continue this momentum. President Trump crushed it last night at the debates. It wasn't even close. We have to ride this wave. We have to ride this momentum 11 days until the election. So, gentlemen.
For that. When we're talking about how the viewers have been so supportive, I got to say, having been here like 4 plus years ago, it's so great having a real professional cameraman, because I was the person doing that and doing the coverage. And I was not very good at the cameraman. You're welcome to your opinion about how I am like on camera, but behind the camera, I think there's a consensus. Will back there is a lot better. Let's just put it that way. And I was going to say, we have North Carolina, Pennsylvania coming up. I thought the debate was so good and the momentum is so going our way. I would love next week if we're in like Oregon, Delaware, or what become the swing states, because that was a disaster for Biden last night. And the president was so good.
Absolutely. He was tremendous last night. I mean, it wasn't even close. And for me, the biggest takeaway is he hit Biden where it hurts the most, where Joe Biden absolutely has no comeback. Joe Biden was saying, I'm going to do this and that, and you haven't done this and that. And President Trump hit back each time and said, you've been in politics 47 years, Joe. Why didn't you do it? He has no answer for it, and neither does his buddies in the media. Why didn't Joe Biden get things done in his 47 years in politics? there's no answer. Father Frank, what are your takeaways from last night's debate?
Well, a lot of things, and that's one of them. I always say to people, look, you want to know how good a job President Trump is doing? Go to promiseskept.com. That's, as you know, his own website. Show my point. If he's done this in less than 4 years, then Joe Biden's list of accomplishments with 47 years in federal government ought to be 11 times longer. Where is it? His supporters are never able to show it to me. They can't give us a reason to vote for Biden without using the word Trump, surrounded by negative adjectives. And my friends, we've got to look, come on by. You got to look at the accomplishments. Not only that, but, guys, what I thought about last night, too, is this. And you were just saying it, Mike, about the president's energy, his drive. You got to have energy to be president of the United States. And if for no other reason, if some people are still undecided between Trump and Biden, ask yourself this question. By the end of that debate last night, Biden was fading. He was getting confused. He wasn't on point. That's 90 minutes in a conversation. He had a lid on for 5 of the last 6 days. And the excuse is, oh, well, he was preparing for the debate. Listen, as president, you don't have that kind of leisure. You got to go into a high intensity meeting with foreign leaders. You got to do a briefing with staff. You got to address the nation. You can't close down as president for 5 days to prepare for it. You got to be on point every hour of every day. So my question is this: who's more up to the task? President Trump is doing all this high energy campaigning while at the same time carrying out the duties of the president of the United States. This is no small task. I would rather have a man in that Oval Office who's up to the task mentally, physically, and emotionally, and Joe Biden just doesn't reach that mark.
Let me add one thing to play devil's advocate here, Frank, though. It was 11 hours past Biden's bedtime. And I just have to say 2 things. If we're talking about Biden, come on. And this guy, I mean, how many times can you say that? Can you imagine having to listen to that for like 4 years? I will add, I'm from the southeast corner of Pennsylvania, where Delaware and New Jersey sort of meet on the map. New Jersey technically doesn't meet because we have a river in between. But it's so nauseating having to go up I-95 and have to see the Biden rest stop. And if you take the train to Wilmington, the Biden train station, because we're on to this guy. We know him a little bit better up there. And, I have to say, his used car salesman, I know there are a lot of good used car salesmen out there, his persona was on full display last night. And, that's okay if you're Biden's dad, who actually was a used car salesman, but it was, I don't know, a little tough to take last night.
Yeah, and I'll just piggyback on that. I mean, Joe Biden looked very sleepy and angry last night. He looked uncomfortable. His energy was just low overall. He didn't look like somebody who has pep in his step, no spry. He doesn't look like he even wants to be president. Yet he said he felt some like moral obligation to join, some righteous indignation, like, oh, I saw the Charlottesville thing. And then, of course, he always parrots the lie of good people on both sides. He said that is what inspired him to run for president. But he doesn't have the stamina to even campaign for himself. The media is campaigning for him. They lied this man in the first place. He lies when he's on stage. I got so tired of, even last night, I know a lot of people said that the moderator last night was actually really good compared to the other ones, but I think that's a horrible comparison. We're going to shift over just a little bit. We're going to shift over. Scoot over. Okay, there we go. Now we're centered. All right. So the moderator last night was a little more. Sorry, we got to scoot. Okay, there we go. We got to make waves for other cameras up here, guys. So the moderator last night was better than the previous moderator, but that's not saying much.
No.
I mean, so the moderator didn't push Joe Biden nearly as much as she pushed Trump. Granted, she was better. She pushed Trump. She was questioning him. She pushed back on some of the things he said. She only moderately pushed back on Joe Biden. She didn't take him to task over anything. When she brought up race in America, she asked President Trump about his stance on whatever police brutality stuff. She didn't press Joe Biden on things that he said.
Yeah.
She talked about President Trump. You tweeted out somebody in the Villages who apparently said white power in his thing. And I remember condemning that right away. President Trump, when he saw that, he took down the tweet, but they still kept running with it as if he secretly was dog whistling or something like that. But what about Joe Biden thinking that the black community is a monolithic voting bloc? She won't take him to task on that. So I felt like it was still overall biased, but generally speaking, Joe Biden just did not look like he was ready at all. He didn't look prepared at all. And President Trump, like I said, took him to task on his foreign policy, the fact that he's been in politics for 50 years and has not done anything. And yet he stood on the stage last night and said what he's going to do. So President Trump just kept hitting him with that. And they don't have an answer for it because it's just the truth, guys. Now, let's look and see who we got watching. Guys, if you are watching us on YouTube, please give us a thumbs up. Please support us at rsbnetwork.com. Make sure that you give this a like. I got it pulled up here on my phone here. We got 9,000 watching. Of course, that crowd's going to grow as we move throughout the day. President Trump is scheduled to deliver remarks in approximately 2.5 hours, 4:30 p.m. And this is part of a doubleheader. He'll be in Pensacola, Florida tonight to deliver remarks at 7 p.m. So as you guys are trickling in, just give us a thumbs up. I see we got a super chat already. Joe Anthony, thank you for your super chat. Also, we're bunched in pretty tight here, guys. It's a hot, steamy day here at the Villages in Florida, but we got a nice crowd here forming. People recognize us. We've got our RSBN banner here behind us, hung up. It's going to be a great day here in Florida. And we got other people. Yeah, we got other people filling in here. You guys can cross. Go ahead. It's stick down again. Crowded risers. We got crowded risers here. Yes. Hit the like button, guys. Hit the like button. If you're new to RSBN, hit the subscribe button. Hit the bell notification so you get notified every time we go live. It is so important that you support independent, pro-America media. We're going to win this election, but we got 11 days to go. We got to be full throttle. We cannot take our foot off the gas. As they keep telling us, President Trump is trailing. In my state of Florida, Central Florida, right here, it's full of patriots. It's full of Make America Great Again yard signs, bumper stickers, flags, hats, T-shirts. This whole area, we're turning it red. Remember, this is the big prize, 29 electoral votes up for grabs in the state of Florida. This is the biggest fish in all the land. No president has won the election without winning the state of Florida. Now, what did you say that you saw, Adam? You saw that President Trump is leading Rasmussen?
I just saw in a tweet by Jack Posobiec. What's up, Jack? 49-46 in the last 20 minutes. I think he tweeted that. So that's good news. I mean, and I also saw Frank Luntz say, yeah, we heard the news about him the last 2 days, that if they get it wrong this year, the polling industry is dead, which I wouldn't mind that much, by the way. The Rasmussen's okay. But I wanted to call people's attention to an article. I've seen a lot of articles about the debate, but one I thought was particularly good. You were talking about Biden's lies, and you were especially talking about the moderator, who I guess we can say was a little less obnoxious than the other two, but I still don't give her a very good review for her performance. But there's an article by John Nolte on Breitbart, which I think people should read. It's called Nolte. Here are 11 of Joe Biden's biggest debate lies. And I'm just going to quickly go through them. You have to read the analysis yourself. But number one, and if you guys have anything to add, take the mic. One was no one lost their insurance under Obamacare. Number two, I like this one. America was cozy with Hitler. What was that? What was that? I'm Jewish, man. Dude, what are you doing, Biden? Three, I never opposed fracking. Four, I didn't oppose Trump's China travel ban. Five, illegal aliens show up for asylum hearings after being caught and released. Right. Six, raising the minimum wage does not hurt anyone. Seven, no one brought up Biden's troubling Ukraine conflicts of interest during impeachment. Eight, Trump never told Putin to stop meddling in American elections. 9, Hunter's emails are part of a Russian plan, in quotes. And by the way, I just want to add, where's Hunter? 10, Trump refused to take responsibility for the coronavirus. And finally, 11, Trump has annihilated all our allies. All right, who wants the mic?
Listen, where is Hunter, by the way? I want to know that, too. Listen, friends, there were other lies that Biden told last night, which the Democrats have made a sport of telling every day. I want to point out two of them in particular. You know, I even put up a special website the other day, Election Honesty. Because he alters for these lies, because this is going to be key to some undecided voters. But let me deal with two of them. First of all, and I think this is so outrageous, Biden actually says, and Kamala Harris said this in her debate with Mike Pence as well, that the president and his administration have no plan to deal with the China virus. That is so outrageous. You know, even Congress, first of all, what do they think he was doing all those weeks, all those months with the coronavirus task force? What were they doing? Playing chess or something?
Playing golf.
Of course they had a plan. They had multiple plans. And you may have seen it. Congress came out on October 2nd with a report about the coronavirus response of this administration. Friends, look it up. Do a search for it. The coronavirus report from the United States Congress. At the end of that report, they have an appendix that says the national plans, the thing Joe Biden said he didn't have, the national plans for dealing with the coronavirus. And then they have one link to the document for each plan. You know how many links there are? 145 links. A plan for testing, a plan for the distribution of medical equipment, another plan regarding the schools, another plan regarding travel, another plan regarding prisons, another plan regarding the homeless. 145 plans to deal with this China virus, all being implemented simultaneously. And these people have the gall to say he has no plan.
Well, I want to go in a different direction. We're sticking to the topics that the Biden campaign wanted, AKA that the Presidential Debate Commission wanted on there. Why are we even talking about this? We know what's going on. What we should be talking about is Hunter Biden and how corrupt Joe is. Hunter was a bag man for Joe. And that's what should have been in the debate last night. They're not going to bring it up. They're not bringing that up. So let's talk about it as if like the media had done its job and talking about the topics they should have been talking about. Back to you.
Well, you know, if Biden was actually in a situation where his family was getting enriched because of his position as vice president, then other countries, including our enemies, have something on him. Now, that's not a position for our commander-in-chief to be in.
Right.
And this is one of the things about President Trump. He's a free man. And let me explain. He explained it in the recent rallies, and he explained it in the debate as well. He says, look, he could pick up the phone on any day of the week and call all kinds of friends and say, hey, I need $1 billion. I need $5 million for my campaign. And they'll oblige him. He knows these people, right? He doesn't do that. He deliberately doesn't do that. Now, nobody should be concerned when they read, oh, you know, the Democrats far outspent or outraised the Republicans. So did Hillary Clinton and her super PACs and the outside groups. All of them had way more money in 2016. But, you know, at the end of the day, on election night, it's not dollars that are counted.
It matters.
It's votes. It matters somewhat, but they can't overcome the momentum that President Trump has. Now, here's the point. President Trump says, if I accepted money from my friends, if I called them up and said, send me $1 million, and they did it, well, then 3 months later, they call him. Hey, I need a favor, Mr. President. And then he has to feel like when he makes important decisions, he's got to be pleasing his friends or repaying them. And he doesn't want to do that. He says, I want to make my decisions based on what is right and good for the American people. That's why people love him. That's why we will hear at this rally, like we've heard at all these recent rallies, we love you. We love you. Not just 4 more years, but they've connected with this man because he has connected with them, and there's a mutual love there that he is committed to, and he's going to fight like crazy for us.
Yeah, that was a really good point. I suggest people go back and look. I think it was about 20 minutes into the debate last night, and there was a discussion about Wall Street. And unfortunately, it didn't come up. But look at, say, 20 years ago, what Biden was doing for the credit card industry,
right,
the financial services industry, which is very big in Wilmington, Delaware in general. But I would recommend going back and seeing that exchange for people, which you can do on RSBN. And money is important. And money is important to RSBN because it makes our coverage possible.
Right.
I'm getting better at this. And except I haven't memorized the addresses and stuff where it's supposed to go. Can we get you back on here for a sec, Michael? I did a pretty awkward segue into
rsbnetwork.com/donate, where they can go online. rsbnetwork.com/donate.
Okay,
and then the other
ways
info is there too. Yeah, there's the physical address and then the super chat.
Yeah, I guess I'm just nervous. I think there's a $sign in the bottom right corner. Give me a thumbs up if that's right. Oh wait, Michael do that part.
I can do it. I got it kind of memorized after doing this for several months now. So yeah, there's three ways you can support RSBN. The first one is at the bottom of the chat, the bottom right corner of the chat, there's a little $sign. You can send us a super chat. YouTube does take 30% of it. The second way is if you go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, you can send us money directly It's digital format, but it goes directly to us, and YouTube doesn't take any money from us. The third is if you want to mail a check to our physical address, that's going to be our P.O. Box. It's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. I had a brain fog there. I was like, oh, wait a minute. So 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Those are the three ways to support us. Please, we're almost entirely viewer funded. We have a Pensacola rally tonight, and then tomorrow, President Trump will be in North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Ohio, and then Sunday, New Hampshire. And I'm hearing rumors of possibly a Pennsylvania rally after that, but I wouldn't be surprised, even though we haven't heard any announcements yet officially. Expect him to be there. I mean, of course, we can safely assume that he's going to visit Pennsylvania again. I wouldn't be surprised if he went back out west and hit Nevada again. I would like to see him hit Minnesota again, quite honestly. I don't want him to lose hope in the state of Minnesota. I mean, Minnesota is prime for the picking. Minnesota, a state that I lived in for 5 years, I watched it get driven into the dirt by Democrat policies. We all know what happened in that state in the month of June. So there's no reason why the state of Minnesota can't flip. I mean, it's plain as day what's happened up there. I would like to see him try Colorado, the state I was born and raised. Oregon's going to be tough. Oregon's going to be tough. But Colorado used to be a Republican state. When I was living there growing up, Colorado was a red state. It voted red for George Bush. And then I think it went purple-ish. And then it's been blue ever since Obama. And it might be what I like to call conquered territory, where the Marxists and the communists and the far left leaders have control. It tends to just be a stronghold for them, where they'll burn the American flag. I know that at the ICE facility in Aurora, Colorado, where I grew up, they went to the ICE facility and took down the American flag and flew the Mexican flag instead. So anytime that happens anywhere in the United States of America with no arrest, no backlash, nothing, you got to kind of call it conquer territory. If you could do that at a government facility, that tells me that the leadership there is anti-American, to put it lightly. But I want to touch on the debate again last night, because another thing we saw at the debate was Joe Biden deflect every time it was brought up about his corrupt business dealings, his son's corrupt business dealings that he knew about, and his connection to China. He used the false equivalent, saying, well, what about your bank account in China? Trump, like he tried to talk about President Trump's bank account in China. First and foremost, President Trump had a bank account in China as a businessman and as a private citizen and with his own money. That is not the same as a government official using taxpayer dollars and backdooring deals, shaping our foreign policy and lining his own pockets. That is so not the same thing. But again, when Joe Biden says these things, who is listening to him and taking it in and internalizing it and believing him? He's appealing to the low information voter, the person who's not going to do their own research, the person that is surface level thinking. If we're just being honest, the person that is surface level thinking, the person that doesn't do a deep dive, maybe they're politically agnostic, maybe they have Trump derangement syndrome, we don't know. But the average American citizen can see the corruption of Joe Biden. He's been in politics for half a century with nothing to show for it other than the 1994 crime bill, which he tried to pawn off and say, actually, all of Congress passed this bill. It wasn't just me, but back in the day, he beat on his chest and said, this is the Biden crime bill, the Biden crime bill. He said it multiple times. And now he doesn't want to take credit for it. He's backing off of it. Yes.
I have to disagree with you on something. You said he has nothing to show for it. Have you seen the houses that man has after his life in public service? What do you mean nothing to show for it?
I mean, yeah, I guess he's got houses to show for it. But as far as what he's done for the American people, nothing to show for it, other than put us in endless wars, voted for NAFTA, sent jobs overseas, locked black people up with his crime bill, said all these things. This man is the epitome of Washington, D.C. corruption. He is what Don Jr. called the Loch Ness monster in the swamp, Father Frank.
Well, drain the swamp is one of the frequent chants at these rallies as well. And, when it comes to, Biden trying to say, oh, well, this election character is on the ballot. Mr. Biden, you don't want that to be the argument, because he's the one and his party is the one lacking in character. I mean, the first thing about character people wonder about President Trump is that you keep your promises. You do what you said you were going to do. That's what this man, in fact, he keeps more promises than he makes. Right. He delivers more than he says he's going to deliver, which is a refreshing change of pace for American politics. And secondly, they're hoping that this thing blows over. But we've got in these next 10, 11 days, I think this story about this laptop, the laptop from hell, like the president said last night, this is going to continue to develop. I understand today they're calling someone in the Senate, business partner of Biden, to testify. I mean, we're not going to let this go. This has got to be any honest voter has got to look at this.
Yes, and guys, today I want to tell you about our partner. Our partner for today is Disney Coins. Disney Coins is the epitome of made in America because they are made in the USA by machines made in America, by people who deeply love America. Coins are made with genuine silver and copper. The coins are valuable and unique and worthwhile purchase, which always means they make the perfect presents. They make great stocking stuffers. They come in 20 plus patriotic designs and 2 new designs coming each month. We at RSBN will be collecting these coins and can collect these along with us. You can collect these along with us every month leading up to the election, which obviously that's just 10 days. So collect as many as you can. They also make great gifts for any MAGA fan in your life. Disney Coins right now is giving 10% of its profits back to conservative causes and organizations. So they benefit causes that are meaningful to you, the viewer. So go to DisneyCoins.com to check out their inventory and start your very own collection of Trump coins today. Use the code RSBN at checkout for a discount. Again, use that code RSBN at checkout. And one other note here. They're doing an election giveaway right now. So if you sign up for the election giveaway, you'll get prizes. And the more people that can sign up, the better. So support an American company. Like you're supporting us here at Right Side Broadcasting, please support Disney Coins. Go to DisneyCoins.com, DISME, DisneyCoins.com. Get your very own coin today. There's some great ones in there. There's President Trump on Mount Rushmore. There's a Back the Blue one. There's one with Melania Trump. Go to DisneyCoins.com.
Hey, what do y'all think of this pink shirt? I just realized it's, by the way, John Roberts from Fox News is wearing one too. We didn't coordinate on this, but I'm wearing it, even though I realized it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but I don't think the NFL does that anymore. Who cares about the NFL at this point? Even though I think my local team won last night and they're probably in first place technically. They're not with a very good record. But why I wore it, hey, who out there knows a certain person who wore a pink shirt a few months ago? Got famous, spoke at the Republican convention. That's what I'm talking about. I don't think that's what John Roberts is doing, too. And I forgot what else I was going to say, so you ad lib for a second.
All right. Well, listen, friends, there's another thing that Biden said last night at the debate that really disturbed me because it is so easily debunked. And that is, he said to the president, this man banned Muslims because they're Muslims from coming into the country. That's an outright lie. Yes. I have a fan. Yeah. Hey.
There's some pink.
Wonderful people here from all over the state, different parts of the country. But, he said this lie about the Muslim ban. President Trump issued an executive order. It was actually a series of executive orders starting in 2017 that had to do with protecting our nation's security from potential terrorists entering the country. And working with the Department of State, working with the Department of Homeland Security and the Attorney General, they reviewed about 200 countries with the question in mind, when people come to us from those countries, do we know who they are? Is there proper vetting in place? Do those countries have the objective mechanisms in place to make sure that these are not folks coming into our country with bad intentions against us? Well, these countries cooperated, and there were only a handful, 7 or so countries that they put on this list temporarily. And they said, look, we're not content that you've got the mechanism. Either you're a harbor for terrorists, sponsors of terror, or you don't have the kind of centralized government that would make for an objective vetting process. One of those 7, only one of those 7 countries was in the top 10 countries of Muslim populations. 40 major Muslim countries weren't even touched by the ban. And even the Supreme Court had to rule on this. And they said it has nothing to do with religion. I don't know. I can't. Why do they keep repeating this lie?
Because you were filling in because I forgot what I was going to say, but you bringing up religion made me remember what I was going to say.
All right.
Two things, and hopefully I can remember both of them. I'm not Joe Biden, so I really should. First of all, it's interesting that they changed it from foreign policy. Isn't it amazing through these debates, we don't hear a thing about the peace Israel has had with UAE, with now Bahrain. How is it? Imagine if it were the other way around. They purposely wanted to avoid that because it would make Trump look too good. Imagine that. Imagine that. And the other thing I was going to say, you brought up religion. We were talking before about. I mean, I can't believe the billboards I see restore integrity, Biden.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, right. And now this is more about the Biden family in general, but I believe you're probably familiar, given what you do when you're not on RSBN, with the Bible. Ever heard of Leviticus?
Right.
I'm thinking about chapter 18. Now, I'm not going to go there directly here, but people may want to reread chapter 18 of Leviticus for, some perhaps inappropriate pictures on Hunter's laptop. We can bring that up here. And Jewish people, we just had Yom Kippur. We actually read that. And I'm not talking about, a man being in love with a man. I'm talking about something else in chapter 18, arguably more sordid. I mean, God doesn't like it all. But you know what I'm talking about, right? Just Google Leviticus chapter 18, everyone. And then maybe you'll learn a little bit more about Hunter Biden and some more details about the underage person. All right, did I cover that sufficiently there?
You did. Well, and let's stay on this point for a moment. You being Jewish, I'm Christian, obviously, Catholic. What he has done for Israel.
Oh, yeah.
I have been rejoicing. I have been talking about that. I have been pointing out to all our Christian brothers and sisters that
we appreciate your support, by the way.
Well, you know what? The Jewish heritage, the faith, the law, the prophets, the word, it's in our DNA as Christians. We are together. We're branches of the same tree. The covenant of God. That's important to us. Brothers and sisters, what he has done is historic. I mean, here's the interesting thing. Not only did he recognize Jerusalem as the capital and move our embassy there, but other presidents promised to do that, right? They promised to do that for decades. And he did it.
Yeah, and I was going to say, the Muslims are sort of part of our DNA, too. We go back and we're reading next week, maybe it's a couple weeks from now, about Ishmael. It's Noah this week. Yeah. But, like, the chutzpah, to use a Jewish word, to talk about a Muslim ban while he had just created peace with Israel and the countries that are not only Muslim on the Arabian Peninsula. And by the way, it wouldn't shock me if there's something with Saudi Arabia in the next few days. I don't know. I don't have any inside information, but this is downright biblical. These are the Arabian countries. I mean, not judging one against the other, but man, you're saying he's banning Muslims? He had them in the White House to do a peace agreement. Right. Give me a break, Pop.
That's right. And recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. I think he'll mention that again tonight. This was something people were trying to do for 52 years. He got it done in 2 hours. I mean, that's the beauty of this.
Well, Jared was working on it for a little while.
Yeah, he was.
Working on it a long time.
But, this is a guy that gets things done. I mean, and again, this is, for undecided voters, I think they got to ask themselves, do we want talk or do we want action? And he was so good on that point last night. Yeah. It's not
he is great at talking. He is great at talking, too. I'll take both. I love listening to him. He's so funny.
You got to have both. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So in any case, brothers and sisters, what we're seeing here today is part of, Mike, this is a fraction, a little glimpse, a sliver of the action and energy of this campaign. This is the most energetic, organized, on-point presidential campaign in American history. You've got the first family campaigning for him. His beautiful children, they're all out there doing events. The vice president, he's out there giving talks and having rallies. The surrogates. Now we've got all these coalitions. Now, friends, I want you to pay attention to all the signs that you see when you watch these rallies, right? You see women for Trump, Latinos for Trump, Black voices for Trump. Amish, yes.
Amish,
Vietnamese, pro-life voices for Trump, evangelicals for Trump. These are all official coalitions of the campaign. And you can join. It's not too late to join up in one or more of these coalitions, because what they do, Mike, is they bring people in to the inner circle of the campaign on issues that are important to those demographics. And you go to DonaldJTrump.com. That's his main website, DonaldJTrump.com. You go to the coalitions tab, and you see all these different coalitions. You can text 88022, the word pertaining to that coalition, to join. And I think we ought to make these coalitions surge in these last 10 days before Election Day.
Yes, indeed. And that's happening here in the great state of Florida. You go down to Miami, you got Cubans for Trump and Venezuelans for Trump.
Yeah.
You go all across Central Florida. You got all different veteran groups for Trump. You got bikers for Trump in Daytona Beach. There are very strong coalition groups. Very strong coalition groups here. Guys, look at this crowd here. The crowd is filling in nicely. We're in the Villages in Central Florida, where President Trump is scheduled to deliver. President Trump is scheduled to deliver remarks at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We hope you'll tune in. We got thousands of people here and more filling in. It's a hot and humid day here, and unfortunately, rain is in the forecast. So what we're hoping is that we can dodge that rain. But I do want to give some shout outs to the super chatters. Laura Kimberly, thank you for your super chat. Laura says, you are amazing. JC, I think I said that right. JC, thank you for your super chat. The rest of you who have donated to our website, I want to thank you very much for that. Those of you who want to support us, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also donate via super chat here, or you can mail a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. We got 18,000 people watching us live right now. And what we need from you is 18,000 thumbs up. If you're watching this right now on YouTube, give it a like, subscribe, hit that bell notification so you will be notified every time we go live. You know, Father Frank, Joe Biden is such a fraud. I can't even explain it anymore. The man is just incredibly fake, incredibly fraudulent and deceitful. He is the most corrupt career politician maybe ever. He's worse than Hillary Clinton in terms of that. Now that we're uncovering, look at this lady over here. I love this. Can we get this? This is incredible. You will not see this kind of enthusiasm for Joe Biden. This is incredible. I love it, man. This is what makes the job that much more fun. Is just seeing the fan enthusiasm, the support in the crowd is incredible. But Father Frank, Joe Biden is so corrupt. This man flip-flop on fracking, right?
Yep.
And President Trump took him to task on it last night. He's been hammering him with it. President Trump said, "Oh, Joe Biden, you said you're going to ban fracking. Yep. And the only reason you said that you're not is because you want to win Pennsylvania and you want to win Ohio." He even got Joe Biden last night to say that he wants to kill off the oil industry.
Yeah.
Well, so long for Texas. You're not going to win Texas. You're not winning Oklahoma. Not that he's going to win it anyway, but Democrats for years have been saying they want to make a play for Texas. Right. Because if they can have Texas and California and New York as Democrat strongholds, they don't need to set foot in Iowa. They don't need to ever go to Minnesota. They don't need to go to the Midwest ever. All they got to do is campaign in the big cities and in the big states with the most electoral votes, which is one of their plays. So Joe Biden, if you think about it, he has more work to do to win than President Trump. Joe Biden not only needs to win every single state Hillary Clinton won, he has to win Pennsylvania. He has to win Florida. President Trump has more options of a path to victory, right? He has a lot more paths to victory, a lot wider path to victory, you could say.
Well, there are more paths to victory this time simply because he flipped blue states last time around to red states. And the other thing, too, talking about that, friends, there are various metrics to look at the momentum of the campaign at this point in time. The polling is one, and we were looking at some good, encouraging polling earlier. But there's three other important metrics. One of them is the voter registration. Now, Democrats tend to have more registered voters on the rolls in a lot of these key states. But this year, that gap has been closed in a lot of places, or lessened, including here in Florida, a significant lessening of the gap between Democrats and Republicans on voter registration. So in other words, no matter how many people the Dems and their groups have registered this year, the Republicans have outdone them. Second metric, besides polling, is the early voting. We're seeing encouraging results in the early voting. Usually the Democrats come out first and they vote early in a surge, and then we expect the surge of Republicans closer to Election Day. Now, in this election, close to half of the voters are expected to vote before before Election Day. It used to be back in the 1980s, 5% maybe. But now we're getting close to half. But the fact is that the Republicans are doing better in that early voting surge this year than usual. And the fourth metric is the ground game. This campaign, when it comes to knocking on doors, making phone calls, 2.5 million volunteers on the ground, they blew the Biden campaign out of the water a long, long time ago.
And that's because there's no real enthusiasm for Joe Biden. If you go to any pro-Joe Biden street event, flag waves over in Central Florida, there's flag waves. The one for Joe Biden, at least half the signs are BLM, Antifa, like a bunch of left-wing, just radical causes. There are no like true Biden supporters. There are some, but half of them hate Trump. So that means that doesn't translate to true support for Biden. It's one thing if you're anti-Trump. It's another thing to be pro-Biden, to volunteer for the campaign. And I'm one of those people who voted early. I voted yesterday early. I encourage every last one of you. If there's early voting in your state, don't wait until election day. Vote right now. There is no reason why you should not vote early. Number one, like Father Frank just said, the surge in the momentum. Number two, you make it easier for those who are going to vote on election day to be able to get in and out as opposed to waiting in long lines. When I went yesterday, I asked the election officials there, I said, how long are the lines here? Have they been long? They said, since we started early voting in Florida, which was the 19th, long lines every day. I'm like, that's good. I would rather there be long lines every single day leading up to the election as opposed to everybody trying to cram it in on election day. We want this to be quick and decisive in the state of Florida. We want them to know that President Trump will win Florida. I want them to call that early in the night.
Right.
I want Florida to be one of the first states called. And the only way we can do that, Floridians that are watching me, I cannot stress it enough. Get out there and vote right now. If you care about this country, if you want to win, if you want to see President Trump reelected, if you want to send a resounding no to Joe Biden, a no to the establishment, get out there and vote right now. Do not wait. I did it yesterday because I'll be on the road, quite frankly. But even if I wasn't on the road, I like the idea of just getting out there early. Like, if you can do it early, why would you wait till election day? I get the whole tradition of it all, like wait till the 3rd. No. Not in this election. There's too much on the line. We can't leave anything to chance. We cannot get complacent. We have to get out there and vote. And the little conspiratorial side of me makes me think that there's something that they might have planned. I mean, 2020 has been that kind of year. Can you really just know for certain that everything's going to go according to plan on election day? I'm just saying, I don't put anything past the left. I don't put anything past the powers that be to try to usurp this election because they don't want President Trump to be reelected.
That's right.
There's something to be said about the fact that China, Iran, Russia, the cartels, the human traffickers, the warmongers, they all want Joe Biden to win. How is it possible that the world's worst people want Joe Biden to be elected? And they all hate President Trump. That tells me that he's the right man for the job. If all of the wrong people, or all the right people rather, hate him, then that means that he's the right man for the job. Joe Biden is an appeal to the establishment, just like Hillary Clinton was in 2016. She had everybody supporting her, Father Frank. She had everybody. She had big banks, big tech, big pharma, big oil, all the big industries supporting her. And she had Hollywood backing her. She had the mainstream media. She raised a record amount of campaign money. She had all this, everything behind her, and she lost because she didn't have the people behind her. That's what you need is the people. And President Trump, if you look at this crowd here, if you look at the crowd at Pensacola tonight, any other crowds in President Trump's history of campaigning, he has the people behind him.
Well, a lot of these people in the crowd also are not Republicans. The RNC has been telling us they're going to get big percentages of few folks that are Democrat, that are independent, and a lot of folks that didn't vote in the past. And that's a dynamic that we have to keep in mind. When President Trump was elected last time, 6 million of the voters that voted for him had never voted before or hadn't voted in a decade or more. Now, that tells us something about the way he connects with the American people and why, like we were saying before, these crowds say, they don't just say 4 more years. They say, we love you. He connected with them. He spoke to them. He's not a politician. And he's been focusing a lot on that. He says, hey, if I don't sound like a Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. But to build, Mike, on something you said about voting, you know, first of all, friends, go to your pastors. They ought to be saying the same thing Mike just said. Get out and vote now. Early voting is open. They ought to be organizing get out the vote efforts. In other words, you need a ride to the polls. We'll provide a ride for you. Do it in groups. It's fun to have especially if there's a long line. You go there with friends, and it makes the wait a little bit easier. It encourages people who might be a little bit iffy. And here's another way to increase your confidence. You don't want to just go and vote. You want to vote with confidence. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm deciding, and I know why. And one of the ways you can do that, you go to Ballotpedia, and ballotpedia.org is a great website that enables you to see your ballot in advance. Now, if you get your ballot in the mail, of course, you have as much time as you need to look it over. But in other words, what I'm urging is when it comes time to fill out your ballot, whether at home or at the voting booth, don't let that be the first time you're seeing your ballot. See it in advance. Because I know, Mike, for example, we have here in Florida various ballot initiatives on the ballot this year. Well, what are those issues? And what does it mean if I say yes or no to this particular? I don't know until I study it ahead of time. The ballot isn't something secret that you're supposed to see at the same moment that you have to fill it out. Look at it, study it in advance. And our executive director, Janet Morana, we were broadcasting yesterday, and she was showing them she got her ballot, and she did her homework. She spent about an hour consulting people, looking online. Who are these people? Who are these candidates? What are these amendments or these ballot initiatives? Please do your homework, because if our vote is as serious as we know it is, then our duty to prepare for it is also serious.
Yes, indeed. You're welcome to take a break if you want. I'll bring in Adam here. I want to thank you all for tuning in to Right Side Broadcasting. Come on in. We're gonna alternate because the space is really small up here, guys. So you'll see us set two at a time. We'll try to cram in as many times as possible, but for the most part, we're going to roll with two. Let me read the super chat here, and then we'll get back into the debate last night. KW said, Biden said 500 border kids came with parents. When contacted, they didn't come get them. Child traffickers claim them when caught at the border illegally, but can't pass the reunification process in place to protect children. So Joe Biden, thank you for that super chat, by the way, KW. Joe Biden last night told so many lies, and he said a lot of things that the moderator, even though people are saying, oh, she did a great job, she didn't take him to task. Imagine if President Trump said something outlandish as Biden did. He said 200,000 more Americans are going to die in the next 60 days. He said by the end of the year, we're going to have 200,000 more Americans die of COVID-19. Right. We barely had 200,000 since March, and all of a sudden we're going to have a surge. Last time I checked, and I'm no scientist, you can correct me if I'm wrong, viruses don't work that way. He makes it sound like if you elect me, I'm gonna stop this virus. I'm pretty sure viruses don't work that way. And President Trump echoed the same thing last night when Biden's like, we're gonna shut down the economy, put up plexiglass. President Trump's like, what are you gonna do? Put yourself in a bubble? We can't live like this. There's a difference between living safe and this having an uncomfortable life. Quality of life matters. We want to save lives, as President Trump said 100,000 times. Losing one person to COVID is too many. But we can't live like this. We have to go on as a nation. We cannot hide from this virus. What are your thoughts on this? Well,
first of all, I think Biden has a little bit of expertise, at least on being close to death's door. If you looked at him, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, it's crazy. Viruses do not work that way. I mean, you can't predict these things. And he has no expertise there, and it was clear. But more generally with Biden, it seemed like he had memorized lines and points and words, and it doesn't matter what they actually meant. It's like the whole Charlottesville is a metaphor for everything else. Who cares what it actually was? And then the media will just do his dirty work for him. He doesn't need to explain. And then, the great moderator won't check him on it, and they'll check Trump on the most minute things. Also, by the way, I want to give a little shout out. We were talking about the importance of voting early. The importance of voting, because there is vote fraud out there. And believe me, I'm from within 10 miles of the city of Philadelphia. So vote fraud, it's a little more genteel here in this part of Florida, but it's pretty bad in some cities. And on that note, I want to give a little shout out to Chris Carrillo and the lawyers for Trump in Pennsylvania, which means largely Philadelphia, because that's where a lot of the problems are. They're watching us, apparently. I just got a message from that. And by the way, guys, in Lawyers for Trump, after this is done, I know you're going to go back to your $950 an hour job. So don't forget about Right Side Broadcasting there. And is that a segue for you or what?
Yes, that is perfect segue, guys. We're almost entirely viewer funded. So your donations go a long way to sending us to these rallies. We have guest correspondents. We have Father Frank with us today. We tend to send 2 cameramen if we can. We're filming a documentary. We can't do that without your support. So if you go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, you can support us there. You can mail a check to our physical address. You can take a break if you want.
No. I'm looking up what I'm going to say.
Oh, gotcha. You can. Yes, look at this fan here. Can we show this lady down here? She's giving us thumbs up. We love to see the fan support. Trump supporters are some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. Just friendly, happy people that love America. They love freedom. They love hearing the truth, and that's what we do up here. You're not going to hear the truth from the mainstream media. The mainstream media is going to tell you that Joe Biden's leading in all the polls, and he's an amazing person. Joe Biden, the same Joe Biden that locked up black people with his 1994 crime bill. You're not going to hear the mainstream media take you to task on that. Look at these fans up here. They're holding up the CNN suck sign. Look at this Trump Jr. guy over here. Look at this. This is incredible. You love to see it. You love to see it, guys. We appreciate it. 4 more years. They love us here at Brightside Broadcasting. This is the only media, corporation, company, network, whatever you want to call us, that is going to show you the crowd, give interviews, show you the entirety of President Trump's speech, start to finish, with no interruption, no spin, so that you, the viewer, can hear from him. The media wants to tell you, we'll tell you what he said. You don't need to hear what he said. We'll tell you what he said. In reality, they're just narrating it. They can spin it into a narrative to try to club this president with. You know, one of the things they brought up last night, too, is that somebody from the Villages, apparently, they said white power or something on their little golf cart or whatever. And it was a video, it was a parade, and one person said that. I condemned it. President Trump took down the video. But I can't stress enough how important it is to not give the media a stick to beat him with. That was a stupid thing. And I'm sure he was probably, I'm not going to make any excuses for him. It was a stupid thing to say. You have to know, you have to be aware as a Trump supporter. You can't do stupid things like that. You have to be aware.
They will pick up on it.
They will pick up on it. I bet, I don't know if he's here today, but if he's watching, you probably shouldn't have done that. Hopefully you don't do it again. This is those little things that can spin the narrative and give them momentum in an election that is so important. I tell my family all the time, like, you don't have to like President Trump to realize that you live in the most free and prosperous nation to ever exist. Voting for President Trump doesn't mean, oh, I love him, I love everything about him. It's like, look at your life. Is your life better because of him, or is it worse? What is Joe Biden bringing to the table? You have to be able to make a decision for yourself. You have to be able to make a decision for yourself. You have to come to your own conclusions. Just pay attention. Listen to both sides. Listen to both platforms and see which side makes sense.
We got a pretty girl there, like in right side.
We're choosing freedom over free stuff. Joe Biden is offering us fear and free stuff. Fear and free stuff. They use that buzzword, racism. You see why you got the Obamas out there talking about racism every 5 minutes. The first black family, first family in the White House is complaining about racism and systemic racism. Give me a break. Look at this crowd right here.
We got all the hot ladies coming to say
Yes,
hi.
yes. We got incredible crowd here. An incredible crowd. We love you guys. Love you guys. This Trump, yeah, you can sneak by here. Go ahead and sneak by here. I love the crowd. We got an incredible crowd out here, guys. They love to see it. So again, we're about an hour and 20 minutes away from President Trump arriving here in the Villages, Florida, here in Central Florida, a very pivotal part of the state. The very pivotal part of the great state of Florida. 29 electoral votes up for grabs. I have reason to believe, guys, that President Trump is going to win this state, and he's going to win it in landslide fashion, especially when you consider the key categories that they say Joe Biden is leading in. They say Joe Biden is leading amongst Latinos. It's just not possible that he's leading amongst Latinos when you have Cubans for Trump in Miami. Cubans for Trump in Miami held a street rally, or a parade rather, and I'm hearing it was thousands of cars. I saw a video of it, so I can't confirm how many cars there were, but you don't see that kind of support for Joe Biden. You just don't see it amongst the Latino demographic.
Yeah, I had a conversation months ago with a friend of mine who's Dominican and converted to Judaism, but that's irrelevant. He said, you have no idea how popular Trump is among Latinos. And don't you think there's a reason the media doesn't talk about the Latino vote at all in this election cycle? Non-existent. I mean, that's telling you something right there. Yeah. I wanted to add a couple things just because I'm following on Twitter. There's some news breaking. It's not breaking news where you got to put on the dramatic music, but I just happened to be looking at Jack Posobiec's Twitter account. And here's something Tom Cotton just tweeted. Follow Tom Cotton on Twitter. The liberal media claims that they can't report on the New York Post Biden revelations because they haven't been, quote, corroborated. Go ahead. It's fine. You know, they don't have to. They're listening to me. They don't need to see me. Didn't seem to stop them when it came to the Russia collusion hoax. And Jack responded, Tony Bobulinski and Bevan Cooney, those are names you should know by now, literally corroborated them on the record. And there are a few other things that I think are worth hearing that just got posted. He retweeted Jewish deplorable saying, it happened again. Joe Biden forgot Mitt Romney's name. Now, as forgettable as Romney may be in some ways, come on, man. Or as Biden would say, come on. Apparently, Nashville streets flooded with Trump supporters after the debate yesterday. That's nice to see because cities versus rural, there is a difference in Trump as opposed to Biden, but these are worth seeing. There was a retweet from a Malcolm Flex that the winning message for Republicans was just handed to them. No need to focus on the laptop. Let the FBI handle that and get the AG involved. And here's the quote. At the time where we need economic recovery in many states, Biden wants to end the oil industry and raise minimum wage on small biz. How true is that? Then just two more things. Breaking news. Scranton, the hometown of Joe Biden, LOL. Scranton Mayor Democrat Bill Courtwright was just sentenced to 7 years in federal prison for corruption. So maybe Biden does have some things in common with Scranton. And here's something from Hans Monkey, Mahnke, that Jack retweeted. So here we have Burisma's head honcho asking Hunter directly to use his, quote, influence to intervene, and Hunter replying by asking who in the government could make Burisma's programs go away. We got to follow this because you can't expect the debate moderator to bring up these issues. Back to you, Mike.
Yes, indeed. Doing a great job up here, guys. So let me see here. We've got 21,000 people watching, and we got 10,000 likes. That's good. That's good. We're halfway there. Let's get everybody watching right now to give us a thumbs up and share. And the reason why it's so important to do that, the reason why I hammer this home, guys, is because you have to help Right Side Broadcasting surpass YouTube's algorithms. They do not want to promote any pro-Trump media. They don't want to do it. And the best way to circumvent that is to like this so it can move up in the algorithms. If we can get it to move up in the algorithms, people will see it on the home screen. So if you're watching this stream right now, give us a thumbs up. Support RSBN. Also, subscribe to Right Side Broadcasting. Hit the bell notification so you will be notified every time we go live at one of President Trump's rallies. They're going to be coming fast and furious. This is part of a doubleheader today. He's going to Pensacola, Florida tonight. Then tomorrow, he's in North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin. Then Sunday, he's going to be in New Hampshire, Manchester. Can't wait to go. I love New Hampshire. I love the Northeast. It was a great time up there. So support us at RSBN. We're the only ones that are going to show you the crowd. We're the only ones that have Make America Great Again hats up on the risers, separating ourselves from the fake news media, the fake news media that spins narratives, the media that's trying to carry Joe Biden across the finish line. They are the PR team for Joe Biden. I'm so tired of the media, man. They do the worst work. They're doing the bidding of the Democrat Party. They're basically Democrat media. They don't cover the president fairly. And the moderators don't either. You saw it last night in the debate. Let Joe Biden get away with all these things, saying 200,000 more Americans are going to die between now and the end of the year. I mean, that's insane. I mean, this isn't the first time that he had an incredible gaffe. He said 150 million Americans died of COVID. He said 150 million Americans died of gun violence. So half the country's been killed by gun violence?
Are we the only ones left alive?
Apparently, or either that or we reproduce at rapid rate. I don't understand how he can get away with saying that stuff, but they say that he's competent and he's equipped to run the country. I mean, you just can't make this stuff up, man. It's unbelievable. KW said 60 minutes, Leslie Stahl about Hunter Biden laptop. That's not been verified. This country's journalists are derelict in duty. Yes, indeed, they are. Laura Croft, thank you for your donation. Thank you for everybody watching, whether you're watching us on YouTube or on Facebook or on Twitter. We appreciate all of you. If you're watching us on Diamond and Silk, I want to thank everybody that supports RSB Network. Again, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Now, also, I want to tell you about our partner for the day. Our partner for the day. Go ahead. Just duck down. If you could duck down. Our partner for the day is Disney Coins. Disney Coins is the epitome of made in America because they are made in the USA by machines that are made in America, by people who deeply love America. These coins are made with genuine silver and copper. Coins are valuable and are unique and worthwhile purchase, while always means they make the great gift. They come in 20 plus patriotic designs and 2 new designs coming each month. We at RSBN are collecting these coins, and you can collect them right alongside us each month leading up to the election. So basically 11 days, get to collecting these coins, people, and support this American company. They make great gifts, great stocking stuffers, Father's Day gifts, Mother's Day gifts, birthday gifts. Right now, Disney Coins is giving 10% of their profits back to conservative causes and organizations, which means causes that are meaningful to you. Just go to DisneyCoins.com. I almost said RSBNetwork.com. I'm so used to saying that. Go to DisneyCoins.com, DISME coins.com. Check out their inventory and start your collection today. The Trump on Mount Rushmore. They've got Melania Trump. They got Back the Blue. Lots of different patriotic designs there. Get it in gold, get it in silver, several different coin options there. And don't forget, they want to get people to sign up for their election drawing. It's a pre-election drawing. The more people that sign up for it, the better. Please do it. It's an election giveaway. So, oh gosh, people are just gonna. If you could duck down, please. This is frustrating. We got people walking right in front of our camera. They see us doing a live hit, and they just walk right in front. Let me keep my cool today. I got a little bit, by my standards, a little bit unhinged in the last one. I went on this tirade, and I said, abolish the Democrat Party. I told Oprah to, yeah, and that's the thing. I went back and rewatched it. I'm a little self-conscious. I felt like, maybe I should have elaborated a little bit. I just can't help it. I get a little bit fiery and passionate. So criticize me if you will for my stylistic approach, and maybe my delivery is off-putting to some people. Most people like it, but I know some people are like, oh, Mike, but I'm like, I can't help it. I'm passionate about this. I feel like, in Nazi Germany, they didn't reform that party. They banned that party.
That's right.
So we should have banned the Democrat Party after slavery.
Well, I want to endorse you in saying that, Mike, and let me tell you why. And I think a lot of our viewers, they know this in their heart and mind. There is such a thing, and I speak now as a member of the clergy, there is such a thing as an evil political party. We've seen that in history, as you just referenced. And, Dinesh D'Souza, I just interviewed him the other day. He just came out with his movie Trump Card. Friends, look it up. Isn't it great? You saw it?
Yes, it's a great movie.
No. Dinesh D'Souza, Death of a Nation, that he came out with at the time of the midterms, 2018, and Trump Card. You got to see it. Do yourselves a favor, brothers and sisters, and watch it. Because what he does there, Mike, he shows the historical basis of saying there is evil in this party. Now, on the issue that I deal with all the time, the abortion issue, let's consider a big difference between these two parties. The Republican Party says that every one of us, when we were in our mother's wombs, had, just like we have today, the right to be protected. And that government can't take that away. No court, no government, no president, no Congress, no king can take away from us our inherent right to life, because it's inherent. And we're not just making that up, and that's not just a religious creed. Our founders put that into the Declaration of Independence, that rights are given to us from God, and that governments exist to secure those rights, not to give them, not to take them away, not to alter them. And this is what, at this rally today, the president will say it again. We put our faith not in government, but in God, and we will always stand with our national motto, in God we trust. Aren't those some of the lines that get the loudest applause at these rallies? Because, friends, now we have a party in the Democrat Party, which is why I liked what Mike said the other day, and I've been saying it too. They embrace the opposite principle, that the government can actually authorize the killing of the innocent. You can authorize the killing of those babies in the womb. And we were talking before about how Joe Biden has flip-flopped, how he has gone hard left, how he's captive to the left-wing radicals of the Democrat Party. He is. And he's done this on abortion as well as on a lot of other issues. You ask him, what single circumstance would you limit or prohibit abortion? He can't name one. And he wants you and me to pay for it. The platform of the Democrat Party says we should pay for it. And here we're talking about healthy babies carried by healthy mothers, even in the 7th, 8th, and 9th months of pregnancy. They don't want the law to protect those babies. And the Democrats have even failed to protect babies born alive. We have here in Florida, we had the legislature take action because there wasn't adequate protection. If a baby should survive an abortion, which sometimes happens, does the baby on that table have the right to get medical attention? Common sense Americans all over the place will say, of course. But Biden can't say yes. The Democrats can't say yes. Kamala Harris can't say yes. This is very disturbing. And a party like that should not have 1 ounce of power.
Well said, Father Frank. And I guess I'll just triple down then. Abolish the Democrat Party. And I just feel like, this all started because Scott Pressler, who was guest correspondent with me the other night, he asked what I want to see in the future of America. And I don't think I articulated the best way possible. Some could see it as divisive. The future of America looks like people are going to disagree regardless. We're never going to have a society where everybody agrees. That's a utopian concept. It'll never come to fruition. However, I would like to see people come together and have conversations, even though they disagree. I would like us to see a country where we celebrate our differences and acknowledge our similarities, regardless of race, regardless of gender. That is contrary to the Democrat doctrine of your identity is all that matters. The Democrats only care about race. They don't care about anything else. They want people to be divided. I don't want that. Like, people from all walks of life support this president. The real unity is happening right here. This is the actual movement of unity. It's not over there. Over there, it's all about division. They're calling for separation. They're calling for segregation. These are identitarians. I think it's evil. That's not the way God intended this world to be. We're one in the body of Christ. We're spirits having a human experience. You know what I mean? And so I want to see a country that's unified. But the party in power, the party that has destroyed the Black community, which is why I got so fiery and passionate, they've done so much damage to the Black community especially. I can't help it. And then when I see people like Oprah Winfrey lie to people and talk about how oppressed Black people are. She's the richest Black woman on the earth. And she gained every last one of her dollars in the United States of America. So to me, it's wicked and dishonest for Oprah to lie. For Michelle Obama, the first Black lady of the United States. She lives in Martha's freaking Vineyard. And she's over there she gives these commencement speeches after college graduation saying, no matter how hard you work, white people are going to oppress you. What the heck? I mean, if that doesn't make someone fiery and passionate and want to push back on that, then they're not paying attention, or they just want to see people oppressed. Like, why would you tell somebody that? You're setting them up for failure. And this is why I had to say that. But I'm happy that I got a chance to elaborate, because I was thinking about it. I'm like, man, I could have articulated that a little bit better, because I just kind of went on this tirade, like, yeah, abolish them. But it's like, that party actually needs to go away. They need to come up with a different party. You have to call it something different. Just like you can't revive the Nazi party because they were the Nazi party. Right. The Democrats owned slaves. They supported segregation, Jim Crow. They hung people from trees. This actually happened. There's this myth that it was just Black people. No, they hung white Republicans too. The abolitionist party was a Republican party. So when people don't know their history and they just toe the line of the party, and the racism still is pervasive to this day. When Joe Biden can go on the Breakfast Club and say that if you have a problem figuring out whether if you're for him or Trump, you're not Black. What he's really saying, the subtext of that is, you don't have a mind of your own. We own your vote, so you better get in line. And then they have all these gatekeepers in the media, these plantation overseers, these slave catchers that go after people who leave the plantation, the thought plantation, the 50 Cents, the Ice Cubes, the Kanye West, people like me, people that have minds of our own. They send people like Roland Martin out there to keep people enslaved in this mindset. They're plantation gatekeepers. So the Democrat Party is a well-oiled machine of enslavement to this day. There has been no party switch. There is no evidence, because in the year 2020, the Democrat Party believes in segregation, and they believe in judging people based on the color of their skin. That is irrefutable. That's the truth. I'm going to take a little break on that one. I'm going to let you guys get in.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I wanted to say with the "you ain't black" thing, it really is the nerve of doing that. Like, I was going to ask, how can you say you ain't black? I mean, who are you, Biden, to say that? I mean, how can you? I mean, I know how annoyed I get when even someone like Jake Tapper, who identifies as Jewish, but is not technically Jewish. His mother is not Jewish. You're not Jewish. Like, starts talking for Jews. Okay, I kind of understand. But Biden saying you ain't black is so much worse. But I want to totally switch the topic to something I just saw online. We're doing this in real time. And we were joking, I don't remember if it was you or Mike, about how we're in Florida now, but it would be nice to be in Minnesota next week, Florida, be able to take Florida for granted. And I have this news that just came out. Minnesota's Senate race dramatically narrows in poll just before election. So who knows? I mean, obviously the weather's more pleasant here, but I still would take one for the team and go to Minnesota. If there was a reason. I really want to go to Oregon. What are all the people in Oregon thinking who are watching this? I think Trump has a chance there. You heard it here first. But let me read you this. This happens to be from Fox News. Frankly, it's not all that surprising, Lewis told Fox News. The race for U.S. Senate in Minnesota has narrowed substantially before the election, with the incumbent Democratic Senator Tina Smith, that's the one who took over for Al Franken, who, by the way, didn't do anything as bad as Hunter Biden, that we know of, shedding her double-digit lead and finding herself in a dead heat with Republican Jason Lewis, according to a new poll. A KTSB Survey USA poll released on Wednesday. Okay, so maybe it's not that new news. Someone just tweeted it. Showed Lewis and Smith in a virtual tie. I didn't know about this, though. 43% to 42%. As recently as early October, Smith enjoyed a 7-point lead over Lewis. That was even larger in mid-September when she led him 47 to 36%. And by the way, when it's an incumbent in the situation, it's really bad. This is important. According to Five Eyewitness News, suburban women, a key and often watched demographic, have helped drive the shift away by leaving Smith. Carleton College political analyst Stephen Shearer told the outlet that the race could go either way. And it's a bit of a surprise because Tina Smith has had a lot more resources than Jason Lewis. And when I see like Dick Morris' analysis of the Senate, I saw it maybe a week ago, Minnesota wasn't even mentioned there. Yeah. So when you're talking about the balance of Senate and you're worried about, Montana, seems like Minnesota going our way is a more likely thing. I know you have a lot of thoughts on this.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the House and the Senate, because obviously we're here at a Trump rally and we want to reelect the president. But we don't want to have him in the White House and not give him a Congress that can work with him, right?
I want to give him it all.
We give it to him all. He needs a Senate. He needs to keep the Republican Senate.
Get rid of some of the rhinos.
Exactly. But I think one of the reasons for these, I think we're going to see
Paul Ben Sass, like on November 4th.
There you go.
I had to get that in there.
Well, I think one of the reasons we're going to see more narrowing in the Senate races, it's what's taking place now with Amy Coney Barrett. The Senate is doing the job for which they were elected. Mitch McConnell is doing a fabulous job.
Cocaine Mitch.
And he's running for re-election. Lindsey Graham in South Carolina, he's be easily reelected. Look, he's heading the Senate Judiciary Committee. He's shepherded these hearings for Amy.
I don't mind making Lindsey sweat a little bit for all the butt kissing he did to McCain all those years. I don't mind if he sweats just as long as he still wins.
Still wins. And listen, Alabama, you've got a job to do there. Kansas, you mentioned Montana. We got North Carolina, 2 Senate races in Georgia, just north of us here, and Colorado, various other states, very important. Iowa's a key one. Michigan, of course. Friends, if you live in these states.
How great is John James doing, by the way? I like him a lot. And that candidate, did you see the candidate with his grandmother?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not the candidate, the commercial. Wasn't that great? Look it up on Twitter if you haven't seen that yet. He's going to win.
He is awesome. We have a lot of great Senate candidates. And listen, we've got to give President Trump a strong majority in the Senate. The dream, of course, is 60 votes, a super majority. Because if you're wondering, for example, why hasn't Planned Parenthood been defunded altogether? Because the president is willing and ready to do that. The reason is we don't have 60 votes in the Senate. We have a majority. But with the legislative filibuster, I think if the Republicans get in again, get rid of the filibuster, right? Yeah. I mean, elections have consequences. Let's get the job done.
And I want to just talk about 2 Pennsylvania races. Mary Gay Scanlon is the incumbent in in where I'm from in Pennsylvania, the southeast corner of the state, Delaware County. We got to get rid of her because I'm biased and I'd rather see her gone than other congresswomen who are men who are just as bad. But that just happens to be my congresswoman. She's insufferable. And I got a poll a few years ago. She's running against Madeline Dean in another suburban Philadelphia district, a little north of where I'm from. She is great, a black conservative, totally outspoken. And I met her at a Trump rally. She was such a start. I didn't even know she was going to run for Congress 4 years later. So a lot of love for Kathy Barnett. We hope she wins too. Now, thanks for indulging me that digression. Back to whatever you were saying.
Well, now you're going to notice at these rallies, and those of you that watch regularly, you see this all the time, that the president always introduces the members of Congress who are present at the rallies. And of course, they're here not only to support the president, they're here to enjoy the force of his endorsement for their own races. Every member of the House is up for re-election. And brothers and sisters, we need to win back the House. We need the Republican House. We need a pro-life House. We need a House of Representatives that's going to work with the president. He has done, we were talking before about, how Biden's list of accomplishments ought to be 11 times longer than Trump's because he's been in federal office.
We wouldn't have liked those accomplishments.
We wouldn't have liked anything. No, that's right.
Yeah.
But imagine how much more President Trump could have done if the last 2 years the House of Representatives was working with him instead of working against him. And here's their strategy, brothers and sisters. The Democrats in the House introduced all these fake investigations. Now, I was in meetings right after the inauguration with members of Congress, members of the Trump team, and they foresaw this. They said if in the midterms the Democrats get the House, there's going to be all sorts of needless investigations. And what these investigations do, we have to understand something. It's not because they think that there's any merit in it. I don't think a single one of them ever really believed that there was really Russian collusion or that there was a real impeachable offense on the part of the president. They did those investigations. They did that fake impeachment for two simple reasons. Number one, to take the time and the energy away from the Trump agenda so that the people in his administration, instead of doing the work of the American people, they'd have to be producing documents and testifying at hearings, preparing for their testimony, responding to subpoenas. They want to distract the attention and time of Trump's marvelous team. And here's the second reason. They want to steal the headlines. And as you were saying, they have willing cooperators in the media.
You think?
You steal the headlines because people don't want to be, the Democrats don't want the headlines to read, President Trump lifts 6.6 million people out of poverty. President Trump just sent 500,000 criminals out of our country who weren't supposed to be here in the first place. 20,000 gang members. They don't want to hear the headlines say African American and Asian American and Hispanic American unemployment are at their lowest levels. They don't want those to be the headlines. They want the headlines to be Russian collusion, impeachment, and all this other garbage.
You just brought up African Americans. I got to bring up something on a total different tangent. We're listening to The Godfather of Soul there right now. And this is not the only, he played Please, Please, Please before. I'm supposed to bring up how things have changed in 4 years. It's nice seeing different musical selections because I love President Trump, but I don't know what was going on 4 years ago when he had like 6 songs by the Rolling Stones and like 9 of the 11 regular songs were by British artists. I'm like, dude, pander a little bit at least. And the only song I've heard, I think that they played now that they played 4 years ago, because believe me, when you do like 35 rallies, you get to know the playlist pretty well, is Elton John, Funeral for a Friend, Love Lies Bleeding. I still don't know why. I mean, maybe he just likes the song. I never could figure out. And like the only American artist they would play is Creedence Clearwater Revival. Okay, they're pretty good, but the song they played was Born on the Bayou. I'm like, that's not one of their better songs, really. It's kind of repetitive. And you weren't born on the Bayou, President Trump, or he wasn't President Trump then. And by the way, neither were Creedence Clearwater Revival. I think they were actually from Francis England. They just like that music. But it's nice seeing that they've added some American artists, And this is not your typical James Brown song. I'm sure if I go to 15 more rallies, like in the next week, I'll be very familiar with it. What's this even called? I don't even know. But anyhow, Yeah, I wanted to bring that up because I think the music selection has gone a little bit. I love the Rolling Stones, but that's if you're like trying to be Prime Minister of England. And I forget the other artist. All Right Now by Free, I think was a regular one. I don't think they play that anymore. Okay, I had to bring that up. Sorry to take away your train of your thought, but I'm, the audience.
But isn't it great to see President Trump dance at the end of the rally? I mean, there's something about that. It's like, this is a man who loves his job. He loves being president.
Yes, and his dancing. I mean, I don't think he should quit his day job and open up a Fred Astaire studio, but it's still better than what Kamala was doing. That was sad. Even if it's her favorite living rapper or not. Now, I want to bring up something different. Let's do something fun for the audience. I'm Jewish. You're Catholic. I'm getting out of here a little early because it's the Sabbath coming up. Now, you have no idea what I'm going to bring up, but Jews just started the Torah, a new cycle a couple weeks ago. So the early part gets a lot of attention. Hopefully we won't have a big storm. You know where I'm going with this. This week we read about Noah. What parallels, Father, can you bring up to today from Noah or the Tower of Babel? How does that relate to what we're going through in America? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I want to make it fun for our audience, especially our biblically minded audience. If you need 10 seconds to think about it. Okay.
Look, the Tower of Babel it was the assertion of humanity's pride. We will build this tower. Now God gives us freedom. He gives us the freedom to build. He wants us to use and master the gifts of the earth. But this was an assertion of pride. It was an assertion of self-will. And that God does not honor. He honors humility. And so what we saw there was the confusion of the languages. Less people should think that is their accomplishments instead of reliance on God. And of course, the president is focusing on that all the time. We rely on God. We believe in God.
There's a parallel to Google and some of the media companies. You can probably say it more eloquently than I am. I just wanted to put that idea in your head. Do you think, maybe like bringing the world together over and over again, which isn't a bad thing in itself, but if you're forgetting God.
Well, that's one of the big differences, isn't it, between Biden and Trump and the Democrats and the Republicans? They want globalism, the Democrats.
Yeah.
Globalism.
That's what the Tower of Babel was.
Right.
Globalism.
And the opposite, of course, is Pentecost, giving the tongues that everyone can understand. The unity, and then this ties in with something that I was going to bring up too. President Trump is not a divider. He's a uniter. It's amazing how people say,
Babel, and we don't want to be too united as long as we're talking about the Tower of Babel, but I just had to lay that on you.
Listen, friends, how does President Trump unite the country? Two things. First of all, he reminds us of our founding principles. He believes in those principles. We believe in those principles. This crowd believes in those principles. And he says them during the rally. We believe in God and not in bureaucracy. We believe in family. We believe in freedom. He believes in the founding principles of this country. And one of the things he always says is, we are restoring power to you, the American people. He says, look, this is not me winning. It's us winning. This is not just a campaign. It's a movement. Restoring power to the American people. Why? Giving them the right to be born. Getting rid of government regulations so they can grow their businesses. Giving parents the right to choose what school they want to send their children to and give them the financial support to do that. Giving the vets VA choice, right? Go to the doctor of your choice, we'll take the bill. Right to try. You're terminally ill, there's a drug that you don't qualify for, we're going to let you try it if you want. He's restoring power to us, the American people, by letting us know what names are on his list for the Supreme Court. That gives us more power, because when we vote, we know what we're getting on the courts. We don't only know what we're getting in the White House. He's restoring power. That unifies the people. And the second thing that unifies us, besides the principles and the anthem and the motto and the flag that he says we always have to honor, and our history, which he's taking steps to make sure that the left doesn't rewrite it, right? The 1776, they're trying hard, right? The 1776 commission, friends, look it up. The president is he's protecting our children from false lies about American history. But here's the second reason that President Trump is not a divider, he's a uniter, and that is success. And he talks about this. He says, when we succeed as a nation in our foreign policy, other nations start respecting us. NATO pays its dues. We have peace deals between Israel and other nations that we're able to help bring about success in the economy, success with employment. We reached a point under President Trump where more Americans were working than at any other time of our history. Success unites. And he says, he's probably say it again tonight. He says, before this virus came from China, people were calling him from the other side of the aisle saying, Mr. President, we need to work together more. And why were they doing that? not because they had some kind of change of heart. They were doing that because they saw the success that he brings to this country. And going back to the Democrats, they don't want these successes in the headlines, and they don't want to acknowledge it even now. They will outright deny the economic progress that our president has made. So, friends, he's a uniter. He's the uniter in chief. And that's why we have to rally around him. And when he says he's restoring power to us, the American people, these people know that. And that's why we're going to hear today the chant, "We love you, we love you."
Yeah, let me get you. I just thought of one thing before we put the Bible away.
Okay.
Noah, which is most of what we read this week, the Tower of Babel's at the end.
Yeah.
I don't know if Christians do this, but an interesting point of debate among Jews is the line, you may know it better than I do, Noah was a good man in his era. Does that mean Noah's era was pretty bad and he was the best that they could come up with in that era? You know where I'm going to go with this. Or it was a terrible era, but yet they had a really great, good man in Noah. And that sort of relates to Donald Trump because people say, well, I don't like his character. I don't like his personality. But it seems to me the era is calling for him. Maybe we needed someone who was a little rougher around the edges in a time like this. Take it, Father.
He's rough around the edges because he's fighting for us. He's combative because he's got enemies attacking him, and they're really attacking us. They want to delegitimize his presidency because it's an attack on you and me. It's an attack on our vote. It's an attack on our beliefs. It's an attack on our principles, our freedom, our businesses, our families. And this you need a tough guy. They didn't like Winston Churchill either in Britain until
they voted him out even after.
But they needed. Okay, let's listen to the state.
For this afternoon's prayer.
Hello, my name is Chris Jesse. I'm a pastor at Metro Life Church in Castleberry, Florida. I was born and raised in the Central Florida area, and it's a privilege. And my daughter Ella. I want to take a brief moment to encourage you to vote this Sunday, October the 25th, as a part of Believers and Ballots, the effort that's happening this Sunday, October 25th. Actually, anytime that you go to vote, I would want to encourage you to do two things. Be informed and vote your conscience. Be informed and vote your conscience. Our conscience is best informed by God's word, and then based on a biblical worldview, cast your vote. God's word in Micah 6:8 says this: He has told you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God? We're given a picture here in the form of a question about what the beautiful life of a believer looks like in Jesus Christ. Justice, kindness, and humility. Certainly calls us to something that transcends beyond this moment as a part of our life in Christ. And we want to live in a way that acknowledges that we will never be able to do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with God as we should, but Jesus Christ did. He did on our behalf, and he lived perfectly and offers his perfection to us today. And now we have, through his Holy Spirit, giving us the strength to live, as James 1:27 tells us, to visit the orphans, the widows in their affliction, and keeping ourselves unstained by the world. Years ago, my son Alec prayed this simple prayer for me as I was walking out the door. God, give Dad wisdom to know what to do and the strength to do it. What a powerfully simple prayer this is. And it's one that I extend to you all today, that you'd have wisdom and strength. Whether you vote as a part of Believers and Ballots on October 25th, or whenever you have opportunity to participate in your civic duties, do so before the audience of one, God Almighty. And with these things in mind, vote your conscience and remember to put your hope in Christ alone. Can we turn to him in prayer now? Father, we thank you for this day, this beautiful weather, and this great state that we are living in. Lord, we pray for the president. We pray for all of those who are leaders over us, first responders, those who are serving us today in so many different ways. Give them strength and give them patience and give them your mercy. Father, for our nation, we pray for peace and healing. We also pray for unity. Lord, we look to you for these things because we can't do this on our own. We need your help, we need your strength, and we need your guidance. And so we pray for that through Jesus' name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Delivering the Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. David Lewis Nunn.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And delivering the national anthem, Keisha King, Regional Engagement Coordinator for Black Voices for Trump.
Hey, y'all, let's keep America great. Yeah. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave over land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Republican nominee for Florida's 3rd Congressional District, Katt'z.
Oh, don't sit down just yet. We're just getting started, y'all. My name is Kat Kamak, and I am the Republican nominee for Florida's 3rd Congressional District. And it's a great day to be a Floridian, and it is a great day to re-elect our president, Donald J. Trump. See, I'm the wife of a first responder, so if you are a first responder, a law enforcement officer, a veteran, please stand up so we can cheer you on and recognize you. Thank you. I tell you what, I am so excited. I am so excited to be here with you guys because we have got 11 days. 11 days to take this sea of red and turn it into a giant red wave on November 3rd. and I'm really pumped up because we have an awesome slate of speakers coming up behind me. With us here today, we have my good friend, Congressman Mike Waltz, Congressman Dan Webster, my girl, former AG Pam Bondi, and the best damn governor in the union, Ron DeSantis. And you know, I didn't even know this until I just saw her walking in, but can we give a huge round of applause to the best First Lady, the First Lady of Florida, Casey DeSantis. This is awesome, y'all. This energy is what fuels our president. Can you believe it? He's doing 2 rallies today and 5 tomorrow. 5. And you know, for me, I'm just a regular person. See, I never would have imagined that I would be standing on stage here today, sharing a stage with President Donald J. Trump. You see, I grew up the daughter of a single mother. We grew up with a small family business on a small cattle ranch. And I learned firsthand what it was like to work hard and work with your hands. And in 2011, Obama and his cronies decided, oh, this gets real good, don't worry. Obama and his cronies put together a housing program that left me and my family homeless in 2011. And when you've lost everything, you fear nothing. And so, never having a plan to go into politics, I decided, because we all know that we plan and God laughs, right? And we put our faith in God, and you have to have faith over fear. I decided that I was going to get involved. And so today, I stand before you, 32 years old, going from homeless to the House of Representatives in less than 10 years. Because only in Donald Trump's America is that possible. Am I right? And you know, they keep telling me that I'm a traitor. They say, you're young and you're a woman. You should have voted for Hillary in 2016. I tell you. You know what I said to them? I said, there's no way I would have voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. I would have had to have been dead, in which case I would have voted twice. And now they're calling me a traitor again because Democrats are the party of women, is what I'm told. Ladies, is that true? That's right. I don't know about you, but I am ready to retire Nancy Pelosi. I mean, come on, give me a break. The woman's been in office longer than I've been alive. And then they attack us because they can't beat us. And you look at our amazing Supreme Court nominee, Amy Coney Barrett. I like to call her the notorious ACB. Talk about grit and grace and poise under pressure. This woman, an incredible legal mind, sat there and took questions for 12 hours a day. And I said, you know what? She's been preparing her whole life for this. She's the mother of 7 kids. She's used to answering stupid questions all day. And come Monday, we will confirm ACB. And so we have to, in the next 11 days, give everything that we've got so that President Trump can give us everything that he's got for the next, how many years? Exactly. Because we know that only in Donald Trump's America will we have the backs of our military and our first responders. Only in President Donald J. Trump's America will we protect life, liberty, and every American's right to pursue happiness, right? And I like to tell Mr. Beto O'Rourke, in Donald Trump's America, hell no, you're not going to take our guns. All right, so I need you guys to do me a favor. I need you to get super pumped up because we have got to feed the president as much energy as possible. He is going to be working his tail off for the next 11 days. So whether it is calling your friends, calling your neighbors, getting your family to the polls, we have to deliver a red wave on November 3rd, right? So join me in getting super pumped up. We've got a next speaker coming up. Please join me in welcoming our good friend, Congressman Dan Webster. Thank you guys so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Florida's 11th Congressional District, including all of the beautiful Villages people, Congressman Dan Webster.
Hey, great to be here today. Great to see all of you from the Villages here. This is the district I represent in Congress, and I got a lot of great constituents, most of them Republicans. So, but we're in a fight that's for our life, our fight for this country, what it stands for. We got to give it all we've got. I know in 2018, Sumter County was the best county because of the Villages, the best county as far as turnout in the entire state. Just know it's not good enough. We got to have more. You got to go get one more person, give one more dollar, give one more hour. We've got to have more than we had last time. And I know you'll do it. This area is going to come through, and I'm excited about it. We're in a fight, kind of like a foxhole. We're in a foxhole with all of you and myself and President, Vice President. You're all going to be there with us. We're going to fight to the end. We're going to do meetings to the end. We're going to show up everywhere, and he's showing up everywhere, and I'm so thankful for what he's doing. So, on the other hand, Joe Biden. I'm sorry. Joe Biden. No, I got a new name. It's Joe Lion Biden. Did you? Anybody see the debate last night? Think about the fact, that's why we added Lion. He just didn't have time to talk about his son. and their corruption. Matter of fact, they put it off on, well, that's my son, that's not me. I've never taken $1 from anybody. Well, if you lie about that and everything else. But also, he won't take a position on packing the court. He won't take a position on having term limits for justices or even expanding that. So many things. If you don't say it, you're lying. That's just the way it is. If you can't answer, you're lying. Think about all of the questions that the president, and then here a week ago, the vice president tried to get the running mate and Joe Biden lying to answer. They can't do it because they know the truth sets you free, but lying keeps you out of maybe out of the ditch. So what I would tell you is we need you. We do. We need your support, unwavering support for Donald Trump. We need your support for voting. We need your love for this country. There's so many things we need you for. And we ask you to give it all and more. If we do, we're going to re-elect Donald Trump and Mike Pence. It'll be great. We're going to keep the Florida legislature in Republican hands. That's important. And we're going to take back the House that Nancy Pelosi thinks she owns. So stay with us. Be a part of it. It's just a few more days, but we got to do twice of what we did last week. And the next week, we got to do two times again. And if we do that, we're going to win Florida, and we're going to win enough electoral votes to take this presidency and keep it. So may God bless you, and God bless the United States of America, and may God bless Donald J. Trump.
Representing Florida's 6th Congressional District, Congressman Mike Waltz.
Hey everybody, Colonel Mike Waltz here. Also Congressman, but Colonel's a little harder to get. How about that president last night? How about our president last night kicking ass in that debate? I'm Congressman Mike Waltz. I represent the area just east of here, all the way from Orlando to Jacksonville with the great city of Daytona, right in the middle of my district. NASCAR, beaches, bikes, all kinds of great stuff. Listen, folks, I want to talk to you today about a couple of things. The main thing I want to talk to you about is the American dream. I've lived that American dream. By all accounts, I shouldn't be here right now. I should be dead over the mountains of Afghanistan, but I'm here representing 800,000 of you, of Floridians, fighting for you. I grew up like Kat. I grew up with a single mom, busting through. She started as a clerk in a drugstore and busted through ceiling after ceiling after ceiling. I watched it as a little kid until she was able to retire as an executive vice president of one of the largest insurance companies in America. I'm so proud of that woman and so proud of moms. Took her 15 years to get through nights and weekends of school. Took me 4. We graduated the same year, right? But she paved the way for me to go off and get the snot kicked out of me at the Virginia Military Institute. Now 24 years later in active duty in the reserves, I got the snot kicked out of me as a Green Beret. And now am proud to stand before you as the first Green Beret ever elected to the United States Congress. Thank you. And we're pretty sure the only member of Congress still jumping out of perfectly good airplanes. Can I get an airborne? But here's the deal, folks. That American dream is under threat. It's under internal threat as much as it's under external threat. And I think of those external threats. I've been fighting against them my whole life. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and terrorism all over the world. Think of it as like this is our house, and those are bulldozers coming at it. I know how to deal with those threats. Well, the threat I'm worried about are the termites eating away underneath, the internal threats that I see every day in the House of Representatives led by Nancy Pelosi. Folks, we're not up there arguing how to reform this or tweak that, how to move America forward in a way that we all know. They're up there arguing whether this is a good country. The left is up there believing in their heart of hearts that this is a misogynistic, racist, colonialist, bad country that they want to tear down to the studs and rebuild in the image of socialism. I mean, I see it every day. Things that we shake our heads at, things that AOC is talking about on the news, that stuff is written into law, and Nancy Pelosi is passing it out the House. Things like dropping the voting age to 16, kid you not. Packing the court, changing the way we vote, defunding. Look up the BREATHE Act. Defunds ICE, defunds our Border Patrol, and defunds the entire federal prison system. Passed. But for the Senate and but for Donald J. Trump, that will become law in just a few months. That's what's at stake, folks. You know, my favorite line last night, there were a lot of good ones that the president delivered, but my favorite line, and I talk about this day in and day out, all over my district, all over Florida, all over the country, that this president truly has gotten more done in 47 months than Biden has gotten done in 47 years. The evidence is clear. So I'm going to ask you guys some questions and just tell me, Biden or Trump? Who's gotten justice reform done? Who got veterans reform done? Who got tax reform done? Who moved our embassy to Jerusalem? The Abraham Accords, who got that done? Who's standing up to China, not selling out? And here's my favorite. Who is going to get the third conservative justice on the United States Supreme Court? Donald J. Trump will change a generation in line with our values. I lived under Obama and Biden downrange. Here's the thing that really, I mean, there's a lot of things that really about send me over the edge up there in D.C. And I swear to you guys, some days I think Afghanistan's easier than Washington, D.C. right now. But to say that this president, this commander-in-chief, doesn't support our military is a bunch of crap. And the mainstream media back there just runs with it. With anonymous sources, I'm still waiting to hear them, versus 21 on the record that said he never said that about our veterans. It's irresponsible. So let me tell you what life was like under Obama and Biden downrange, because unfortunately, as a special operations officer, I had to lead the search. I didn't like it, but we had to do it for Bo Bergdahl. You remember Bo Bergdahl, that traitor? He stacked up his gear. He left his weapon behind. He emailed his father denouncing America and defected to the enemy. Defected. And we lost good men looking for him. Never in a million years did I think I would wake up and see his parents with President Obama being celebrating him as a hero. As a hero. That's their heroes. That's not our heroes. My first ever appearance on Fox News was that night to say, time out, America. Time out. Put up your ticker tape parade. not a hero. He's a traitor. He got people killed, and he deserves to go to jail. That's speaking truth to power. That's what you need your representatives to do. That's why we need more veterans in Congress who understand what the hell's going on overseas and how to fight back here at home. Obama and Biden tied our hands, put restrictive rules of engagement, didn't give us the equipment we needed, didn't give us the training we needed, didn't give us the resources that we needed, and told us to go overseas and fight the nation's enemies. Not this president. This president has record defense budgets, supports our military, gives us what we need, told us to kick the snot out of Baghdadi, go kill Soleimani, defeat ISIS, and keep America safe. He let us do our jobs. That's what we need in a commander-in-chief. And you have the Democrats right now not only saying they're going to defund the police, they're going to defund the Pentagon too. We cannot go backwards, folks, not with the threats that we face. And it's not just our men and women in uniform. Where's our law enforcement? I see them out there keeping us safe. This president backs our blue. He backs our blue. If you're law enforcement, you're a first responder, please stand up. Because I see you out there keeping us all safe right now. I want you all to hear it from me. You've heard it from our governor, and you absolutely have heard it from this president. 100%. Men and women in law enforcement, we have your back. We have your back. And if any politician is afraid to say that, in the first debate, Joe Biden wouldn't even say the words law enforcement, fire him, vote him out, get rid of him. Because our communities can't afford to have that kind of leadership. It's not American. It's not American. So thank you. We have your back, and we back our blue. Final thing. We have a duty, a sacred duty, to turn out and go vote. There are more men and women overseas right now standing on that wall than the entire armies of Great Britain, Canada, and Australia combined. They're out there right now for all of us. I had a deal. I want to tell you just a quick story. Number one of the most, I mentioned Normandy a minute ago. One of the most amazing things that I've been able to do as a member of Congress was go to the 75th anniversary of D-Day last year. I broke away from the congressional delegation, climbed into an original World War II aircraft, wearing an original uniform, and jumped over St. Mary Glees to celebrate those who came before us to keep us free. And I did it with a 92-year-old paratrooper. He jumped 3 times in his life. Once in training, they only gave him one, said you're good. Once in 1944, and then last year, 75 years later, he's hooting and hollering all the way down to the ground. And you know what? The French people, there were banners. Thank you for our freedom. We love you, America. Hugs. There were more American flags you see in Normandy. You would have thought D-Day had happened last week. So everybody, please go over there. And I thought about it as I saw here today, a 105-year-old World War II veteran and a 96-year-old Marine Corps veteran right here in the front row. They made it home as part of the greatest generation. I made it home. My much better half sitting here with me, she's a vet too, more combat tours than I have. She made it home. And so many veterans I see out here made it home, but there are a lot that didn't. I wear this bracelet for one of my Green Berets that I didn't bring home, and I've lived with that guilt every day, that as his commander, I didn't bring him home. But I'll tell you what, Every day before I walk into that Capitol, I look in the mirror, I put on this bracelet, I tell myself to be worthy. Be worthy of his sacrifice. And my challenge to you is everybody here as Americans, be worthy of their sacrifices. Get out and vote. Everybody you know, get out and vote. Everybody you thought you ever knew, drag them out to get out and vote. Yelling at the television's not good enough. Posting on social media, not good enough. Telling your liberal relatives at Thanksgiving that they're dumb, not good enough. Roll up your sleeves and be part of the solution. Continue to serve. Serve your neighbor, serve your community, serve your country. Let's make America serve again. If I have it my way, we're going to get us back to national service where every 18-year-old gets out and serves again. Support this president. Let's get him reelected to 4 more years, and let's move America forward as only President Donald J. Trump can do, getting results. God bless you all. I salute you. I salute you, and I salute you. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, Florida's own former Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Hey everyone, you know why I love my home state so much? Because we love Donald J. Trump. You know, I've been all over this country campaigning for the president this time, and they keep saying things, the Democrats keep saying things that I'm finding in other states aren't true. And I'm looking around here, they're saying women don't support Donald Trump. Do women support Donald Trump? And there you go. Women care about the economy. Women care about national security. And women care about safety. And they want to get their kids back to school. And look at our beautiful First Lady of Florida, Casey DeSantis. Oh, I see Women for Trump. I am national co-chair of Women for Trump. There we go. So I was, back in January, I had to sit there and defend our president of the United States when they tried to impeach him. And my part of impeachment, along with my friend Eric Hirschman in the White House, was handling Hunter Biden. You know what Nadler, Schiff all said about me? Lies, conspiracy theory, debunked. Yeah, what are they thinking now? If you haven't heard the colonel who spoke, the lieutenant, I'm sorry, Dobolinski, who spoke, who was partners with Hunter Biden? Yeah, did you guys hear that before the debate last night? If you didn't hear that, you need to go back and watch it because he was in the room who met with Joe Biden, he said, about money for China. That would be the Communist People's Republic of China that they were doing business with. This election, you know, we say a lot of times about elections, this is the most important election of our lifetime. So many of us here are blessed to know our great president and his family. They sacrificed so much for this job because he is a patriot and we all stand for that flag. So as the Congressman Walt said, as he said, we have got to get out. Probably a lot of people here have already voted, but get your friends out, get your neighbors out, because every single vote counts now more than ever. Every single vote counts. We are all over this country working for President Trump. And I know, call your neighbors, call your friends, get out there and vote. Will you all do that for this president? thank you so much for supporting him. I love my home state. I love all of you. And thank you for supporting our great president, and let him know how much you love him when he gets here. The red wave is here. 4 more years.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most popular governor in America, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Hello, villages. Now, I have to ask you, who did you think won that debate, Trump or Biden? I didn't hear that. Okay. You know, I was very proud. I saw a president who was sharp, who was in command, who had a vision for this country versus a Democratic nominee that's the typical tired, failed, corrupt career politician, and one that spends all his time huddled in his basement to boot. And I think we have a great contrast in terms of where we need to go with the country. One of the things that they did, you know, this debate was supposed to be the foreign policy debate. They agreed to that, but then the Democrat Debate Commission realized that that would not be good for Biden. So they didn't do as much about national security. But I can tell you this, as a veteran, I'm thankful that Donald Trump has rebuilt our military. I'm also old enough to remember when Obama was president, ISIS rampaging around the Middle East, cutting people's heads off, Iran dominating the region. They airlifted $1.7 billion to the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, and Israel was under assault from all directions. Well, now, after not even 4 years of President Trump, ISIS has been decimated. Iran is licking its wounds, and all these Arab countries are making peace with the state of Israel. And the reason we're in that spot is because the president has exercised great leadership, starting with moving our embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. And I think you have to say, even if you're not political, we've not had a president that's been this successful in the Middle East in probably 50 years. And so he deserves our thanks and a lot of credit for that. We've also not had a president that's been as successful at putting conservative judges on the federal bench. It's very, very important. And I'm proud to see the next justice, Amy Coney Barrett. You know, the Dems and the me, they whine because the president appointed someone, made a nomination, they wanted it to be held over. They boycotted the hearing, which is kind of what they're wont to do. And I talking to my wife, I told Casey, I said, you know, the way the Dems behave on this stuff, it reminds me of our 3-year-old daughter, Madison. She's a wonderful girl, but, you know, when she likes to play board games, and her favorite board game is Candyland. And she's good, but she doesn't win all the time. So if you beat her in Candyland, she cries. I say, Madison, you can't cry if you lose. If you lose, just dust yourself off and try to win the next one. But the Democrats cry. They could have won the Senate in 2014, and they lost. Republicans won it. They could have won the presidency in 2016, but they lost. They could have retaken the Senate in 2018, but not only they failed to do that, Republicans added seats. So they lose elections and then still think they should have their way. Well, I have news for them. Whether you like it or not, we are going to confirm her, and she is going to be on the Supreme Court for 30 or 40 years. And it's important to support the rule of law by having judges that understand how to apply the Constitution. It's also important that we have a president who's supported to the rule of law at places like the border and fighting illegal immigration. And the fact of the matter is, Joe Biden opposes the wall, is weak on border security, and is going to do the biggest amnesty in the history of this country. He's going to do an amnesty. More people are going to pour in. The problems are going to mount. Wages for American workers are going to go down. We can't have that. We need to finish the wall, and we need to be tough on illegal immigration. That's what we did in Florida. When I became governor, I said, why do we allow sanctuary cities in Florida? So my first year in office, we banned sanctuary cities. So when it comes to border security and fighting illegal immigration, who do you trust, Biden or Trump? Rule of law is not just the courts. It's not just the border. It also means having safe communities, and that means not allowing people to riot and loot our cities. When the riots broke out in June, Joe Biden was silent. He didn't speak up. He didn't exercise any leadership. In fact, people on his campaign were contributing money to bail him out in Minneapolis after they were destroying property. Kamala Harris was raising money to bail him out. And you saw after city, they sat there either quiet or offering support for these folks. That is unacceptable. And when you're rioting against law enforcement, we need people that are going to stand up for law enforcement. The president will do that. He has done that. And I want a president who's got their back. I don't want somebody like Biden who's too weak to stand up and do the right thing. And in Florida, we're not doing we don't leave anything to chance. When this started happening in June, I called up the National Guard immediately. Had people ready to go. But I also know that, you can do that and play whack-a-mole, but we need some tougher measures. And so I have proposed the toughest anti-rioting, anti-looting, pro-law enforcement legislation in the country. And it says very simply to our local governments and cities, if you defund law enforcement, the state is going to defund you. If you have the police stand down while all this stuff is happening, you don't come to the defense of your citizens, then we're going to hold you accountable. We're going to let citizens hold you accountable in a court of law. We also need strong penalties. You watch in Portland, these people will go out, they'll break windows, they get arrested, they get a mugshot taken, and then they're back on the street doing the same thing the next day. That's unacceptable. We're going to put a stop to that in Florida. If you loot, you're going to jail. If you riot, you're going to jail. If you assault people, especially law enforcement, you are going to jail. And I think one of the other major issues in this election is, depending on the outcome, and if we're not successful and Joe Biden wins, Joe Biden has all but admitted he's going to lock down the country, close businesses. He opposes right now having kids in school. You saw him give all these different reasons why, and all that is cover for the fact that he's owned lock, stock, and barrel by the unions. And these unions put their own political interests ahead of the well-being of our kids. but that's not how it's worked in Florida. We said very early, every parent in Florida has a right to send their kid to in-person school. And right now, all 67 Florida counties have in-person schooling, as well as all the charter and private schools throughout the state. But we will not let Joe Biden lock this country down. We need to be open. Florida's open for business. People are pouring in here because they know they're going to be treated with respect. And we cannot relive the days that we saw in those blue states where you were banned from going to church, but people were totally free to go. We're not going back to that. We need Donald Trump to open up this country. Now, I'll tell you, I feel really good. I feel Florida breaking for us. I feel it coming out and the enthusiasm that we're seeing, people storming the polls for early voting. And I would remind you, 4 years ago, there were 340,000 more registered Democrats than Republicans in the state of Florida. That actually wasn't that bad. We were used to be way worse. But with our hard work, we've cut that more than in half. We've added 200,000 net registered Republicans. It's about 130,000 difference. That's the closest we've ever been to Democrats in the history of the state of Florida. So I really believe the table is set. All we got to do is do what we promise we do. So I ask you, do you pledge to go to the polls and make your voice heard between now and November 3rd? Do you? I didn't hear it. Do you pledge when you go to support all our Republican candidates up and down the ballot? Do you pledge to talk to your family, your friends, and your neighbors and get them out to the polls? And will you pledge to do everything you can do for these next 11 days? Don't leave anything on the field. Will you do all you can do to re-elect Donald Trump, President of the United States? And if you keep that pledge, if you work hard, and if you do what you got to do, we will go into election night. The media will be waiting because they want Trump to be gone. They're going to be so happy because they believe they're fake polls and they think he's going to lose, and they're going to watch the returns. And Florida, the Republican votes are going to come in, and then the Panhandle is going to put it over the top, and they are going to call the state of Florida for Donald Trump, and everyone at CNN is going to start crying on TV, and the media is going to be so upset, and we will be on our way to victory across the country. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard from our great governor, Ron DeSantis. He got the crowd fired up. They are energetic. We are just 30 minutes away from President Trump's arrival here in the Villages, Florida, where he will deliver remarks. Guys, I got to tell you, while we had these speakers, we had about 3 or 4 speakers just now. Let me tell you our rally lineup. Let me just tell you this. You guys aren't going to believe this. Between now and October 27th, let me read them to you. Pensacola tonight. Tomorrow, Lumberton, North Carolina, Circleville, Ohio, and then Waukesha, Wisconsin. And then Sunday, Manchester, New Hampshire. Monday, 2 rallies in Pennsylvania, Lititz, I guess, and Martinsburg. And then Tuesday, President Trump will be in Lansing, Michigan, with West Salem, Wisconsin, and Omaha, Nebraska. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rallies. 9 rallies in the next 8 days. We are almost entirely viewer funded. We have full intentions on sending correspondents, cameramen, if not multiple cameramen, to each one of these rallies. We can only do that with your support. Please support this patriot movement. We have 11 days to save this country from the communist agenda that is coming in with Joe Biden. So if you care about winning this election, if you care about independent media, if you care about truth, if you care about the United States of America, go to Right Side Broadcasting. website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and support us. We're almost entirely viewer funded. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, or you can mail checks to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. I'll repeat it again. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Let's win this thing, guys. We got 11 days, and President Trump is pedal to the metal. He's going to be doing double headers, triple headers. It's a matter of time before he does 5 in a day, but you just heard the lineup. I'll repeat them again for those of you that weren't paying attention. Tonight, he's in Pensacola. Tomorrow, he's in North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin. Sunday, he's in New Hampshire. Monday, Pennsylvania. 2 rallies in Pennsylvania Monday. And then Tuesday, he's in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Omaha, Nebraska. I'm really hoping he hits Minnesota again. But anyway, guys, look at this crowd out here. Look at all these patriots here in the villages. Lots of American patriots out here. And I thought it was supposed to rain, but luckily we dodged it. I think we're going to be all right on the storm front. We are so lucky. Our cameraman, Will, was nervous about that, man. We had all the plastic out. I think we're going to be okay, Will. I don't think we're going to have any problem with rain today. We just got sunshine. So, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. You have to help us win this fight. So go to rsbnetwork.com. We have to win this thing. We're the only network that's going to show you the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, all of the speakers. We show you the crowd. We show you the line. We interview people. Support us here at Right Side Broadcasting. We're the only network where you're going to have a correspondent on the risers wearing a MAGA hat. This for all the marbles. Either President Trump is reelected or we lose our country. It's that simple. It's really that simple. Either you think America is a great country that needs to improve, or you think it should be torn down and rebuilt with maybe a hammer and sickle flag replacing the stars and stripes. I'm just saying. It sounds hyperbolic, but it's really not that far off the mark. There are people who love this country, want to see it prosper, and there's people who hate it. They think it sucks, and they want to destroy it. Which one are you? I mean, we got 443 people that downvoted, so they probably hate the country, but we got 48,000 people watching. Give this a thumbs up. Subscribe to RSBN. Hit the bell notification so you do not miss a stream. Again, we're going fast and furious. We're going all out. We're going to send correspondents and cameramen to every one of these rallies, but not without your support. I want to make sure I take the time to read our website donations, too. We get a lot of website donations. Let me get them pulled up here. Our great CEO has emailed them to me, forwarded them to me, and I want to make sure I'm reading them. While I get those pulled out, Joe, I think you may have to forward those to me again. I don't see them. And if you could forward them to me, they'll be at the top of my inbox. But while he's sending that to me, I'm going to read these super chats. Sustainable Salt Mine says, the Donald win. Let's get this done. Trump 2020. We don't want Joe Biden's dark winter. We don't want his dark winter. What is that? What is he trying to summon? That's what I say, guys. This is spiritual warfare. Who says that? Joe Biden talking about it's going to be a dark winter, man. It's got Game of Thrones, yeah. You want to talk about hyperbole? That was hyperbole right there. He keeps saying Trump is going to take away health care from seniors. He's not, really? He's going to take away all the health care? So literally no American citizen going to have health care? Or is that just a scare tactic by the donkey party? Moving along, Alexis says Trump 2020. God bless you, Alexis. We also got super chat from W Planet 2. Thank you for your super chat. Alexis with the super chat. W Planet again with the super chat. We got new members, Andrew Gonzalez and Nick. We also got a super chat from Dennis Balan. I think I said it right. Dennis, thank you for your super chat, Dennis. God bless you. Appreciate you. God bless everyone that is tuning in. We have 48,000 people watching. We need 48,000 thumbs up. Give it a thumbs up. Support this so that we can circumvent YouTube's algorithm that does not promote independent media. They're going to show Fox News on the home screen. They need to show Right Side Broadcasting on the home screen. The only way that can happen is with you liking this video, liking this stream. Share it with your friends and family. Put it on Facebook. Put it on Twitter. Put it on Parler. I'm your host, Mike Nivison. If you want to follow me and support me, look me up on Parler. Magnificent813. I'm committed to posting more on Parler because Twitter is just a PR team for the Democrat Party, in specific Joe Biden. They're all in bed together. Support me. Follow me on Twitter, Magnificent813. Follow me on Parler, Instagram, or on YouTube with Magnificent. Support RSB Network on all of these platforms as well. We need to be everywhere, guys. We have 11 days until the most important election any of us are ever going to vote in. So again, if you care about this country, if you care about freedom, if you care about the United States of America, and you want to maintain your way of life, if you want this country to remain the beacon of hope that it is for everyone across the world, then you need to support us. It's plain and simple. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can submit a super chat if you're watching on YouTube, or you can mail us a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. And I think that I might have the email from our CEO. I do not have it yet. Let me search my inbox again, because I do need to make sure that I acknowledge everybody that donates on our website. I will read all of your donations out on air. Here we go. Bud and Joy, thank you for donating. Julie says, thank you for all you do. God bless you. God bless America. Trump 2020 landslide. And we got Kevin Redrick. Kevin said, the Honorable President Donald Trump has been the best president for America ever. He has set the bar for professionalism, integrity, and likability to such high standards, it will be impossible for any future presidential candidate to meet or exceed his legacy. Matter of fact, while I'm reading these, if the cameraman, if you want to just pan the crowd, just so they're not staring at my hat, even though this hat is incredible, I'm sure they'd rather see this crowd of patriots as I read these website donations. Guys, look at the crowd. No other network's going to show you this crowd. We are the only network that's going to show you the crowd. Look at the patriots over here waving. Let's get the patriots fired up. Look at all these American patriots out here. They love what we do here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to win this thing, guys. We're going to win this thing in 11 days. All right, Lisa with a website donation. Lisa says, I was at the Trump rally last Friday in Macon, Georgia. I've never seen such a large group of amazing people with incredible energy grouped together before. 10,000 plus with smiles, courtesy, and the most positive energy standing as one. We are standing together as Americans. Hashtag Trump 2020. Lisa, you cannot be more accurate with that. The nicest people I've met in the last 3 years, I kid you not, the nicest people I've met, some of the nicest people I've met in my whole life, let alone the last 3 years, all support the president. Now, on the contrary, some of the most hate-filled, vitriolic, hostile people I've met or encountered over the last 3 years all hate this president. Either the truth is stranger than fiction, or I just haven't met all the nice lefties that just so happen to hate Trump. Now, I do also want to say that I have some of my best friends are liberals. Some of my best friends don't like the president, but they're still my friends. And I'm okay with that because we can't always agree. We can always agree. But what we can do is agree to disagree and share this country. But we have to share the same beliefs and ideologies as it relates to freedom. I'm sorry, that's a non-negotiable for me. You have to agree with freedom, period. You can call me closed-minded on that. I'm fine being a closed-minded person when it comes to freedom. You either believe in freedom or you don't. And I am a freedom absolutist. Absolute freedom. Moving along. I went on one of my little tangents there. Linda says, thank you so much for all of the accomplishments you've made for America. I love you and pray for you. Go Trump 4 more years. David Shade says, World War II vet. Thank you so much, David. Dave says, thanks for video of the rally crowd. Lori says, Trump 2020, thank you, RSBN. Bob Miller says, Mike, I love your passion and totally agree. Ban the Democrat Party. They are evil. They are divisive, and they're anti-American. Big facts there. So true. And I know, like I said, people might see my stylistic approach as off-putting. That's fine. But what I say is truthful and is factual. The Democrat Party is divisive. They want people to be separated by their skin color. This is a fact. Joe Biden virtue signaled harder than anybody in the history of the country when he selected Kamala Harris as his running mate. He selected her for 2 reasons: because of her sexual orientation or identity or whatever, and because of her skin color. Those are the two reasons that she was selected for his VP. Not because she was the most qualified, but because of her immutable characteristics. That is weak and pathetic. And that is true. That is what the Democrat Party stands for. They love intersectionality. The more intersectional you are, the more insulated you are from criticism. Sorry about that. No, that's not the case. You are going to be criticized if you are, nobody's above reproach, in other words. All right? Moving along. We got another website donation by someone I cannot pronounce her name. Forgive me for that. But the message says, hi guys, we love the president, the greatest one ever in our lifetime. And God is protecting him. Thank you. Danny says, welcome to the villages, President Trump. We need 4 more years. Keep Florida red. Danny and Tony, thank you so much. Mark Carter says, first time user, fantastic media. Continue speaking the truth in charity. God bless America. Judy Milligan says, I love Right Side Broadcasting and all you are doing for our President Trump. We must put him in the office for 4 more years. Thank you for all your hard work and for the American people too. Darlene says, God bless Trump. God bless America. Trump 2020. Mary Ann says, I'm so proud you're my president. You are the best president ever. Win, win, win. Jan and Richard said, Donald Trump, you are the chosen one. Thank you to you and your family and support for your whole party. Make America great again. This is one nation under God. Thank you, Richard and Jan. God bless you. We appreciate all of our patriots who support us here at Right Side Broadcasting. Your donations go a long way to helping us win this re-election. We are going to re-elect President Donald J. Trump. Now back to the YouTube here. We got 50,000 people watching right now, which is great. It's fantastic. I love it. But what we need is 50,000 upvotes. Give us a like because it's so important that we circumvent YouTube. Remember, big tech censorship. They don't want people seeing a black person, especially with a Make America Great Again hat on, showing the truth about what happens at Trump rallies. The best way to circumvent that is to share it. Get it on other platforms. Share it with your friends and family. Like it. Subscribe to RSPN. Hit that bell notification so you don't miss a live stream. We're in Pensacola, Florida tonight. And then I got to go back to the screen grab of all the rallies coming up. We're going to be all over the country in the next 10 days. We got 10 days to save America. So it starts with you supporting us. As simple as if you can't donate, that's fine. The least you can do is give us a thumbs up, subscribe, hit the bell notification so you do not miss a rally. Don't miss the one in Pensacola tonight. It's going to be fire. 2 rallies in Florida tonight. All right. Here we go. Super chats here. JTJ says pedophiles vote for Biden. No politician trusts Biden with their kids. Judy says, ITM, love this reporter. Great voice. Thank you very much for your super chat. Dave T says, go and vote in person. Trump is the best. And here we go. Dean Johnson says, Hillcrest electrical for Trump. John Pizzo, thank you for your super chat. Trevor Baker says, thank you, Donald Trump and RSPN, making America greater than ever. Lorena, oh, I hear people cheering. I think that means President Trump is nearby. Lisa Stewart, thank you for your super chat. Regina Butler says, please vote Trump red all the way. William Sullivan, thank you for your super chat. Dean Johnson, God for Trump. We've got so many super chats, guys. They're just coming in fast and furious. Now, I tweeted this out last night, and I'm going to read it to you right now. Let this sink in. Iran, Russia, and China, Google, Twitter, and Facebook, Hollywood pedophiles, human traffickers, MS-13, and drug cartels, career politicians, career criminals, warmongers, Wall Street, and big banks all want Biden to be president. Why? Why? Why does Iran want Biden to be president? Why does China want Biden to be president? Why didn't Joe Biden fix this country in his half a century in politics? Why do all of the world's worst people support Joe Biden? I'm just saying. The truth is stranger than fiction. The average everyday citizen like myself, like you watching, like this beautiful crowd right here, all support President Trump because he supports us. He's the first president in my lifetime to not start a war. You got Sudan trying to talk peace right now. You got peace in the Middle East. How many years have politicians from both sides of the aisle said, we want peace in the Middle East? When in reality, they're over there starting wars, creating power vacuums, and open air slave trades. Just saying. Look at this crowd of these patriots here. Look at all these beautiful American citizens out here, excited for their president, Donald J. Trump. We are just moments away from President Trump's arrival here in the Villages, Florida, the middle of Florida, an area where not even a month ago they showed a crowd of senior citizens on golf carts, I guess, and they were all supporting Joe Biden. They made it seem like Joe Biden was going to win Florida, like he has the momentum in the Villages. Look at this. Look at this crowd right here. Oh my God, this music is oppressive, guys. I'm sorry. The Mamma Mia thing. Oh my gosh, this is insane. Franklin, thank you for the super chat. NOK, thank you for your super chat. Wildcard said 2020 is going to be a Trump 2020 landslide. God bless America. Father Frank is in the building here. What's going on, Father Frank? We got a few days, 10 days. Tell the audience what you think about all of these rallies President Trump has coming up.
You know, Mike, one of the fascinating things about all these rallies in all these different states is that we see in action what our founding fathers established with the Electoral College. Now, you've heard that the Democrats want to do away with the Electoral College. That's one of their dreams. The founders did not establish a national popular vote for president. It's not just how many people from coast to coast choose Trump over Biden or the other way. And the reason for that, when you think about it, New York City alone has a bigger population than the state of Wisconsin. Los Angeles alone, as a city, has a bigger population than the state of Iowa. If the election of a president just depended on the national popular vote and more citizens from coast to coast voting for one than the other, then a presidential candidate could ignore Iowa, could ignore Wisconsin. New York City and Los Angeles together have more people than Michigan. Together, they have more people than Ohio. But what do we see happening in these next few days, as we've seen in these last few weeks? The president's going to Ohio. He's going to Wisconsin. He's coming to Florida. The way the Electoral College is set up, a candidate that wants to lead this country needs to pay attention to the whole country. Ohio is not Florida, is not Michigan, is not New York, is not California. The different demographics, the different interests and concerns of the people in these different places all need to be taken into account by someone who wants to be president of all of these United States. The Electoral College is genius. The founders made it that way so that nobody in any of the 50 states would feel disenfranchised. For the Democrats to even consider abolishing the Electoral College, which is in the Constitution, just shows their lack of appreciation for the wisdom and the history and the political genius of the United States of America. Now, brothers and sisters, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Father Frank Pavone. I head up Priests for Life, one of the largest pro-life organizations in the country. I'm a Catholic priest, and we're very active, obviously, in politics because we believe that the people of God are commissioned by God to make a difference in this world. Yes, we change minds and hearts, but changing minds and hearts by itself would solve every issue, and you wouldn't need any laws. But we know that there are people whose hearts and minds are not changed. And therefore, together with changing minds and hearts, we need to change laws. And if we want good laws, we need good lawmakers. If we want good court decisions, we need good judges. Now, we see the president coming in over here And the crowd is cheering as we see these aircraft coming in. Maybe we'll be able to see them. I'm not sure. But you have the enthusiasm of this crowd. These next few moments, brothers and sisters, are among the most exciting of these rallies because we get a chance to welcome the leader of the free world. Oh, look at this scene here. Wow. It's coming right over us. This is amazing. God bless. Oh, we're hearing the sound of it now. God bless our president, and God bless the country that he leads. So this is amazing. Look at that. Look at that vehicle. Look at that aircraft coming right down. Everybody is waving their hands and waving their MAGA hats. And we are ready to listen to the words that this president will speak to us. We will hear the chant from the crowds. We love you. We love you. Why? Because as he says, he is fighting for us. He is returning power to us, the American people. This is not an establishment politician. He says he has had enough of the establishment. We have had enough of the establishment. We want somebody leading our country who's not an establishment politician, but rather knows how this country operates, is dedicated and committed to fairness, knows the common person, stands up for the everyday American, knows what freedom is, knows what the freedom of religion is, knows what the sanctity of life is. All of this is true of President Donald Trump. We're going to hear him talk here this afternoon, brothers and sisters, not about his campaign. We're going to hear him talk about our campaign. He always says, it is we, the American people. We are winning together. MAGA, Make America Great Again, is a movement. And it is a movement rooted in the principles of this country, and that's why we win. Mike, you have some things for us?
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that was my first time seeing that. Was that that's like the biggest helicopter I've ever seen. And it's so perfect with Gloria playing in the background. I don't know why. I guess it's an inside joke we have going at the studio. It's a funny little thing. But anyway, man, the enthusiasm in here. I was over here with goosebumps as I saw that helicopter come in. That was just perfect, man. Oh my goodness, that was great, ladies and gentlemen. That gave me a rush. I'm used to seeing Air Force One. Obviously knew Air Force One wasn't going to be the aircraft of choice, given that we're not at an airport. But I figured it would just be Marine One. Or honestly, I thought he was going to arrive via motorcade. That's what me and the cameraman were thinking on our way up here. We thought that he would arrive via motorcade. But you know this president. You know him. He loves to make a grand entrance. It's got to be a spectacle. I respect it. I love it. Now, see, we got 60,000 patriots watching us right now online. I need every single person to do me a couple of favors. Number one, share this stream. President Trump's about to deliver remarks in the Villages, Florida, a place where just a few weeks ago they said Joe Biden had the lead, and there was a bunch of seniors with Biden flags. Look at this crowd here, right? President Trump's going to deliver remarks. Share it. Get it in front of some eyeballs. Show people what the atmosphere is like, what the crowd and energy is really like at a President Trump rally. You can also like this stream. Like it. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to RSP Network. Let's get to 700,000 subscribers by the end of the day. Support us. Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Facebook. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on all the things, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I am your correspondent for the day, Mike-nificent. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Parler, BitChute, all the rest of the things. Just search Mike-nificent813. But guys, let me pull this back up for you. For those of you that are just tuning in, here's what we're looking at. This is what's going to be happening between now and the 27th of October. Sorry, I think that's incorrect. The 27th. Between now and the 27th of October, President Trump will be in Pensacola, Florida tonight. Tomorrow, he's going to North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin. Sunday, he's going to New Hampshire. Monday, he's making 2 stops in Pennsylvania. Tuesday, he's going to be in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nebraska. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rallies. 9 rallies between now and Tuesday. 1 second here.
Don't want me to go.
One is coming right now. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Marine One is actually arriving. There we go. Oh, Joe, when did you come back on? Okay. All right. We'll make this work here. We don't have as much room up here, but we'll make it work with 3 correspondents up here. All right, guys. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rallies between now and Tuesday. And we plan on sending correspondents to all of them, correspondents and cameramen. But not without your support. Please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate to support this movement of patriots who are fighting to save this country as Marine One makes its arrival. That seems more like it. That's more what I was expecting. There's President Trump making his arrival in Marine One. This is incredible. Love to see it. Love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for supporting us here at Right Side Broadcasting. Let me read out some more of these super chats while we wait for President Trump to take the podium. Weatherhelm says, please ask people to donate to Trump. Thanks. Andrew Torba says, escape big security. Speak freely on gab.com. Lori, thank you for your super chat. Lori says, we love you, President Trump. Thank you, RSPN. Patriot Girl says, God loves Trump. Trump supports the message of Jesus Christ. God bless America. We've also got a donation we got new members, Barry Myers and Barbara Amber. Thank you for becoming new members. We have super chat from Marcia Santa Ana. Thank you, Marcy. Chad, thank you for your super chat. Roger Bryant says, any way we can get the chant lock them up when he mentions the fake news, public enemy number 1? I'm sure they will. I'm almost certain they'll chant lock him up. Who else do we got in here? We got a new super chat from Brian Baker. Brian says, Trump made me one proud American last night. God bless America. God bless our president. We're just moments away from President Trump's arrival in the Villages, Florida, or it's not his arrival, but him exiting and arriving at the podium to speak. All right, I'm going to pass it over to Adam. Adam's going to be leaving us shortly, but Adam, give out your closing remarks.
It's great to be back here on RSPN. It's great to be at a Trump rally. I had forgotten how inspiring it is. It had been 4 years. And this is going to be a fun week. I just saw the new venues for next week. Nebraska, which is right on the Iowa border. Wisconsin, Michigan, shoring those up. But I think by the end of the week, President Trump's going to surge, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And I'm glad to see how much progress RSPN has made, and that's all, a large part, due to the support of all you viewers. Keep it coming. We want to do great things. And there's going to be a lot of rallies next week, I have a feeling. And there's the president. People keep getting confused which helicopter it is.
And that's the way it's supposed to be.
Oh, that's the way it's supposed to be. See, I'm rusty. Miking for me, that's the way it is.
Well, I'm just guessing here, but that looks like President Trump right there.
Okay, this one must be President Trump. Or it's not. That's okay. Mike says it's for sure President Trump. I don't know. How many of you have you been at these?
I just know, guys, I know for a fact that is President Trump, ladies and gentlemen. I know for a fact. I mean, look at that helicopter right there. That is Marine One. Look how close it's getting. I mean, we're getting dust in our eyes over here. See what we're doing for you guys here at Right Side Broadcasting? We're bringing this to you live. Oh my gosh, I got to turn around. I'm getting dust in my eyes. That thing is powerful. It's over there blowing hats off heads, guys. It's incredible. Unbelievable. Remember, you can support us at rsbnetwork.com/donate. We're going to bring you every single one of President Trump's rallies. We're going to win this fight 10 days. 10 days. We are going to re-elect this president for another term in the White House. That's the way it's going to go. That's the way it's going to be. If you live in the state of Florida, my state, you need to get out there and vote right now. Early voting started 3 days ago. If you haven't voted yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. There's absolutely, positively no reason to wait until November 3rd. If you can vote now, there's no reason to wait. Vote now. Get the numbers up, get the momentum up, make it so that people who can only vote on election day have a shorter line. I want Florida to be called early. On election day, I want them to say, President Trump has won the state of Florida. I want to hear that early in the night. See, their goal It's for it to be too close to call. We need a recount. Oh, we're waiting on ballots coming. No, I want it to be like, no, it's mathematically decided that President Trump will carry the great state of Florida, the Sunshine State, aka the Gunshine State. 72,000 people watching. I need 72,000 thumbs up, guys. Support us. RSPnetwork.com/donate. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to RSP Network. Let's win this fight together, ladies and gentlemen. Holly, thank you for your super chat. Shar, thank you for your super chat. Vinica, I think I said that correct. I hope I pronounced it right. Vinica. Black voices growing for Trump. That's right. Black voices growing for Trump. It's real. Everybody, Americans for Trump, Black, Hispanic, Asian, everybody. We are all coming together. We're unified in this patriot movement. We're not going to be divided by identity politics. All that weird stuff on the left, that stuff is weird, man. Worried about skin color all day long. That's the least important thing about it. Moving along. December's Child 023 says YouTube is censoring my primary account over acronyms and disdain for Joe Biden. Why can't I uninstall the BS platform? Morality is lost on Joe. Karen, thank you for your super chat. Karen says, thank you, RSBN Trump 2020. And I think I missed the super chat. Hold on. I got Holly. Christopher, thank you for your super chat. We got a new member, Sam Birdhole. Thank you for becoming a new member. Riot with Wyatt says, we love Trump in the UK. Socialized medicine doesn't work. Take it from us. We have it. Everything Biden proposes, we pretty much have, and it does not work. Trump 2020, he's everything we need.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And hello, Florida. Hello, Florida. It's great to be with you and back at the Villages. I like the Villages. Turn the mic up. It's great to be with you. It's something I wanted to do. I was here 4 years ago in some little ballroom that held about 400 people. And I said, I want to be with the Villages, everybody. I said, get a field to do something. Just go out and get a field. Go out and get a field. And that's what they did. They got a lot of people here. And I see you driving around in those beautiful golf carts, the most beautiful carts. I want to get one. I'm going to get a golf cart like that. But you have the best. And you're always fighting for me. And I'm always fighting for you. And I appreciate it. That's why we're here. And we had an exciting night last night with Sleepy Joe. But I'm always here to protect you and love, cherish, defend our nation's seniors. And not all of you are seniors. I see a lot of people that are very young in this group. And I see a lot of people that are young at heart, right? We're young at heart, all of us. And the timeless values that make this nation the greatest nation anywhere in the world. 11 days from now, we're going to win the state of Florida. We're going to win 4 more years in the White House. I think Joe Biden proved last night that he's not capable of being president of the United States. Come on, Gabe. The country saw firsthand that this election is a choice between a Trump recovery, and I'll call it because that's what's happening. It's a Trump super recovery and a Biden depression, because you will have a depression. Who has 401ks in this group? Anybody? He got in, wave bye-bye to your 401k because it's going down the tubes. It's a choice between optimism, patriotic vision for American success, or Joe Biden's dark, dismal, gloomy. Did you hear what he said last night about darkness, always darkness? But it's a gloomy vision. We're about the American dream, all about the American dream, greatest country in the world. Joe Biden is totally controlled by the radical socialist left. This country will never be a socialist country, never. One of the most stunning moments last night was when Joe Biden admitted that he wants to abolish the oil industry. That wasn't too good. Did you see him this morning? This morning, I didn't really mean that. I didn't mean that. That was the last question. They talked about that. I said, whoa, this is the big point of the evening. Remember, I said, well, do you want to get rid of oil and gas? Is that, yeah, well, we want to phase it out. I said, thank you. Texas, are you watching? Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Ohio, are you watching? Now they're going around. Kamala is going around saying, no, we want to keep it. This woman is a super radical left. She's against fracking. If they get in, they'll end your energy independence. We have energy independence right now. They will end it very quickly. No, they're going around trying to make, that was one of the, well, we're going to have to see how it works out. But that could be one of the worst mistakes made in presidential debate history. We're going to see. We hope it is. This is perhaps the most shocking admission ever made during a debate where he goes in and he says, no fracking, but he's been saying it. No fracking. He got the nomination. All of a sudden, he's fracking. No fossil fuels and no gas-powered cars. Ultimately, let's not have cars. Let's get rid of airplanes. How about that senator from Hawaii, where she went along with the Green New Deal? And she said, yes, I'm in favor. He said, yeah, but you're not allowed to use airplanes under the Green New Deal. And she's in Hawaii. She said, well, I don't know what to tell you. And then she says, maybe we can build a bridge to Hawaii instead. She's a beauty, isn't she? She's great. Biden's plan would mean America's seniors have no air conditioning during the summer, no heat during the winter, and no electricity during peak hours. It's true. He wants wind. He wants wind. You know, when the wind doesn't blow. Let's watch the president tonight, darling, on television. I'm sorry, we can't. The wind's not blowing tonight. Last night, Biden pledged to institute the most horrible and dangerous immigration policy ever in this country. Catch and release. He wants to bring it back. Took me 2 years to get rid of it. That's where you catch a criminal, could be a rapist, could be a murderer, a real criminal, and you just release the criminal and say, please come back in 4 years. Did you see what he said last night? He said, no, and then they come back for court. I said, no, they don't come back, Joe. 1%. He said, they come back. No, I said, Joe, you don't know anything about it. They don't come back. This is a very bad policy, Joe. They don't come back. They need Perry Mason, but they don't get Perry Mason. They just don't come back. Criminals and rapists and even murderers are set free, and they're set free into our country. It's ended now. It was very hard to get ended. What I had to do to end it, I will not tell you. I will not tell the people of the villages. I won't tell the people of the villages. By the way, you love it here, right? Yeah? I don't know. It's an incredible popular place. I see it so much. It's incredible. The love, the spirit. So do you love the people that developed it? I think so, right? Right? It's nice to have somebody, but that wasn't the same love as you had for the... No, somebody did a good job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Look at this guy. Look. Beautiful. Look, it's Uncle Sam. Come here, Uncle Sam. Look at this guy. Look. This is a hell of a day, Mr. Congressman. How are you? When are you getting married? You getting married soon, please? Don't lose her, Congressman. You'll be very depressed. Biden says America is nothing more than an idea, right? He also said, didn't he say Antifa is just an idea too? So he's saying, only at the villages could you say that. No, he said America was an idea, but come to think of it, he said Antifa is an idea too, right? Well, America's not an idea. It's a great country, okay? It's a great country. And America is our home. It's a nation, and it's a nation that has borders. You know, when you have borders, you have a nation. You take away the borders. They want to take away the borders. They want to take down the wall. The wall is now 400 plus miles long. How about that? And it goes very high and very low. It goes down deep for two reasons. To hold it up is one. That's a good reason, but also for the tunnels. And Arizona is very happy. We just got back, Pam, some numbers from Arizona. Very good. Numbers from Florida. I don't want to talk about it. Look at all the fake news back there. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Look at all those people. There's the great John Roberts, who's generally speaking very good. John, generally, but he has bad moments. Hello, John. You having a good time? He's a good guy. John is good. John is good. They're not all fake. Just about 85% of them. But isn't it amazing? You know, someday I'd like to make a speech without any press. Without any press. One little mistake and they try and take you out. And I do this 4 times a day. It's crazy. So we're going on a tour for the next 10 days. Can you believe it? We're down to 10, 11 days. And we'll be doing 2 or 3 of these and then 4 of these. And then we're going to end up 5 or 6 of these a day. Do you believe this? Is this any kind of a life? Is this a life? Who can do that? Who can do that? Do you think Sleepy Joe can do that? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think he can do it. I knew there was a reason I wanted to be at the villages. It was a hard thing. This was very hard. They said they have no field that's large enough. I said, do they have a polo field someplace? Let's get a polo. Look at that equipment. Look at those helicopters. How good are they? Everything's good. 2.5 trillion. We should have good helicopters. But if Biden wins, your borders will be gone and your country will be gone, frankly. Look, this is not a man that's capable. When I meet with these heads of state, one thing I can tell you, they're sharp. They're sharp. They're not off. They're sharp. This is not a man that can handle the job. You know, he leaves his house this morning, gets up, and I'm going to talk about it. All he talks about is COVID, 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 because they want to scare people. And we've done so well with it. Now it's 99.8%. I mean, you look at what's going on. And we're rounding the turn. We're rounding the corner. We're rounding the corner beautifully. But Joe Biden was very disrespectful last night to President Barack Hussein Obama. You saw that. Barack Hussein Obama. Remember, Rush Limbaugh would always do that. He'd do Barack Hussein Obama. And Rush is doing okay. You know, Rush is great, isn't it? Do we love Rush? He's got such guts. He's going through a lot, but he's got courage like few people have. He always has had courage. At last night's debate, though, he was very really disrespectful when he said that he, Joe, was vice president, not president, blaming Obama when trying to make excuses for their failed immigration policies, right? You saw that? I wasn't the president, it was him, because we talked about cages, right? I said, Joe, you built the cages. Remember, they tried to say cages for children. And they said Trump built cages, and then they found out it was a little problem. There was a picture in the New York Times, the failing New York Times. It's, if you take a look at what its unfunded liability is, check it out sometime. It's definitely failing. It's only a question of when. But you take a look at the failing New York Times, and they had a picture of a cage, and they thought that I built it. And it said cage. And then somebody called me. They said, sir, that was built. One of the people that helped build it, that was built in 2014. I said, 2014, I didn't happen to be president. It was built under Obama/Sleepy Joe Biden. And so did you notice when I kept saying, why did you build the cages, Joe? Why did you? And he just kept talking. He didn't want any part of it, but they started it. If you want jobs, safety, and borders, you have to vote for the party of Abraham Lincoln, honest Abe. Vote Republican. And I'm voting early tomorrow in Florida. Do you believe it? I'm coming to vote. I came down here to vote. I actually came down here to see the villages, and tomorrow morning I'm voting here as opposed to sending it in. You know, those mailers. I like being able to vote. I'm old-fashioned, I guess. I like to get online, and if I have to stand there for 2 hours, maybe they'll move me up a little bit. But I like to vote. So I'm coming. I'm going to be voting here tomorrow. And I urge every one of you to go and vote, and I don't think I have to urge too many. How many people here have already voted? That's incredible. Thank you. Look at you. How many people here have voted for President Trump? How many people here have voted for Sleepy Joe Biden, please? I don't see any hands. You know, I tend to believe in Joe. Sleepy Joe, no, he's not the guy. For 47 years, Joe Biden sent American jobs to China and other nations while the Bidens vacuum up. Look, did you see what's going on with his son? I mean, he goes into a country. The guy leaves with like volumes of money, vacuum up millions of dollars all over the globe. Last night, Joe lied straight to the American people. He claimed that he had never taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life, ever. No, I mean, he goes and think of it. His son without a job, knows nothing about energy. Have you, these young people in front, do you know anything about energy? No, she said no. She knows more than Hunter. Remember, where's Hunter? Where is, by the way, where the hell is Hunter? Where is Hunter? Remember the T-shirt? I said one time, where's Hunter? The next day they had a T-shirt, where's Hunter? There he is. Hunter, you gained weight, but you look even better. You still look better. Anyway, No, but think of it. He gets lined up with this Ukrainian energy company, not the highest reputation. $183,000 a month to be on the board, right? Gets a $3 million upfront payment. Then that's only First Nation. Then he goes, he has no knowledge of energy whatsoever. Anybody in this audience knows more. They then go to China. Let's go to China. He gets 1.5 billion to manage, meaning millions of dollars a year in fees. He then goes to Russia. He gets $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. $3.5 million. And Obama was in charge of all of that stuff. Then they stole the Crimea. They stole the submarine port, Russia, and Russia takes it. And he's in charge of Russia, but he got $3.5 million. So what's going on with that? So he was in charge of Ukraine, China, Russia. That was sort of a responsibility of the vice president. And he got money from all of them. And he got it from his son. And his son made no money for years. And all of a sudden, he's making all this money. They're corrupt politicians, okay? You say what you want. And then you see the notes and you see the gentleman that got up yesterday and you see what he had to say. He's a legitimate person. But you see the notes and you see that Joe gets 10% of everything, right? And Pammy got 50% on something. And then the guy has a deal in China where he wants to get $10 million a year, $10 million a year for introductory purposes. In other words, he's going to introduce people. You know who's going to introduce his father? That's who he's going to introduce. No, it's a bad deal. It's a bad deal. It's corrupt as hell. I don't care what you say. It's corrupt as hell. Okay? And you know, they like to also, they say, oh, well, what about you with the kids? I don't do deals. I don't do deals. I used to do more deals. I was the king of deals. And I don't do deals. I tell my kids, you can't. It's conflicts. Just don't do it. So it's possibly allowed. It probably is allowed. But I said, we don't need it. Just don't do them. My kids, these kids have done such a good job. They have done such a good job. And they don't do deals. The Bidens got rich while America got robbed. And how did Biden get so wealthy, spending a half a century in public office? He's been in public office for 47 years, almost 50 years. He used his office for personal profit at your expense, at my expense, at all of our expenses. In 2016, Florida voted to fire this depraved political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first and putting the villages first. Putting the villages. We're putting the villages first. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. And if I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, the deep state, the rhinos, you know, the rhinos are almost worse than our enemy. The rhinos, we love those rhinos. Republican in name only. You know what that is, right? Republican in name only. We got a lot of them. But they're slowly disappearing. It's amazing. They disappear into the woods. But if I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and I fought for you harder than any president has ever fought for anybody. And with your vote, we'll continue to cut taxes. I got you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. Cut regulations, lower drug prices. Your drugs will be going down 60, 70, 80% because I'm instituting what's called a favored nations clause. You see all the commercials the drug companies are running against me? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This is why I see politicians. This is one of the many reasons why. The other reason is that the biggest lobbyists, the biggest donator by far are the drug companies. Very powerful, a lot of money. They are taking commercials of me. I don't care. I'm doing the right thing. I instituted a favored nations clause where the United States, right now, we pay the highest price of any country in the world by far. It's not even close. It's not even close. You could have a pill that sells for 10 cents, identical, and in the United States could sell for $3. That's how bad it is. It's terrible. So I instituted what we call a favored nations clause. So we will be paying the lowest price matched, the lowest price anywhere in the world. And I'm getting hit hard on that one, but that's okay, Pam. Is that okay? I'll have to withstand. The commercials are unbelievable. You know, they're unbelievable, but that's okay. People get it. We want to support our police, protect our Second Amendment. They want to take your Second Amendment away. Defend our borders, maintain energy independence, and ensure more products are proudly stamped with the phrase, that gorgeous phrase, made in the USA. We'll deliver record prosperity, epic growth, and a safe vaccine. It's quickly coming. That will help end. By the way, it's ending anyway. It's going to end. You're going to have surges. Look at Europe. They have a surge. Then it goes down. Look at Florida. You have a great governor, by the way. You have a great governor. And you have an even better first lady, but I won't say that. No, you have a great governor. In fact, the governor is going to go to Canada. I gave him the right. He's going to Canada, and he is going to buy for the state of Florida until this favored nations kicks in, where you go down 70, 80, 90%. And last year was the first year in 52 years that drug prices in this country went down. Not by much, but they went down. They didn't go up. 1%. Not much, not proud, 1%. But with favored nations, you'll go down 50, 60, 70, maybe even 80% in drug prices. But I gave your governor the right to go to Canada and buy drugs in Canada, the same exact drug from the same factory, same company, 50% and even more discount. And so you're going to start seeing it fast. And then ultimately, the favored nations will kick in. So I better be president when all this stuff happens. Can you imagine? It's all done. Can you imagine if Sleepy Joe said, I've done a very good job on drug pricing? What did you do, Joe? I don't know. I don't know what I did. So we're going to, thank you very much. We're going to quickly end this pandemic, this horrible plague that came in from China. They should have stopped it. And we're not going to forget what they did. We're not forgetting at all. You know, I'd signed a great trade deal with China. Recently, they had the biggest order of corn in the history of our country, biggest order of soybeans, biggest order of beef. But you know what? It's no longer the same to me. Doesn't mean the same. Would have been great. I would have been so proud of it, but now I don't view it the same. Normal life, that's all we want. Normal life will fully resume. We had the greatest economy in our history. And next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. We're doing it. We have a super V going up. If you look at housing, if you look at cars, if you look at car production, nobody can believe the numbers. And you're going to have a number released very soon. And the number is going to be, think of it, think of this. You're going to have a GDP. Now, the Fed, Atlanta, I believe, the Atlanta Fed projected GDP of 35% in the third quarter. I don't know if it's going to be 35. In any event, that would be higher than any GDP ever in history, and many times higher than our highest, which I think was like 7 or 8%. 35%, we'll see. We'll see. Whether it was 20%, it was 12%, I'd say it was great. But they just came out, they said 35. Who knows if they're right? We're going to see. Here's the good news. It's going to be announced right before November 3rd, right before. And I'm willing to take my chances being a gambling man. I'm willing to take my chances. I think it's going to be a magnificent, whether it's 25, 35, 20, no matter what it is, it's going to be a great number because we're doing numbers like nobody would believe. We thought we'd have an unemployment of 40, 42%. You know what it was? It dropped down to 7.8%. And yesterday, Larry Kudlow called, the great Larry Kudlow, and he said, by a certain standard, it's 5.8%. Think of that. And we're in the midst of rounding out, but in the midst of a pandemic. It's actually amazing what everybody has done. And I've been given a lot of help with some of the people over here. I gave you the largest tax cut and reforms in American history, and we will cut taxes further and we're cutting taxes for the middle class. We're cutting taxes for people that need jobs, and nobody's ever done it at a level like we've done it. By contrast, Sleepy Joe Biden will give you the single biggest tax hike in the history of our country. He's talking about quadrupling taxes, $4 trillion in taxes, so he can waste it on the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal. No cars, no airplanes, no cows, you know. Whatever happened? Did they ever leave the cows in? I think they had to take that out, right? Remember? Originally, it was no cows. They didn't want to have any cattle or cows, which is pretty brutal when you think of it, right? He'll bury you in regulations, dismantle your police departments, dissolve our borders, confiscate your guns, terminate religious liberty, destroy your suburbs. You know, I'm always saying, I'll tell you, the fraudulent media, so I always get up and I have fun. Please, please, suburban women, you should love me. I ended the regulation that's going to destroy the suburbs. Please, please. Suburban women, you should love me, you know, because somebody said I'm not doing that well with suburban women. I said, why? Last time I was supposed to be doing terribly with women. Then I got 52%. They said, what the hell happened with Trump and women all of a sudden? Remember, they said Trump did well with women. So now they go. So I kid. I say, please, please, suburban women, please, please love me, suburban women. I want you to love me. Because I got rid of the regulation that's going to destroy your neighborhood. You don't want to have projects next to your house. You don't want to have crime in the suburbs, etc., right? So I go on 60 Minutes and she says, Leslie Stahl, that's another beauty. She goes, you were begging suburban women to love you, weren't you? I said, no, I was just having fun. We were just having fun. These people are sick. They are bad. They are bad. But they want to decimate Florida seniors and seniors, all seniors, okay? And by the way, what I've done for suburban women, but suburban people that live in the suburbs, you know, that's really the dream. That's the American dream. And you know, 30% of the people, because people say, oh, is that racist? 30% of the people living in the suburbs are minority groups. Hispanic American, Black American. Think of it. Asian American, 31% are from minority groups. For years, Joe Biden fought to cut your Social Security. He wanted to cut it. He wanted to knock it out. And Medicare, a fact which Joe is now falsely denied. You notice? Oh, I loved it yesterday, the way he denied that. So does that mean you want to get rid of fossil fuel, Joe? Yes, that's what it means. Oh, thank you. This debate, let's end it. Let's end it right now. By the way, I got treated I thought, very fairly by the anchor. I thought, right? Kristen, I was surprised. She's been a little bit rough on me over the years. I was surprised, but her, network has been crazy. NBC, Comcast, C-O-N, Comcast. But I thought Kristen did a very good job yesterday. Some people said she interrupted me much more than she interrupted Sleepy Joe. But that's because he didn't have that much to say. So, but no, I thought she was fair. I said it during the show. I said, I think you've handled it very professionally. It's not easy. So today I want to show you Joe Biden's own words. The video I'm about to play was created by Bernie Sanders, Crazy Bernie. You know, Bernie's the single greatest loser. The way he loses, he gets Sportsmanship of the Year, right? What they did to him 4 years ago was quite terrible. What they did to him this year was even, then he just goes back to Congress and talks. He's Crazy Bernie. A lot of his people are going to come with us because you know why? They love our trade policy. Because he, like me, understands how badly we've been taken advantage of by other countries, including our allies, by the way. The video I'm about to play was created by Crazy Bernie earlier this year to expose Joe Biden's atrocious record and his egregious lies. Go ahead. Play it. Mr. DeMille.
Let me ask you a question, Joe.
Yeah.
You're right here with me.
Yeah.
Have you been on the floor of the Senate? You were in the Senate for a few years.
Yeah.
Time and time again, talking about the necessity, with pride, about cutting Social Security, cutting Medicare, cutting veterans programs.
No.
You never said that.
No. When I argued that we should freeze federal spending, I meant Social Security as well. I meant Medicare and Medicaid. I meant veterans benefits. I meant every single solitary thing in the government. Look, here's the deal.
You're an honest guy. Why don't you just tell the truth here? We all make mistakes.
I am telling the truth. And I not only tried it once, I tried it twice, I tried it the third time, and I tried it a fourth time.
Joe, let me repeat it again. I want you just to be straight with the American people. I am saying that you have been on the floor of the Senate time and time again talking about the need to cut Social Security, Medicare, and veterans programs. Is that true or is that
No,
not
it's
true?
not true.
That is not true?
That is not true. I meant veterans benefits. I meant every single solitary thing in the government. Everything was on the table. I did not support any of those cuts in Social Security or in veterans benefits.
Whoa. Everything was on the table. All right, you're right. You just said it, including, in your judgment, cuts to Social Security and veterans.
In order to get the kinds of changes we need on other things related.
Joe, then
But
you
it
just,
didn't. But we did not cut it.
I know,
did not
because
vote for
people
it.
like me helped stop that. All I would say to the American people, go to YouTube. It's all over the place. Joe said it many, many times. And I'm surprised, you can defend that or change your mind on it, but you can't deny the reality.
I'll tell you what, do these people do a good job? Do they do a good job? No, he's a liar. He lies about everything. He's now lying about not being a corrupt politician. I called him last night. He's a corrupt I don't want to say that, but he's a corrupt politician, and he'll lie. But he lied about that. He lied about fracking, and he'll look at you and he'll lie. He goes, there will be no fracking, will be no fracking. This goes on for a year. Then he goes to Pennsylvania. He says, there'll be fracking. And then you'll say, well, wait, you said there will be none. He'll say, no, I never said that. This guy is either really stupid or he lies, just at a level that nobody's ever seen before. By the way, that's a great video. Who did that video? I love that video. Who the hell did it? I have some good, talented people. Under my leadership, no one will touch your Medicare and nobody will touch your Social Security, okay? By the way, that's a devastating video. I just saw it for the first time. That's devastating. Now Biden's pushing free government health care, which is socialized medicine, and mass amnesty for illegal aliens, meaning he wants to take care of illegal aliens before he takes care of our seniors. And the problem is we all want to take care of everybody. But if you ever do that, where you give Medicare, you give free everything, including education, you're going to have this country swamped with millions and millions of people from all over the world wanting to pour in to get it. You can't do it. And it would obliterate your Medicare and your Social Security, totally obliterate it. Joe Biden cares more about illegal aliens than he does about senior citizens, and that's true. And you see it in that clip. I believe that American seniors must come first, okay? Must come first, that's true. Must come first. Last night, Biden outlined a plan to create socialized medicine, raiding Medicare to fund his government takeover. Biden's running mate, the most liberal member of the United States Senate. And by the way, Kamala will not be your first female president. She will not be your first female president. It's not the way it's supposed to be. We're not supposed to have a socialist. Look, we're not going to be a socialist nation. We're not going to have a socialist president, especially any female socialist president. We're not going to have it. We're not going to put up with it. It's not going to happen. Most liberal member, more so than Bernie, of the U.S. Senate, co-sponsors a socialist health care plan to end Medicare as you know it, and Medicare works. Medicare works. We love our Medicare. It does work. And eliminate Medicare Advantage, which nearly 2 million Florida seniors depend on, including 1 out of every 2 Hispanic seniors. You see how well I'm doing with Hispanic? You see? They're going crazy. No, they're going crazy. They don't know what happened. They're going like our Democrat rivals. They're having a lot of time. African-American doing well. Hispanic. The Hispanic is like, they don't know what's going on. not the Hispanics. I'm talking the Democrats. They're saying, what the hell is going on here? You're going to have a big surprise. You know, that beautiful, beautiful, good. You heard about the red wave, right? It's called the Great Wave. We're all waiting for that great red wave. But, you know, we're supposed to be, it's supposed to be all these votes are going to come in and then we catch them up later on because our people like to go to vote like me. But we catch up later on. There's only one problem. In a lot of cases, we're already winning. This is before the wave. We're already winning. So a lot of interesting things are happening. And those guys back there are saying, well, some of them like it, I think. But, you know, the interesting thing without me, you know what's going to happen to their ratings? Boom, boom. Can you imagine if you had 4 years of covering Sleepy Joe? It wouldn't be 4 years. Since I took office, we've reduced Medicare Advantage premiums by 34%. Good management. Socialist healthcare programs like the one supported by Biden and Harris always end up denying coverage to the sick and the elderly in order to reduce the soaring costs. Our opponents want to turn America into a communist Cuba, into a socialist Venezuela. If you look at the ideology that these people are talking about, take a look at Portland with the anarchists all over the place. By the way, we're asking the governor for approval to go in and clean out that mess, which has been going on for 140 days. But it's really been going on for many years. It's been going on like for Portland, anarchists, and it'd be so easy. Look at what we did in Minneapolis. After 10 days of rioting and everything else, we sent in the National Guard. They lined up again. World's most expensive outfits, $250,000 apiece. Helmets that are like a solid computer, right? And they had their tear gas. They had their pepper spray, which the Democrats don't want you to use. They don't want you to use anything. They want you to get hit. They want you to get hit with rocks and stones. But they had their tear gas, and they just marched forward. In 1.5 hours, the whole thing was over. It was all over. The only problem is they should have called us in sooner. If Biden wins, the radical left will transform this country into something that you will not recognize. They'll want to shatter the middle class with trillions of dollars in new taxes, $4 trillion, pack the Supreme Court with far left judges, 16, 18, 20. And how do you like Amy Coney Barrett? Right? Everybody. She's great. She's great. She's great. She made them look a little foolish, didn't she? As the Democrats went after her, it was like, boom. What do you have written down? What do you have written down on your pad? Nothing. Right? It's sort of cool. Happened to be a Republican that asked the question, but figure that one out, right? They want to unleash the violent rioters, criminal aliens, MS-13 killers, and they will indoctrinate your grandchildren and your children with poisonous anti-American lies in their schools, which we've ended. If you want your grandchildren to grow up in a free nation where they can speak their minds and pursue the American dream, then you must defeat Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left. You have to do it. And it's not really Joe. Look, let's face it, Joe doesn't have a clue, but he's surrounded by people that are definitely, they've got some problems. You got to reject the left-wing fascism and vote for American freedom. Our country is set to be greater than ever before. Watch, we're set. We're joined today by some incredible people. And a man I just mentioned, he's just a friend of mine. He said, I'd love to run for governor. And he did run, and I endorsed him, and he ran. And he went like a rocket ship. He was a great candidate. Then he had to run a candidate against a very, very powerful, great Democrat with a tremendous future. They said he's going to be the future of the Democrat Party. How's he doing, by the way? Is he doing fine? Yeah. I think Ron did him a favor by beating him. He did the Democrats a favor by beating him, right? But Ron DeSantis became your governor. You have an incredible first lady in Casey DeSantis, and they're here. Hey, Ron, how are we doing? If we don't win, I'll never speak to him again. A warrior, a great guy that has always been there for me. He's tough, he's strong, he's smart. Congressman Mike Waltz. Congressman. And a man with maybe the greatest name in politics, who also, whenever you need him, he's there, and he loves your state, and he loves our country. Daniel Webster. How's that name, Greg? How is that name? Hello, Daniel. What a name, Dan. With a name like that, how can you lose in politics, right? Daniel Webster. Congressional candidate who's way ahead in the polls. Kat Kamak. It's way ahead. How's that number looking, Kat? It's huge. She's doing great. She's a future star and a future and current and past star and a really great friend of mine, somebody that has always been there. Former Florida Attorney General. She could have anything she wanted, by the way. Anything. Former Attorney General Pam Bondi. Great woman, great person. She could have anything she wants. She could go, what are you going back into running or something? Or anytime you want to come into the administration, just call. But I hear she's doing very well, to put it mildly, right? All Biden and his handlers in the media want to talk about today is COVID, COVID, COVID. You know that. You turn on CNN. Look, their light just went off. You turn on CNN. You turn on MSDNC. You turn on this network, there's COVID, 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 COVID. On November 4th, you won't hear anything about it because we are rounding that turn. You won't hear. But they want to scare you to try to make you vote for Biden. That's all he can talk about because his record is horrible. And by the way, his record with the H1N1, which he always reverses, swine flu, was horrendous. The person that ran it, his chief of staff, right? Chief of staff, ran it. The chief of staff said it was a catastrophe. We didn't know what we were doing. It was an absolute disaster. Now he's going to come in and tell us what to do. Do you ever see where he said, you were late, except when I closed it to China, he said I shouldn't close it. For 2.5 months, he said I shouldn't close it. Then he ultimately admitted that he was wrong. And then he amazingly got a nomination, which he should have never gotten because you know why? Pocahontas, if she would have gotten out 3 days early. It's true. She took all of Bernie's on Super Tuesday. It's true. She took all of, do you agree with that, Congressman? She took all of his votes away. All he needed was a few more votes. He would have won every state. So you have somebody that really got a little bit lucky. You know, in prime time, they used to call him 1% Joe. Now in far less than prime time, he gets a nomination. Figure this one. Only in the world of politics can this happen. But if you watch CNN and MSDNC, the networks, it's all they talk about. They focus on case numbers. You know case numbers? You know why we have so many case numbers? Because we do more testing than any country in the world times 5, 10, 20. You have many countries don't do any testing, so they don't have any cases. You have many, many countries that have very few cases because they don't do testing. We test. We have tests like you wouldn't believe. You know, we got started because the fake news would say, where's the testing? We did more. We have the best tests in the world. And there's plenty good about testing, too. The bad thing is you find cases. Barron Trump, right? Young man, 14, strong. So he tests positive. I said, oh, that's terrible. They said, no, it's okay. The doctor, great doctor, White House doctor, Sean. I said, like 15 seconds later, how's Barron doing? He's all better, sir. I said, what are you talking about? The fact is, young people, 99.99 or something, young people, their immune systems, I hate to say it, they're a little stronger than our immune systems, right? Although I got it, and here we are, right? Here we are. It works out good. Here we are. And the good news, once you get it, you're immune. Now, it used to be before I got it, you were immune for life. I heard you were immune for life. Once I got it, they said, no, it's only 4 months. Okay. We have a double standard. You ever notice that? It was always like, once you get it, you're immune. I get it. Nope, it's only good for 4 months. Okay. It's a fake news. Last night, Biden, in his very weak debate performance, said, did you see some of the debates? 91% to 9. 91% in my favor to 9. 91 to 9. I like that. I like the sound of that. But last night he said America is entering a dark winter. Isn't that really inspirational? He's running for president. Think of it. We have this guy that can't even speak, and he goes, we're entering a dark winter. So inspirational. But he's trying to scare people, basically. He's trying to get something because he's been such a failure at every level of government that this is something. But what they don't remember is the swine flu and how bad it was. But I bring that up whenever I can. But we're not entering a dark winter. We're entering the final turn and approaching the light at the end of the tunnel. That's the way I look at it. I took very rapid action to ban travel from China and Europe, and Biden opposed it. We pioneered incredible therapies, and we reduced the fatality rate by 85%. Think of that, what we've learned. What we've learned. And we went out and we made just incredible things. The equipment we made, the equipment that we bought, the ventilators. We're the king of ventilators now as a country. Everybody has ventilators. We're sending them all over the world. We're making them by the thousands. We're the only one could do anything like that. It's the biggest mobilization of anything since World War II, the ventilators. The big thing. And I'm working to make the antibody treatment that I received available free to anybody that needs it, and we'll have it done pretty soon. All I know, I can talk to this group because we have something in common. All I know is I didn't feel too good. And it's been a long time since I didn't feel so good. I didn't have time to feel bad, right? But I didn't feel so good. I said, Doc, I'm not feeling too great here. And he said, let me check it out. Oh, you're positive. Oh, that's not what I wanted to hear. But I can't put myself into a basement of the White House. I don't have that luxury. No, I'm the president of the United States. I can't put myself into a beautiful bedroom and not come out for a year and a half someplace at the White House. I got to work. I meet with military leaders. I meet with foreign leaders. I meet with Gold Star families. I meet with so many people. I can't close myself up. And I say, oftentimes, I just met a lot of people. That's risky. And then one day I got it. I got it. And First Lady got it. But we got it. You see a lot of people. But we have a job to do. And we beat it. And we beat it. And we beat it. It was good. But I will tell you, I wasn't feeling great. And I'm laying in bed. And the one thing with you, President, you're going to find this out, Mr. Congressman. One thing, when you're president, you're not feeling good. You're laying in a bed. You got more doctors than any human being has ever had. I had 12 doctors. I had doctors from the greatest schools in the world. Johns Hopkins was there, and Walter Reed Medical Center. These people are unbelievable, the job they do. The job they do for our incredible soldiers, our wounded warriors, our people that come home that badly injured, badly hurt. The job they do is incredible. So I'm laying there, not feeling my best. And every doctor had a different specialty, right? And I had more hands on me than any human being. And I didn't like it. I said, come on, let's make this quick. But the bottom line is I took this Regeneron, it's called, and I wake up the next morning and I felt like Superman. It's like, wow, get me out of here. I got to get back to the people. Now, I don't know. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it was me. No, there he is, Superman. Look at that. Super Trump. Wow, look at this guy. Do you live at the Villages? I don't think so. Do you? Do you really? This guy lives at the Villages. I think I'll move in. I have an idea. I will sell Mar-a-Lago, and I'll move to the Villages. You know what? Not the worst idea. I like that idea. I like that idea. I like the people here. We'll have 100 million vaccine doses before the end of this year, and seniors will be the first in line. We're taking care of our seniors. Under my plan, you will get incredible life-saving therapies. Our therapies are incredible. Remdesivir just got approved. You saw that just today, got approved. And the FDA has moved at a pace that they've never moved before. They're approving things in weeks, which used to take years. That's a little prodding from me, I have to be honest with you. But they're doing it. They're doing it. They're doing a great job. You will get a vaccine that ends the epidemic or the pandemic, and it ends it and eradicates it. But without it, it goes away. But with it, it goes away faster. And it's going to happen very, very soon. You're going to have it very soon. A lot of great companies are right there. You'll get to see your friends, families, and loved ones. And you'll get to enjoy being with them in their golden years. It's a sad thing where you can't be near people. I mean, did you ever hear of anything like this? You can't be near people when they're in trouble. But we're going to be very close. We're very, very close. You watch. Under Biden's plan, you'll be locked down for years. The cure will be worse than the problem itself. Remember that. You got to lead your life. And you know what? Some people want to stay in, and that's good. Do it. Do it. Don't, I'm sort of like lead your life, right? And some people agree with me, some people. But if you want to stay in, if you want to do what you're doing, you do it. If you want to get out, you want to be careful and socially distance and all of the things. And you can wear a mask if you can't socially distance. But there are a lot of things you can do. But some people want to stay in, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. But you're going to have a vaccine, and it's going to be an incredible success. Wait till you see these vaccines that they're coming out with, and you're going to have therapeutics and therapies and cures. To me, the cure or the therapy is more important than the vaccine. Not everybody agrees. I think, you go in, and even the fact that it's there, like Regeneron, it had a hell of an effect on me. And somebody said, I looked better last night than I used to. And I said, I think it was Regeneron. No, it's very, but to me, I don't know. Maybe I'm not right. Not everybody agrees, but to me, knowing that there's something that can knock it out, to me, is actually more important than a vaccine. But the vaccines are coming. Therapeutics are already here and coming. And in my opinion, the therapeutics in some cases are already cures. Under my administration, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we're doing it again. So it's called Make America Great Again. Right? Right? Make America great again. So we're going to change all the hats. You're going to have to go out and buy a new one. It's going to have again, comma, again, exclamation point. In my first 3 years, we increased family income over $6,000 more than 5 times the gains in all 8 years under the last administration. Think of what that means. African American unemployment, Hispanic American unemployment, and Asian American unemployment all reached their lowest levels ever recorded, right? We lifted nearly 7 million Americans out of poverty, including more than 1.5 million Hispanic Americans. And when the virus hit, we experienced the smallest contraction, think of that, the smallest, of any major country and the fastest recovery of any country in the world. We're recovering at a level that nobody's seen. And that's despite the fact that Democrat governors have a lot of their states closed. When you look at Michigan, although we just won the court case against her, the only one that was given freedom was her husband, right? He was the only one that was allowed to go sailing on the lake. Nobody else could do it. But we just won the case. It was unconstitutional what she was doing. She was running it like a prison camp. And you have Pennsylvania, and you have North Carolina, and you have other places. They got to open them up. I guarantee November 4th, they'll say, well, we've decided to open. They just want to keep the numbers down as much as possible. It's not going to help them. Since April, we created a record 11.4 million jobs. Under Biden, it took 30 months to recover more than half of the jobs lost in a crisis. We did it in 5 months. Think of that, 30 months, 5 months. And they had the slowest recovery in history, or in 1929, since 1929. They don't know which. They say it both ways, but 1929 is a long time ago. It was the slowest recovery since 1929. We've achieved energy independence, and we've done it while protecting our pristine environment. I recently signed an order placing a moratorium on offshore drilling off the coast of Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and I decided to add Florida. Is that okay? We added Florida. We didn't want to make you too unhappy. Now we added Florida right at the beginning. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history, and we're finishing the wall 400 miles, and Mexico is paying for the wall. You do know that, okay? They like to say, after years of fighting for it, I made a terrible mistake. I should have said, we will not build a wall. We will never, ever build a wall. We will never build a wall. And the Democrats would have insisted that I build it. Okay. Right? We should have done that. If we did that, we'd have no problem. It took me 2 years to get this thing done. But when you're a developer from New York or a developer anywhere, getting financing is always not so hard. The Biden-Harris plan would also increase refugee admission by over 700%. Think of that. Refugee admission. This is agreed to. We call it the manifesto between Joe and Crazy Bernie and AOC +3 too. She's a great student. She drew the environmental plan. She's a great student of the environment. How many days do you think she spent at her college studying the environment? 3? They pledged to terminate all national security travel bans. They will open the floodgates to radical Islamic terrorism. And you saw what happened in France just the other day. And we sent our sincere best wishes to the president. Macron is doing a good job, not an easy job. I'm keeping the terrorists, jihadists, and violent extremists out of our country. Keep them the hell out. I instituted a ban, and they all said I was a bad guy. But you know what? I'll be a bad guy. Does anybody object to the ban on having radical Islam come in? The radical Islamic terrorists, no, we do have a ban. We invested $2.5 trillion in rebuilding our U.S. military. It's the best and strongest it's ever been, all made in the USA. With the best equipment in the world, hypersonic rockets go 7 times faster than what we have right now. Think of it. We have the greatest military that we've ever had. And when I came here first, the world's most overrated general said to me, "Sir, we have no ammunition." I said, "That's not good. No president should ever hear that. But we now have ammunition like we've never had ammunition before." And for our veterans, we have veterans here. We passed VA choice and VA accountability, right? Thank you, fellas. Thank you. VA choice, VA accountability, right? And everyone said that could never happen. And we just got a 91% approval rating from the vets. It's never happened. It's never been anywhere near that. Do you ever remember, you were growing up, we're living, every night they'd have in the news these horror stories about the vets and how badly they were. You don't see that anymore. Now, they'll go out and they'll find a vet someplace that's unhappy. And you'll see it tonight, right? There he is. Look, Uncle Sam is unhappy. Oh, look at this guy. You look good. Wow. Wow. You 105 years old. Wow. Beautiful couple. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you very much. 105. You look like you're, to me, about 68. You look beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Beautiful. That's great. We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. We took out the mass murder of American troops. Soleimani is dead. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal. I recognized the true capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And instead of never-ending wars in the Middle East, we have now, for the first time, very close to Middle East peace without blood all over the sand. We just signed another day. We just signed another one today. UAE, Bahrain, and today Sudan, and we have them lined up. Nobody thought this was going to happen. It turns out that I'm the peace president. Nobody thought that. Remember, they used to say he'll be at war. Remember, they said North Korea. You would have been, had Hillary won, crooked Hillary, you'd be at war, and a nuclear war with North Korea. Whatever happened to that war, right? Remember? Biden will trap us in nothing but endless Middle East wars and other wars because he has no clue. I did more in 47 months than Sleepy Joe Biden did in 47 years. That's true. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. It's a vote for the American dream. It really is. It is. It's vote for the American dream. Over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. That's already started. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities where we protect criminals. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to life, and we will keep, remember this, we will hold on to our Second Amendment. Let me put it very simply, because your Second Amendment is in serious, your Second Amendment without me is in serious trouble. I'll tell you, think about this. You know, when you think about it, I said the other day, I'm standing here. We got the Democrats, we got the fake news, we got the lamestream media, we have the big tech, we have the rhinos, we have the deep state, we have bad Republicans, mostly good, right? We had a 96% approval rating the other day in the Republican Party and 53% overall. Did you see that? 53%. That scares them. They don't like the 53%. 53% does not lose elections, right? In history, when you're at 53%, you don't lose elections. So they're getting a little bit nervous now. But, you know, we've had all these different groups, and here we stand, and we have the White House, and they don't. Think of it. We have the White House, and they don't. And we stop them from doing very bad things. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of these endless, ridiculous, long-term foreign wars. 19 years in Afghanistan. They're all coming home. They're all coming home. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require the biggest thing that you're going to see, price transparency. Doesn't sound like much. It's bigger than healthcare. It's already done. Kicks in on January 1st. Further reduce the cost of prescription drugs. That's favored nations. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Always, always. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. And NASA is now the most incredible thing that you've ever seen. And let me tell you, when I took over 3.5 years ago, it was an abandoned mess. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Florida. For the last 4 years, I have been going to battle for you with everything I have. There has never been a president who has been treated so badly as I have. Oh, it's all turning. It's all just fine. Thank you. And by the way, this should never happen to another president again. We caught them spying on our campaign. We caught them cheating. We caught them doing all sorts of really bad things. They should really, honestly, what happened to them, what they did to us, they spied, they cheated, it's treason. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. But it's a disgrace. And it should never, ever happen to another president. But now I am relying on you to get your friends, to get your family, to get your neighbors, get your coworkers, and get out and vote. So important. From Tampa to Tallahassee, from Jacksonville to Fort Lauderdale, places I all know very much. From Pensacola, where I'm going in a little while, to the villages. We stand on the shoulders of red-blooded American patriots who poured out their heart, sweat, and soul. And you did that. You poured out your heart, you poured out your sweat and your soul to secure our liberty, right? And defend our great freedom as a nation. We inherit the legacy of American heroes who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, dug out the Panama Canal, raised up the great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and from here in this beautiful state, landed our brave American astronauts on the face of the moon. We made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. True. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. That's what we're doing. With your help, your devotion, your drive, we are going to keep on working, we are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, and you know, there has never been a movement like this. You know, there's never been crowds like this. There's never been crowds. And this isn't even a rally. This is a stop at the villages. This isn't a rally. I have a rally in a little while, Pensacola, but this isn't a rally. This is a stop at the villages to say hello to people that have been with me so long. I've been seeing it. I've been seeing it. You're willing to get in fights from your golf carts. You're willing to do whatever the hell is. Where is that person? I love that person. I love our people. But this is just a friendly stop at the villages, and look what happens, right? It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. But there never has been a movement like this. There's been movements, but you've never had. You know, when Joe Biden stops, if he has 3, 4 people, I mean, no, seriously, he has the circles. You know the little circles? Which I love. The guy that does the circles is very good, very neat. I'm a perfectionist. Nice, big, beautiful yellow. They're very far apart because he can't get any people. There's only 5 of them. And they have a hard time filling them up. And here we have thousands of people. We have, no matter where we go, there has never been a movement like this. And it's a movement of loving our country. It's a movement of not letting these maniacs take over our country and destroy it. So I just think it's such a great honor to finally be with the villages. I wanted to do this so long. I wanted to do it last time. And I told you I did, but they gave me this big ballroom that holds not enough people. And the place was packed outside, but I just, this is really great. And I want to thank my people for putting this together. This is great. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible, unbelievable, beautiful people of the villages and of Florida, we have made America powerful again. We have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Villages. We love you, Villages. Thank you. It's great to be here. Thank you. Thank you. Get out and vote.
All right, President Trump is finished with his remarks now in the Villages. He will head now to Pensacola. You see there on the right side of your screen. I have 40 seconds to talk to you before Mike Dinwiddie takes over. I just want to say thank you all for everything. We are going to be so busy. We have 3 rallies tomorrow. We're going to be in Ohio, North Carolina, and then the nightcapper tomorrow night in Wisconsin. We have 5 additional rallies over the next 3 days that were just announced. We'll be adding those to our schedule, and I'm going to be booking travel all night. We need your help now more than ever. We're a small viewer-supported company. If you want to help us, please consider supporting our 2020 travel fund at rsbnetwork.com/donate. We are going to be tested. We have never been pushed like this before, but we're about to find out what we're made of. And we are
all right.
Send it to Mike now. God bless.
President Trump has just wrapped up his remarks here in the Villages, and he is now headed over to Pensacola, Florida, for what he said is a rally. I don't know how this is not a rally. Look at this crowd. Look at this president dancing, getting into it with the crowd. He is incredible, man. We're going to reelect him, plain and simple. Let me tell you guys about our partner for the day, Disney Coins. Disney Coins is the epitome of made in America because they are made in the USA by machines made in America, by people who deeply love this country. Coins are made with genuine silver and copper. Coins are valuable and unique. There are 20 plus patriotic designs, and they add 2 new designs every month. We're collecting them. You should collect them right along with us. They make great stocking stuffers, birthday gifts, Christmas gifts, etc. And Disney Coins is giving 10% profits back to conservative causes and organizations, those that are meaningful to you. So go to DisneyCoins.com. Please go to DisneyCoins.com. That is our partner for the day. Support Disney Coins. Support a patriotic company. Also, support Made in America companies like RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting. We could not do this without you. You guys are incredible. We are going to re-elect this president with your support. Please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate to support us. rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can mail checks to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. You can also donate via Super Chat, which I'm about to read off right now. We got Mary, thank you for your Super Chat. We got a new member, Esther. Another Super Chat from Kathy. We got a Super Chat from Bandman, I think I said that right. Melody, thank you for your Super Chat. Raj, thank you for your Super Chat. We appreciate everyone that has tuned in today. Got another one from Steppenwolf. Says, God bless y'all, RSB, and we love you. We love you too. We love every single one of you. Make sure that you subscribe to RSBN. Hit the subscribe button, hit the bell notification, like, share, and I'm going to let Father Frank wrap this bad boy up. Father Frank, go ahead and bring us home.
Well, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Joe. Thanks to the whole team. And listen, friends, we got to win this election, and that means the rally continues. I want to invite you to connect with President Trump's army. Go to Team Trump on Instagram, Team Trump on Twitter, Official Team Trump on Facebook, and this is where you can get day by day the best talking points and the best tools to bring this race home. You know what? We got to win the House. We got to win the Senate to save this country and the White House. You can connect with me also on Twitter and Instagram and Parler, FR Frank Pavone. That's for Father Frank Pavone, FR Frank Pavone. And I love to keep in contact with you. And finally, brothers and sisters, aside from all the accomplishments of this president, we need to tell our friends, we need to tell our fellow citizens that this is just a nice guy. He has the virtues of kindness, generosity, compassion, and he has shown that through all his life. He has shown that as president. This man is a good man. Don't let anybody try to say, oh, yeah, he made these accomplishments, but I have concerns about him as a person. He is a great person. Like the Lord said, a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. And boy, has he borne good fruit for our country. So thank you, Mike. Thank you all.
1 second. Yeah, they couldn't hear us because the music is just absolutely blaring. Hey, you guys wanted to hear YMCA. You heard it. You got to hear YMCA, guys. So and for those of you that couldn't hear, we want to thank every last one of you for tuning in, supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting. We're almost entirely viewer funded, almost entirely viewer supported. Go to rsvnetwork.com/donate. Send us to President Trump's next rallies. He's in Pensacola tomorrow or tonight. Sorry, he's in Pensacola tonight. And then tomorrow he's in Wisconsin, he's in Ohio and in North Carolina. Sunday he's in New Hampshire, and then in Monday he's in Pennsylvania twice. And then on Monday or on Tuesday he's in Michigan again, and then he's in Nebraska, and then somewhere else in the Midwest. But guys, over the next 10 days, this man's probably doing 100 rallies, and we would like to send a correspondent and a cameraman, if not two, to each one of those. And that can only happen with your support. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can also mail a check to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Do it. Support us on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit the bell notification so you get notified every single time we go live. It is crucial. We got 10 days, 11 days, 10 days, somewhere in the middle, to re-elect this president and save our sovereign nation-state republic, the United States of America. Can we get President Trump taken off here before we throw it back to Joe in the studio? We're going to get this going, man. We're going to win this bad boy. Look at our great president. Look at all these patriots out here. They're not leaving until he leaves. We're following him everywhere he goes, whether he's in Nevada, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Florida, Wisconsin, Minnesota, or the White House, or Walter Reed Medical Center. We are following this president. We stick with him because he sticks with us. We support him because he supports us. The first president in my lifetime to never start a war, lower taxes. All of the world's worst people hate him. And that's why we love him, because he stands with we the people. He stands up to this country. Lowest black unemployment, lowest Hispanic unemployment, Asian unemployment. We're going to re-elect Donald J. Trump in 11 days. If you live in the great state of Florida, get out there and vote for this man. Look at him. He's on his way right now to Pensacola, Florida. He never sleeps. God bless you. God bless President Trump. And God bless the United States of America. Back to you, Joe.
All right, you're looking at a live shot now from Pensacola, Florida, where our correspondents are standing by. Oops. Our correspondents are standing by. We have Liz Willis and Philip Torino, a new correspondent that's joining our team. We appreciate all of you watching. If you're still watching this on the Villages stream, please head on over to the Pensacola stream. This is going to be a big rally tonight. We can't wait for it. We can't wait to show you our new correspondent. Zoe is also here, Zoe Bethel. So we got three ready to go as President Trump is now in the air and headed this way. So stand by for just a minute and we'll have live action on the ground in Pensacola. Thank you all so much. Appreciate your support.
people waiting. There's never been anything like this. I will say that. With being very humble, I'll say that, Jeff. Is that okay? But there's never been anything like it. We have tremendous crowds. You saw the lines. They formed 2 days ago. So we're going to make 2 stops. And you're going to be with us a little bit. And I know you're going to be with us a little bit. And we have a very exciting election coming up. We're doing very well in North Carolina, very well. Pretty much everywhere we're looking, we're doing very well. And when people find out really what we've done and how good the economy is and how it's coming back, the numbers are fantastic. So we seem to be in very good shape. Any questions?
Can you give us the latest on stimulus talks?
Yeah, we're having talks today. We're discussing it today very solidly. We'll see what happens.
Talk with Leader McConnell.
Nancy Pelosi at this moment does not want to do anything that's going to affect the election. And I think it will affect the election negatively for her. So we'll see what happens, but there are talks going on as we speak.
Talk with Leader McConnell.
I don't want to comment on that. But the Republicans will come along.
Why did you criticize Dr. Fauci? Does it have anything to do with his high standing in public sentiment?
No, I think really Dr. Fauci's a very nice man, but we let him do what he wants to do. He gets a lot of television. He loves being on television, and we let him do it. Sometimes he says things that are a little bit off, and they get built up, unfortunately, but he's a nice guy. I like him, but he's called a lot of bad calls. He said, don't wear a mask, and he said, don't ban China. There were bad calls. He admits that, and I don't hold that against him. If I did, I wouldn't have him. No, I think he's a nice guy. Huh? I don't want to. I don't want to hurt him. He's been there for about 350 years. I don't want to hurt him. Well, they used to say, don't wear a mask. So, you have people on both sides of it. But I'm okay. Excuse me. I'm okay with masks. I like it. I think it's good. A lot of people like it. This gentleman has done an incredible job in Arizona, and he's taken a very tough stand, but he's let his economy grow. And frankly, if they would have done that in Michigan and various other places where the governors just shut it down for everybody except for a husband, his attitude, they had a spike, and he let the spike play, and they were careful, and now your state is really in great shape.
Thank you, Mr.
What a
President.
job.
Thank you.
So
Your
proud of
chief
you.
of staff said today that there'll be a lawsuit filed on Section 230 on the tech company.
Who said that? Who said that?
Mark Meadows said that as soon as today there could be a lawsuit filed. Is
Well,
that from the White House?
they've been given great protection, and when they take down people like Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk is a terrific person, and I just heard that he was taken down. And how can you take down Charlie Kirk? He's mainstream, conservative, but solid as a rock. He represents a point of view, and he's putting up something from the New York Post, which is a respected newspaper. I'll tell you what, the biggest winner in this whole thing is a newspaper called the New York Post, the oldest paper in our country. So what they have done is I'm very proud of them.
Are you filing a lawsuit, or is the campaign filing
You'll be
a lawsuit?
seeing very soon. You don't understand. I understand well. You don't understand, and you never have understood.
Is this election going to be a repeat of 2016?
I think so. I think we'll do better than 2016. We're way ahead of where we were in 2016, and I've done things that nobody's ever done. We built the greatest economy in the world, and we're building it rapidly again. If you look at Arizona, you look at the job they've done, and I'm just leaving other states. Every one of these Republican-run states are doing phenomenally. The Democrat-run states are not, but they're not going to affect our numbers very much. I think they're going to open up on November 4th. They'll be opening up on November 4th. And by the way, the fact that Kristen Welker is, a dyed-in-the-wool radical left Democrat or whatever she is, okay, then ask, why are you defending her? Then ask her, why did she delete her account? Would you please have her put her account back? And you know what? It's not going to affect, I know you want to stick up. It's not going to affect me. I'm going to be there. But, I told you about the last one, and I was right. And I told you about Savannah Guthrie, and I was right. And I'm telling you about Kristen Welker. Kristen Welker should put all of her statements back on. She deleted her entire account. She shouldn't do that. With what?
Did they find have the moderator be able to turn off the mics? Is that what
I have no idea. I'm doing this. What am I doing to prepare? I'm doing this. I've done very well in debates, and you do what you do. You just do what you do. The last debate I had 2-on-1. I usually have 2-on-1 at least, and I did well on the last debate, and we did well with Savannah Guthrie based on reports. But all you can do is look. You go around. We do interviews with you. This is like I call this debate prep. This is actually tougher than a debate. If you want to know the truth.
Will you do the testing before the debate, and will you authorize? Will you do the testing before the debate, and will you? Yes, the COVID testing, and will you authorize your doctors to tell us when?
Sure, I would have no problem with it. I'm not only am I free, positive, or whatever. What would you call it? I'm totally free, right? Not only am I free, I'm immune. They say if you've had it, you're immune. Now the question is, are you immune for 4 months or for the rest of your life? That's the only thing we don't know.
Will you authorize your doctors to tell you when you tested negative last before the last
Is that very important to you? You seem to be so intent. But if it's so important to you, why is it so important to you?
Because we want to know how long you may have been.
Why?
We want to know if you followed the rules.
I know, but why is it so important to you?
Authorize your
Look at the dedication. Yeah, my doctors have already given it. My doctors have given more information than has been given on any human being in the history of the world. Go ahead.
Campaign strategy seems to be to call Biden a criminal. Why is that?
He is a criminal. He's a criminal. He got caught, read his laptop, and you know who's a criminal? You're a criminal for not reporting it. You are a criminal for not reporting it. Let me tell you something. Joe Biden is a criminal, and he's been a criminal for a long time, and you're a criminal in the media for not reporting it. Good luck, everybody. Have a good time. Have a good time.
I am waiting for the day.
Now, old Deuteronomy, just before dawn, through the silence, you feel you could cut with a knife. announces the cat, and come back to a different Jellicle life.
Turn your face to the moonlight. Let your memory lead you. Open up, enter in. If you find there the meaning of what happiness is, then a new life will begin. Memory, all alone in the moonlight, I can smile at the old days. I was beautiful then. I remember a time I knew what happiness was. Let the memory live again. Burnt out ends of smoky days, stale, cold smell of morning. A street lamp dies, another night is over, another day is dawning. Daylight, I must wait for the sunrise. I must think of a new life, and I mustn't give in. When the dawn comes, tonight will be a memory too, and a new day will begin. Sunlight through the trees in summer, endless masquerading, like a flower as the dawn is breaking. The memory is fading. Touch me, it's so easy to leave me all alone with the memory of my days in the sun. If you touch me, you'll understand what happiness is. Look, a new
It's 9 o'clock on a Saturday. The regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me, making love to his tonic and gin. He says, son, can you play me a memory? I'm not really sure how it goes, but it's sad and it's sweet and I knew it complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. La 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 da da da, la la da 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 da. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you got us feeling all right. Now John at the bar is a friend of mine. He gets me my drinks for free, and he's quick with a joke or to light up your smoke, but there's some place that he'd rather be. He says, Bill, I believe this is killing me, as a smile ran away from his face. Well, I'm sure that I could be a movie star if I could get out of this place. Oh, la la da da da, la la da 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 da. Now Paul is a real estate novelist who never had time for a wife, and he's talking with Davy, who's still in the Navy and probably will be for life. And the waitress is practicing politics as the businessmen slowly get stoned. Yes, they're sharing a drink they call loneliness, but it's better than drinking alone. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody, and you got us feeling all right. It's a pretty good crowd for a Saturday, and the manager gives me a smile, 'cause he knows that it's me they've been coming to see, to forget about life for a while. And the piano, it sounds like a carnival, and the microphone smells like a beer, and they sit at the bar and put bread in my jar and say, man, what are you doing here? Oh, la 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 di di da, la la di di da da da. Sing us a song, bye, bye, bye. Just hit me with the truth now. Girl, you're more than welcome to. So give me one good reason, baby, come on. I'm here for you and me. And now I really come to see that life would be much better once you're gone. I know that I can't take no more. It ain't no lie. I wanna see you out that door, baby. Bye, bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for two. should have listened to my mind. You know you can't hold me forever. I didn't sign up for you. I'm not a present for your friends to open. This boy's too young to be singing the blues. So goodbye, yellow brick road, where the dogs of society howl. You can't let me in your penthouse. I'm going back to my plow, back to having all out in the woods, cutting the horny like toad. Oh, I found the side of my future life beyond the yellow brick road. What do you think you'll do then? I bet to shoot down the plane. It'll take you a couple of hot urine tonics to set you on your feet again. Maybe you'll get a replacement. There's plenty like me to be found. Mongrels who ain't got a penny, sniffing for tickets like you. On the so goodbye, yellow brick road, where the dogs of society howl. You can't let me in your penthouse. I'm going back to my plow, back to the house all out in the woods, cutting the horny back toad. Oh, I found the side of my future life beyond the yellow brick road.
Ow! I got him! Can't do without him. Get down! Say it! What makes a man break on up inside? When he can't win, thinks he's losing his pride. What makes a man feel he's gonna fail? When he can't win, he thinks he's mine and jail. Said, a good fine woman, fine, sweet woman. Give me that woman. Say it, give me. Say it. Good God, I need me. Woman, hit me in the midnight hour, but get me. Woman, feel good. Woman, mama feel good. Hit me. What makes a man jealous of each other? Sometimes it turns against only funky brother. Makes the cloudy day seem brighter. It makes the nightmare turn into the warmest night. She got to be nothing but a woman. Woo! Woman, said, give it to me. A woman, fine, boxing, Texas woman. ever felt a thing. Let you know when she feels sad, smile when she feels so sad. Then when you're feeling blue, you know it's a place right beside you. I want to know what man can't stop turning. She ain't nothing but a good, fine, funky, good loving woman. Wintertime woman. She makes me feel so good. Hey, pull off the shoes. Stay a little while. If you got a good woman. Oh, damn it. Turn the lights down low. Just can't go. I got to wait for the knock on the door. I wanna go. The supreme being will always beat you in our sin. But people so good when you got a woman. I need me a good dog in the midnight hour, the 12 o'clock hour. I see the midnight hour. Bring on, hey, bring on.
The lunatic is on the grass. The lunatic is on the grass. Remembering games and daisy chains and laughs. Got to keep the loonies on the path. The lunatic is in the hall. The lunatics are in my hall. The paper holds their folded faces to the floor. And every day the paper boy brings more. And if the dam breaks open many years too soon, and if there is no room upon the hill, and if your head explodes without the bones too, I'll see you on the dark side of the moon. The lunatic is in my head. The lunatic is in my head. You raise the blade, you make the change, you rearrange me till I'm sane. You lock the door, throw away the key. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. And if the cloud bursts, thunder in your ear, you shout, no one seems to hear. And if the band you're in starts playing different tunes, I'll see you on the dark side of the moon. you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you want to be? I said, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, are you listening to me? Young man, what do you want to be? YMCA. You'll find it at the YMCA. No man, young man, does it all by himself. Young man, put your pride on the shelf. YMCA. And just go to the YMCA. Young man, I was once in your shoes. Young man, I was down with the blues.
There is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruling of many a poor boy. And God, I know I'm one. My mother was a tailor, sewed my new blue jeans. My father was And the only time he's satisfied is when he's on a drum. Oh, mother, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, you one brother and a black one, the other put on the train. I'm going back to New Orleans to where
paid my dues time after time. I've done my sentence, but committed no crime. And bad mistakes, I've made a few. I've had my share of bad kicks in my face, but I've come through. And I need to go on, 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 on. We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions of the world. I've taken my bows and my curtain calls. You brought me fame and fortune and everything that goes with it. I thank you all, but it's been no bed of roses, no pleasure cruise. I consider it a challenge before the whole human race, and I ain't gonna lose. And I need to go on, on, on. We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time to lose us, 'cause we are the champions of the world. The champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting till the end. Oh, we are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions. Body, body, wanna feel my body, baby. Such a thrill, my body, yeah, yeah. Wanna touch my body, baby. It's too much, my body, yeah, yeah. Check it out, my body, baby. Don't you stop my body, yeah, yeah. Talking about my body, well, check it out, listen here. Every man wants to be a macho, macho man. Just have the kind of body, always in demand. Jogging in the mornings, go man go. Workouts in the health spa, muscles flow. You can best believe that he's a macho man. Glad he took it down with anyone he can. Hey, 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 hey. Macho, macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. I've got to be a macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho. Oh, macho, macho man, yeah. I've got to be a macho man. Macho, macho man. Hey, hey. I've got to be a macho.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Hello, Prescott. Hello, Prescott. I better speak fast. This sun is hot. This sun is hot. So did anybody notice? I'm sure you didn't, that we flew right over you, right? We have the greatest pilots and the greatest equipment anywhere in the world. I said, I wonder if there'd be any danger. No, sir, don't worry. And then flying over, I noticed something, right? I saw this crowd, and then I saw a crowd bigger than this over there trying to get in. Can you believe it? Let them in. Let them in. Let them in. They're coming in. Just let them in. I thought we could wait. Would you like to wait about an hour as they peel in? Do you have speakers back there, please? All right. You know, the fake news, they never report this stuff, right? Right? And they don't. Sleepy Joe Biden yesterday had 7 people, and then they say he's tied in the polls in Pennsylvania. You know, no, I don't know. There's something going on here. There's something phony going on. So, you know, the votes are coming in, and they're very much inclined to be with us. I don't know if you see, you know, early voting. Because our people like to go out and vote, right? They like to vote. They like to vote. And it's incredible what's happening. So the early votes are coming in a lot of areas, and they're starting to get a little bit nervous on the other side. In Michigan, we're leading the early vote. We're supposed to be at 20%, and then we catch them right in the final days like a racehorse. No. It's going to be very big. You don't have events like this and you come in second in Arizona, okay? You don't do that. You don't say, I don't like saying, let's leave now. Goodbye, you 25, 40,000, whatever the hell number of people. Goodbye, everybody. Oh, we're in second place in Arizona. You know, I don't think so. No, we're in first place in Arizona. But you know, these fake people back here, the press, the media, they're fake. And same thing happened last time, only worse. It was crazy. And last time I never did it before, so I believed them. And then what happened is we had the day, and I was down in 9 states that I had to win, right? I was down in all 9 on election day, and we won all 9, right? No, they said, this will be a very poor day for Donald Trump. That time, Donald Trump, right? This is going to be a rough day for Donald Trump down in 9 states. End of the evening, then you saw them cry. Remember the guy with also John King? Oh, my God. He just won Wisconsin. He just won Michigan. He just won Arizona. He just won Pennsylvania. What's going on? No, they were not having a good day. They will not have. This is going to be even better, I think. I mean, the only difference is the big risk is they sent out tens of millions of these unsolicited ballots. And we're trying to find out, who do they send them to? When do they send them? Where do they send them? Who sends them back? Some of these governors say, you don't need signature verification. Why would you need a thing like that? No signature verification. In some cases, you don't need a signature. Why would you need a thing like that? No, they found 50,000 in a river. They found 53,000 in a creek. They found many in a garbage can. They happened to be from the military. Many of them, they were in a garbage can, they found them. And they all had the name Trump on it. Isn't that shocking? They were military, all in favor of Trump, and they found him in a garbage can. I got to tell you, that's the only thing I'm concerned about. And we have law enforcement watching every one of them. But they have, and you have to watch them too. 15 days from now, we're going to win the state of Arizona, and we're going to win 4 more years in the White House. Everybody needs to get out and vote. Return your absentee ballot today, or vote early in person as soon as you can. When is that starting? When does that start? Now? Now! Get out now, right? I like that better. Oh, you know, you always get this, but yeah. And your state is doing great. You have a great governor, as you know, and your state is doing great with a pandemic. They're getting tired of the pandemic, aren't they? Getting tired of the pandemic. You turn on CNN, that's all they cover. COVID, pandemic, COVID. You know why? They're trying to talk everybody out of voting. People aren't buying at CNN, you dumb bastards. They're not buying it. That's all they talk about. I watch this guy's got lousy ratings. Fredo, you know Fredo? Got horrible ratings. He's talking about the pandemic. That's all they talk about. You know, I don't know. He said he had it. I'm not sure he had it. He went to the basement. It's the only time his ratings were up. People want to see what was going to happen. He'll probably get it again, even though in theory you're not supposed to be able to. Well, I had it, and they say you're not going to catch it again, and that's okay with me. That's okay with me. Oh, were they happy when they heard I had it, right? Did you see it? Oh, they were trying, well, we hope he gets better. We hope he gets better soon. And then I came out and I did a rally, and I said, this guy hasn't changed. Actually, I'm not saying, I don't know if this is a compliment. They said he looks better now than before he had it. What's that all about? What's that? Who knows? If you have it, you get better. But we have great therapeutics. I took something, Regeneron, which we're making available to everybody free. But to me, it was a cure. It wasn't it wasn't a therapeutic. To me, it was a cure. I took it. I didn't feel so great. I will tell you that. I don't like to admit that, but for a long time. And I didn't feel too great. And when you're president, you have a lot of doctors checking you out, right? I told the story last night. We went, by the way, these rallies, they're unbelievable. And I like this better. Remember, we're outside. They all want us to be outside, you know? They're all wanting us to be outside. And these are outdoor rallies. And we can hold more people than we can in the arenas. These are the biggest rallies. These are the biggest rallies ever had in history by a political candidate. They won't say that. No, it's great. It's great. But I took it, and it was incredible. Incredible. And I was out. I took it. I felt like Superman. The next morning, I woke up. I said, let me at it. With your vote, we will continue to cut your taxes and regulations to maintain your energy independence, strengthen our military, support our great police, protect our Second Amendment, which is under siege. Defend our borders, arrest violent criminals, and confirm more judges to uphold the rule of law. We have a record number of judges, you see that? a record number of federal judges, and we have a great one right now, hopefully gets approved next week. Amy, under my leadership, prosperity will surge, patriotism will soar, optimism will boom, the pandemic will soon end. It's rounding the corner. They hate it when I say it. You know, they always like to say about Europe and this and that. Really? Oh, really? How are they doing? How are they doing? I'll tell you what, and we're working with them. We're sending them ventilators. We're sending them everything. But we're rounding the turn. We're going to have the vaccine, but with or without it. And it's happening soon, by the way. It would even happen sooner if we didn't have these characters on the other side, the Democrats that are running all these failed cities. The Democrats are running your failed cities. You know that, right? And states. But if they weren't talking, because they don't want it to be, you know, they don't want it to be successful. I really mean it. But ultimately, it's going to all come together because it was coming together, and then we got hit by the China plague. We were going to all be well unified. People were calling me that you would have never expected. It was coming together because of success. And then we got hit by the plague. We closed up, which we did a great thing. We saved 2 million lives or more. 2 million lives. We did a great job. We never got credit for it. We helped all of the states and the governors. Some did a good job. Some did a horrible job. I'll tell you who they are one day. Do I have the all-time great book? I have the real book, right? But like a lot of these other people, I don't like writing books while I'm running. I don't like writing books while we're in office because you don't do that. Normal life will rapidly return. That's what we want. Normal. Go take us back 7. And next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. That's what's going to happen. And we're going to cut your taxes. This guy's going to raise your taxes by 4 times. Think of it. And now he's saying, well, maybe I won't take away the tax cuts because he said, we're going to end the Trump tax cuts. They said, well, it's going to ultimately be $8,000 a family. He said, well, maybe we won't end them. That doesn't sound so good. Look, he's gonzo, folks. He's gone. He has no idea. And the people that are running that party are radical, far-left maniacs. And you can't let this. This is the most important election in the history of our country. This is an election that's a choice between a Trump recovery at the highest end or a Biden depression. You're going to have, with what he's going to do with regulations, what he's going to do with taxes, every company that came in from Europe, from Asia, every company is going to leave as soon as I'll tell you what, even the thought of it. As an example, Foxconn. Foxconn in Wisconsin, incredible company. It makes a lot of the Apple equipment stuff, right? The phones, the iPhones, the iPads. Incredible company. They don't like the Democrat governor. They don't want to spend the money. They want to come in and spend a lot of money. They don't like the possibility that a Sleepy Joe could get in. They don't want to invest billions of dollars in having those policies. So they pull back. If Trump gets in, they will spend billions and billions and billions, not your state, but Wisconsin, probably your state too, billions of dollars. But we speak to them. They're unhappy when they see this Democrat kind of leadership or even the chance that it is. So wait till you see what Foxconn does in Wisconsin, okay? Different place, but wait till you see. If we win, they will make an investment the likes of which our country has rarely seen before. But this is all a choice between getting a safe vaccine or really a lockdown. You know, Biden wants to lock it down. He wants to listen to Dr. Fauci. He wants to listen to Dr. Fauci. And don't forget, Dr. Fauci, what he said is, no, don't close it to China. I said, I'm sorry, doctor, you're a wonderful man. And he is a nice man. You're a wonderful man. I'm closing it. I saved thousands of lives. He admitted that 2 months later. 2 months later. And Dr. Fauci said, don't put on masks. You see the thing. And now he says, put on masks. And they say, you know, he's a wonderful guy. And he is a wonderful guy. I like him. He just happens to have a very bad arm. He has a bad arm, but he's a good guy. He's a good guy. A lot of our people don't like him. I like him. You have to understand him. He's a promoter. And it's a choice between the American dream or a totally socialist nightmare. That's what you'll have. You'll be a socialist country. And I said, our country will never be a socialist country. We're not going to let it happen. It'll be destroyed. Joe Biden has made a corrupt bargain. By the way, he's made many corrupt bargains if you've been reading. You know, he's all shut down again. Can you believe it? He's going lid. You know, lid means a politician goes into, I guess, a garbage can or something. Put the lid. They put the lid on it, right? I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's something else. It sounds. No, there's an expression they kept saying, "Sir, the vice president, our vice president Pence is working his ass off." I'll tell you, he's all over the place. He's great. Did he do a good job against Kamala? If that were a fight, they would have stopped it. Now, Pence is great, but they put the lid on it. Every day you wake up, where's Biden today? Sir, he's lit it out. He's lit it out. What does that mean? That means he's going to stay in the basement all day. But I think today he's staying in the basement to talk to his lawyers. They caught him cold. They caught him cold. I'll tell you something, and I mean this too. He is lucky that we have in our country, and they don't appreciate, a wonderful human being and the most fair Attorney General of the United States. Because I know people that would have had him locked up 5 weeks ago. Bill Barr is a very nice man and a very fair man, and they have no idea because somebody else would have taken that thing and all the crap and corruption. He's been a corrupt politician for a long time, this guy. And in many ways, it doesn't make some of us happy, but in many ways, Bill Barr is a wonderful human being and a very fair person. And he's not a person that wants to hurt people. Just remember that. I say it and I say it once. Just remember it, because I get angry too. But just remember it. He's a very fair man. And in many ways, and especially in that position, there's something very nice about it, okay? So what can I say? Joe Biden has made a corrupt bargain in exchange for his party's nomination. He has handed control of his whole group over to the socialists, the communists, the Marxists, and the left-wing extremists. You know that. You see them marching up the streets in these Democrat-run cities. You don't see them in the Republican-run cities. They're in charge, and they are calling the shots. If elected, Biden will delay the therapies. Look, I mean, even the vaccines, they're trying to say, oh, it's no good if Trump has it. It's being done by Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer. I don't even know who these people are, right? If it comes out with Trump, how bad is that? They are willing to demean a vaccine for political purposes. I saw it this morning. I saw it this morning where a governor who's done a truly poor, thousands, tens of thousands of people have died in his state, Andrew Cuomo. He's done a terrible job. 11,000 people died in a nursing home. He could have put them in the convention center that I built. We opened up 2,800 beds. We moved the big hospital ship. It was empty. He could have put them there. He put them back in, infected people back in with our elderly population, knowing that our elderly population is susceptible. Andrew Cuomo, he killed thousands and thousands of people. Probably listened to his brother Fredo. You know Fredo? Fredo. Now it's a shame. And you know, it's just a shame. But I saw him, he was knocking the vaccine. If the vaccine comes out during the Trump administration, we're not going to use it. It's nothing to do with me. It's Johnson & Johnson, it's Pfizer, it's Moderna. These are the greatest companies in the world. It has nothing to do with me. We need a vaccine, and when it's ready, it should come out. Already, it could, in my opinion, except for politics, they just don't want it to come out before the election. But you know what? I'm the one that did it. This thing wouldn't be here for 2 years, and they're ready to come. But it's a shame. It's a shame when you try and demean something so important for politics. It's a shame. But they'd like to postpone the vaccine, prolong the pandemic, close your schools, shut down your country. We're not doing it. By the way, you have a great governor, the way he did it. You have a great governor. He's here someplace. We're going to introduce him. Where the hell is the governor? Where's that guy? Don't get up yet. I'll introduce you. You'll have your... Don't get too much sunburn. The governor didn't tell me it was going to be this hot out here. Does anybody have a little sunblock? I'd love to use it right now. I'm always preaching to my kids, sunblock, sunblock, and here I am like an idiot, but that's a... He'll massively raise your taxes, Biden. He's going to raise your taxes. First time I've ever heard of a politician. He's running on raising taxes. That's how crazy the world has become. All my life, I see politicians, they want to cut your taxes. We're going to cut your taxes. The other guy says, we're going to cut it more. Well, this is an easy one for me then, because we gave you the greatest, biggest tax cut in history. And he's going to give you the biggest tax cut in reverse, because what he's going to end ours, but he's going to give you the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. Now think of it. Think of it. Who the hell can win with that platform? And if you listen to these people, this election is tied. We're 3 points up in your state, but I don't know. I think, how can you be 3 points up when we have crowds like this and nobody shows up? 3 points. 3 points. No, so we're cutting your taxes. He's increasing your taxes. Just those two things. Isn't that sort of the end of the election? Now, we can make the case, something's good. It will destroy your 401ks. It will destroy the stock market, which is ready to reach new historic. Can you imagine rounding the turn on the pandemic, and we have the highest stock market we've ever had? Think of this. And some of our numbers are higher than they were. Housing and different things. Some of our numbers are higher than they were even before the pandemic. I mean, it's pretty amazing. You know why? Because we built such a strong foundation. If we didn't have that strong foundation, this would be a disaster. He wants to bury you in regulations, outsource your jobs, dismantle your police departments, dissolve our borders. He doesn't want borders. The wall, by the way, is almost finished, and you have the strongest southern border you've ever had. He wants to confiscate your guns, get rid of your Second Amendment. He wants to ban American energy, no fracking. How about that? For a year and a half, he says no fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania. We have 1 million jobs. The state is dependent on it. And all of a sudden he says, oh, well, I guess we can frack. And the press doesn't call him because they are more corrupt than Biden himself. They want to wipe out your private health care plans. A lot of people have 180 million people have private health care, and they love it. They're so happy, and it's all going to disappear. You will be able to go to your local hospital ward and stand in line for 6 weeks when you have a cold or when you have something worse. This is what's going to happen. He wants to terminate your religious liberty, destroy the suburbs. They're not destroyed. We ended the regulation. I ended it. You know that? Women of the suburbs, please raise your hands. Okay, look at it. Look at that crowd. So women of the suburbs, look, here's the story. Women of the suburbs. The fake news has been saying the women of the suburbs, they said this last time too. Women don't like Trump. And then they saw 52% voted for Trump, right? I said, why don't they like me? They don't like me. They couldn't give. And then after we won, they said, women came out for Trump. What happened? Women. I like women. I like women. So anyway, no, but listen, here's the story. They said suburban women. I used to call them suburban housewives. I got killed all the time. I said, oh, I better go politically correct. And I'll bet is there one woman here that minds being called, if you're married at least, a suburban housewife? The only one, she wants to be called, she said called. No, the only one that mind are those characters, a lot of people up there. The press, right? That's the only one. The rest of them don't. But you know what? In keeping with our modern era and being politically correct, so the women of the suburbs. So you have a regulation now that's a disaster. It allows low-income housing to be built right next to your American dream. What ultimately it means is crime will come pouring. And you know what? These Antifa people and the radical left, and it is the radical left. It is the radical left. The radical left the next place they want to hit are the suburbs. They say it all over, right? And what I did with the regulation, my people came and he's great, Ben Carson, Dr. Ben Carson. He's great. But Ben came to me, sir, I said, I want to get rid of that regulation. It's a horrible regulation, getting worse all the time. And I've watched it for years. You've all watched it, right? Where they destroy these incredible communities. And Ben said, well, we can really bring it down and make it much more palatable. I said, no, Ben, you know what? That's going to be more controversial. Terminate it. He said, yes, sir, we terminated it. You have no more regulation. Now, if sleepy, crazy, crooked Joe gets in, I don't know, he shouldn't be allowed to run, frankly. If that were me, they wouldn't allow me to run. If that were me. Can you imagine if Don Jr. had the problems of Where's Hunter? Right? Don Jr. Oh, my poor boy. Boy, what that boy's been through. What that guy's been through. I don't know. Ivanka's different. She sort of floats through life. She's pretty amazing, I tell you. She's pretty amazing. And Eric has been great. But what they went after my kids, and I restrict them from doing things. I mean, can you imagine the money my kids could be? Dad, let's build a hotel in Saudi Arabia. I restricted them. I said, you can't do anything. Let's go build a couple of hotels in name any place in the world. We'll have them, right? And you know all the money that Biden's raising? He did $350 million. I would be, Doug, the greatest I'd make Doug look like a bad fundraiser. I would be the greatest fundraiser in history. All I have to do is call up the head of every Wall Street firm, head of every major company, head of every major energy company. Do me a favor, send me $10 million for my campaign. Yes, sir. They say the only thing is, why didn't you ask for more, sir? I would take in more money, but you know what? I don't want to do that. Because if I do that, I'm totally compromised. Because when they call me, you know, you're a loyal person. And what happens is, hey, you know, you'll do things that are a lot more money. So when the press says, and we're raising a lot of money, we're raising a lot of small money, a lot of 61, 62, you know, no Republicans ever done that. But when I start calling, I would be the greatest fundraiser in history. Don't forget, I'm not bad at that stuff anyway. And I'm president. So I call some guy, the head of Exxon. I call the head of Exxon. I don't know, but, you know, I'll use a couple. Hi, how you doing? How's energy coming? When are you doing the exploration? Oh, you need a couple of permits, huh? Okay. But I call the head of Exxon. I say, you know, I'd love to send me $25 million for the campaign. Absolutely, sir. Why didn't you ask? Would you like some more? And if I make the call, now people make the call, it's different, you know, but if I made the call, I will hit a home run every single call. I would raise $1 billion in one day if I wanted to. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it. I put in a lot of money when I ran originally. I put in a lot of money into this campaign, you know, my primary campaign. And I never thought it was appreciated. They'd never give me credit for it. But I gave up my salary. You know, I gave up. So the president's paid. No, but nobody ever talks about it. You know, every month there's sleaze, because they're sleaze, most of them. Not all of them. That guy's a good guy. But you do have a couple of good guys, but not many. But every month they call, and has the president given up his check? I don't have to, you know. I'm the only president, they say, maybe I'm wrong, they'll say, you know, 100 years ago, somebody else did. I'm the only president that did not accept a salary, which surprised me, you know. It's $450,000. The only reason I mention it is they never talk about it. They never talk about it. But what they do is they call up every month. Did he give up his check? And Kaylee, where's Kaylee? Is she here? Where's Kaylee, our great Kaylee? Where's Kaylee? Kaylee! She's around. Whoa! Come here, Kaylee. Wait. So she just recovered from COVID. Can you believe it? Stay away from me, Kaylee. No, Kaylee. Is it true? They call all the time. Did he give up his check, his salary check? And she's always, okay, they never write about that. If I ever didn't give it up, it would be headlines. Trump refused. These people are the worst. But is that true, Kaylee? Say a couple of words.
That is absolutely true, Mr. President. And let me tell you this, guys, with your help, we can beat social media. We can beat the media because we have the greatest fighter in the history of this country in President Donald J. Trump.
She's so great. She is so great. I didn't know she'd be that good. That was good. Sometimes they get people up and they bomb, they bomb. She's married to a professional Major League Baseball player. He got lucky. Thanks, Kaylee. But it's true. It's true. But I'd be the greatest fundraiser of all time. For the last 47 years, Sleepy Joe Biden shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, threw open your borders, and ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in these ridiculous, endless foreign wars of countries that you've never even heard about, right? You never even heard their name. So sad. They're all coming back, you know that. Joe Biden is a servant of the globalists and the lobbyists and the wealthy donors, the people that I could be calling, oh, would I have fun? I would have fun. I'd like to call. Maybe I should call and put the money in escrow and just give it back to them. And the Washington vultures who got rich bleeding America dry. That's what happened, including Big Pharma. In 2016, you voted to fire this corrupt and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first. It's about time. %56%. Did you see this? We're in a pandemic, okay? Because of China. We're in a pandemic. A poll just came out, Gallup. 56% of the American people in this brand new poll just came out, Gallup poll, say they are better off today than they were 4 years ago under Obama-Biden administration. And it's a record number. Will you do me a favor, just one favor today? Will you please go out and elect Martha? Stand up, Martha. Great pilot. When we came in low with the helicopter, she said, I wish she could have been 200 feet lower. I said, then we would only had 10 feet clearance. She said, I don't care. She was a great pilot. The Warthog she flew. The Warthog's an incredible plane. Get her elected, will you please? I don't want to waste. We don't want to waste a lot of time, Martha. Get her elected, okay? Please. That other guy, he's bad news. I mean, he's good if you don't like. Does anybody not like your Second Amendment here? Because he will vote to get rid of your Second Amendment. You know that, you know? I mean, I know the whole thing of the history, and it's a sad deal, and all of that stuff. But he's a radical leftist, and he's going to vote to take away your guns. And somehow Arizona and no guns don't seem to match up very well. He's going to take away, and I'm much more blunt, I think, than Martha. She's a nicer person than I am. I say it very directly. He's going to vote to take away your guns. Now, I don't know that he'll be successful because hopefully he's going to have to go through me. But what the hell do we need that there for? She will be a great senator, and she has been a great senator. And, you know, she was appointed by Doug, and Doug is one of the best governors in the country. And he didn't close you down and you couldn't breathe like in Michigan. You know, the Supreme Court overruled her in Michigan. And you know, part of the problem she had, the only one that had his freedom was her husband. He was allowed to go swimming, fishing, boating. Everybody else is on shore and they see this guy boating. And who was it? It was the husband of the governor of Michigan. That didn't help their case, by the way. But no, I mean, the people in Michigan, I love them. We're leading in the polls in Michigan. But think of it. You know why? Because we have many car plants. They didn't have a car plant opening in 42 years. And then I came along. Now they got so many of them, they don't know what the hell to do. We'll send some to Arizona, okay? And you already have them opening up in Arizona. No, but you know, they got to open up the states. They got to let the kids go back to school. Barron Trump had it, all these young guys. Barron Trump had it. He's very, he's 14 and he's very tall. He is very tall. But Barron had it. And the doctor said, our first lady had it, I had it, Barron had it. Sir, Barron tested positive. I said, oh, wow. How's he going to do? Very good, sir. No problem. I said, good. Like 14 minutes later, how's Barron doing? How's he doing, doc? How's my boy doing? Sir, he's cured. How did that happen? You know? It took about 12 seconds. How's Barron doing, doc? I want to make sure my Barron's okay. Sir, he's fine. Well, what do you mean he's fine? No, he's all 100%. Can you believe it? Because I hate to admit it, all of us people that are slightly older, their immune system is strong, very strong. So Barron had it. It came. It went. He's immune. You know, that's the way it is. Oh, those kids. I looked at Barron like he was Superman. I said, Barron, you're my man. I said, how you feeling? He didn't even know what I was talking about, actually. Joe Biden is always and has been a corrupt politician. And as far as I'm concerned, the Biden family is a criminal enterprise. If you read this laptop, I tell you what, this is called the laptop from hell. The only laptop that was almost as good, maybe worse, was the laptop of Anthony Weiner. You remember that? Ding, 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 ding. He got hacked too, just like Scully got hacked. Remember, he said he got hacked. He was sending messages to very, very young women, girls. He was sending messages, a lot of them. And he got hacked. They always say they got hacked. Scully got hacked, right? Scully. He was a never Trumper. He got hacked. You know, I've never known a person that said he got hacked that got hacked. Nobody gets hacked. To get hacked, you need somebody with 197 IQ, and he needs about 15% of your password, right? Doesn't happen. So Scully got hacked. And now on Thursday, I go up another real great one. Another great one. Kristen Welker. She's a radical Democrat. Look at them, they're getting angry. She's a radical Democrat. She deleted her entire account. Everything is deleted. But I've known her. She's been screaming questions at me for a long time. And she's no good. But I figure, what the hell? She asked you a question. How did I do the other night against one that was worse? She was worse, Savannah. So I had Savannah Guthrie the other night. She was like a crazed lunatic. She was literally rising out of her chair as she's screaming questions. And how about that great woman behind me? She kept going. I love her. I don't know too much. I met her right after. She's great. But I tell you, she was definitely a Trump person. They made a big mistake. You know, the mistake they made was they forgot to check the audience. The audience was great. And how about the woman that came up and said, I love your smile. I love your smile. You're so handsome. You're so handsome. You're so handsome when you smile. I love your smile. Sir, could I ask? And she was so nice. And then what happened is NBC, which is the worst. That's Comcast. I call it con, C-O-N, because they're con. You know, they spend a fortune in public relations, and I talk about it. Wipes out their whole year of public relations. Con, they're Comcast. They're dishonest people, okay? Totally dishonest. So she said, really, I mean, look, this woman liked me. I know when somebody likes me. I know when they don't like me. It's very quick. It takes me like a fraction of a second. I love your smile, sir. You're so handsome. When you smile, you're so. Could I ask you? Okay. Okay, ready? Now they grab it. They said, this is not working out well. So they grab her, and I did, I was long gone. And they interview her after. I do not like him. I do not. They told her, you can't do that. You got to say bad things. I have no doubt, because I watched her interviewed afterwards. She hated my guts. She was going like, I don't like her. I'm going to vote for Biden. Why? Because he's a genius? No. Why are you voting for him? I have no idea. So that's what happens. We're dealing with a corrupt, crooked media. Just remember that. And I'm glad I came along, because there's no other human being on earth other than maybe Doug Ducey that could have handled the crap that I've had to handle. I'll tell you what. Every other person, even a tough person, would have been in a corner long ago with his thumb in his mouth saying, Mommy, Mommy, take me home, right? They would have said, Mommy, please, I can't take it. But me, I viewed it as a challenge. And what it really is we're exposing some real garbage. And these tech companies are very dangerous, because they refuse to allow even the New York Post, which deserves tremendous credit. They caught Biden in a scandal, the likes of which we haven't seen. I say the second worst in the history of our country. The first worst was when they spied on the president of the United States and tried to take him down. And they spied and they got caught. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. That's to me the worst. This is the second, but this could be leading into the first. I mean, this is a grave, grave problem. But you're lucky I'm your president. You're so lucky. You're so lucky. I always tell our great First Lady, darling, you're so lucky I took you on this wonderful journey, as we get hammered by these fake people. We get hammered every day, and I say, darling, you're so lucky I took you on this journey. But they do love Michelle Obama. They love her. They love her. They love Michelle. Did you hear the new one? They came up to me, sir, I have bad news. What? President Obama is going to start campaigning for Sleepy Joe. I said, is that good or bad news? Because don't forget, he campaigned for Hillary harder than Hillary did, right? He said, he will not get the nomination. I got the nomination. He actually said, he will not run. I ran. He will not get the nomination. Got the nomination. He will not be your president. I became the president. Right? Ducey thought I was going to win. Anyway, no, he's going to. The funny thing about Obama, look, they worked together for a long time. Like I work with Mike Pence. They worked together for a long time. And he tried to talk him out of it because he knows he's not mentally fit to be president. We can't play games. We can be nice and say, oh, he's wonderful. He's not wonderful. 2 days ago, he said, it is my really great honor to be running as a Democrat for the United States Senate. And he meant it. With me, I'd be joking maybe, and they'd say, oh, the guy meant it. That's about the third time he said that, too. That's a little bit scary. See, that's not like something that, you pronounce a word wrong or something. That's serious problems. And when he says that, like, it's great to be with you people today in the great state of Ohio. And they say, you're in Arizona. Oh, I meant Arizona. I love the people of Arizona. I always say he's done that 8 times now where I've never done it. I've never done it. When I do, perhaps it's time to retire. If you do that, it's disqualifying because it's so bad. Like you could be, Winston Churchill was a great, great speaker. You could do that. So we're in Arizona. And if I said, I love the people of Ohio and it's great to be with you today, right? The worst was when I think he said he was in Palm Beach and you have palm trees. And he said, it's great to be with the people of Iowa, right? Right? There's something wrong here. Something going on, right? But he said just 3 times recently, but the last 2 days ago, that he's running for the U.S. Senate. And I'm actually happy he's running for this because, hey, look, he's the worst presidential pick in the history of presidential politics, I think. And I say this, and they always take that one little section. Have you seen how dishonest they are? They'll take that one little section. I say, if I lose to him, it'll be a disgrace. So they don't put the first part in. They don't put the end in. They just President Trump thinks he's going to lose because they take that one little section. So I have to be very, very careful the way, because they're so corrupt and so dishonest. But it is true. He's probably the worst in the history of presidential politics. Win, lose, or draw. Win, lose, or draw. This man should not be your president. Number one, he's corrupt. Number two, he's not a smart man, never was. Number three, he's seen better days. So, are you ready to, isn't this better than reading the stupid teleprompter? So if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. If I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you harder than any president has ever fought before. We're not going to lose our nation to socialist communists. We're not going to be losing our nation to Kamala, who's further left than Bernie. I'd rather have Bernie than Kamala. And you'll have a woman president someday, but it's not going to be Kamala. You don't want that as your first woman. You don't want Kamala. Furthest left, and she treated Biden so badly. There was nobody that, and her poll number, she was tanked. She left. I don't know. That's the kind of thinking you've got. That's the kind of thinking you're supposed to be voting for, I guess. Huh? I'm fighting so hard because I love my country so much, and because I'm determined to ensure that the forgotten men and women of this country are never forgotten again. That happened. So we're joined by a great group of warriors, and I really would love just to come up for a second. You do have a great governor and a great friend of mine, Doug Ducey. Come on up, Doug. And Senator Martha McSally. Come on up.
Donald Trump will win the state of Arizona. Donald Trump will be returned to the White House. And on November 3rd, Martha McSally will join him in the United States Senate. And they will give us conservative judges on the Supreme Court. They will support the cause of life, and they will confirm Amy Coney Barrett. Joe Biden is wrong for America. Joe Biden would pack the Supreme Court. Joe Biden would make Washington, D.C. a state. Joe Biden's got to be sent back to the basement on November 3rd. And on November 3rd, we will return Donald J. Trump and Mike Pence as President and Vice President of the United States back to the White House.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to Arizona, President Trump. Let's give it up for the president. Arizona, you know we have a choice. People are voting right now. We have a choice. We are on the verge of a great American comeback, and it's going to be greater because we're bringing jobs home from China with President Trump. We're going to make sure we support our men and women in blue and our Border Patrol. We keep America strong and safe. And you know that other choice is with Joe Biden and my opponent, Mark Kelly, who would be Chuck Schumer's 51st vote to ram through their radical agenda, to pack the courts, to open our borders, to pass the Green Bad Deal, tax increases, taking away our Second Amendment. You know that Arizona's not going to let that happen. And you know, in my race, it's not just whether you like a fighter pilot or an astronaut. And I know you guys like a fighter pilot. Mark Kelly brought a communist banner to space with him and flew the Chinese flag on his motorcycle. I fly the American flag. Mark Kelly's spokesman called police officers worthless effing pigs. and he still works for him. I back the blue. I got the blue with President Trump. Mark Kelly's organization, you know, the radical gun grabbing organization, they gave California an A grade for their gun control policies. And they gave Arizona an F. I got an idea. Why don't we give Mark Kelly an F and tell him to go run in California if he likes him so much? And Mark Kelly said that he would not vote for Amy Coney Barrett. I'm flying on Air Force One tonight with President Trump back to D.C., and we're not leaving until we put Judge Barrett on the bench. Arizonans, we're ground zero. The country is relying on us. This state will decide to send President Trump back for 4 more years. This state will decide the Senate majority and stopping the radical left in my race. This state will save the Supreme Court and save the country. President Trump and the country is relying on us. Let's win in November. God bless you. Let's bring it back home.
Thank you. Look at that crowd. I wish these people would. Hey, can you put the cameras back there, please? Will you turn one of your cameras back? As far as the eye can see, it's people. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They never do it. You know, they never turn the camera. I used to think they couldn't, you know, physically it was like stuck. They couldn't do it. But they can, because whenever there's a little problem, that thing goes like a pretzel. It's unbelievable. But they never want to show these crowds. They never want to do it because they're fake. Listen, we have a congressman who's a friend of mine, who's a warrior, Paul Gosar. Where's Paul? Where's Paul? Thank you, Paul. A warrior. A warrior. And a friend of ours who's incredible. She's leading, from what I'm hearing, Tiffany. I hear she's leading congressional candidate Tiffany Shedd. Tiffany, you're leading in the poll. Wow, that's a long way. She's incredible. What a great career, and that you're doing this is so great. Thank you, Tiffany. Tiffany Shedd, get out and vote for her. And a friend of mine, somebody that was great, she would have been, if she didn't have 3-4 people running at the same time, she would have been your senator. Hate to say it, she would have been your senator. A friend that's so loyal and strong, and a good person. Arizona GOP Chair Kelly Ward. She's worked so hard. She is some warrior and fighter, and just, they don't even understand it, okay? I don't even understand you sometimes, Kelly. You don't, she doesn't give up. How are we doing, Kelly? We're winning, yeah. Good, get out there. 15 days, Kelly. Don't sleep, don't go to bed, don't sleep, right? And Sergeant Jimmy Chavez of the National Troopers Coalition. Jimmy, where's Jimmy? Jimmy, thank you for everything, Jimmy. Thank you for everything. And I was recently honored to receive the coalition's endorsement, and I want to thank you. You're really amazing. Thank you, Jimmy. And a tough guy and a good guy. In addition, I was just named, I have to say this, Man of the Year by Law Enforcement's big magazine. It's called Blue Magazine. Man of the Year. I love law enforcement. So we're delighted to be joined by a legendary quarterback. I used to watch this guy. You know, he'd win with the brain as well as the body. Jim McMahon, 2-time All-American at Brigham Young, and later a 2-time Super Bowl champion. Where's Jim? Where is? I love that guy. Look at him. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. I'll tell you, and I loved your coach too. I love Mike Ditka, and I love Singletary. You know, Singletary likes Trump. You know that, right? You think Singletary's tough enough? Huh? Was he tough enough? Look at him. He's all business. He's taking those pictures. That's him. Jim, you were a winner, man, and you are a winner. I mean it, too. And say hello to Ditka, and say hello to Singletary and all those guys. What a great team. right? I was a team of champions. You know, you win with the muscle, but you got to win with this too. You got to win with this too. We just gave out a presidential medal to a great fighter, Dan. Does everybody know our Dan? Right out of Iowa, huh? And how about Jim Jordan? Is he a great one? Jim Jordan, right? He was a great wrestler. We have so many people that are behind us. Anyway, great to be with you, Jim. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. Dan Gable, everybody. You know Dan Gable? Did you ever hear of Dan Gable? Hey, Jim, he was 182 wins and 1 loss. He won everything. And he was an unbelievable coach at Iowa, Dan Gable. And then, think of it, a career, 182 and 1. In fact, I asked who was the one. I guess he was pretty good. But he ended up beating him in the Olympics. And then he went to the Olympics and he won the Olympic gold medal. Dan Gable, any wrestling person would know. And in Iowa, Dan Gable is like a legend, and he is all over the country and in the wrestling world, the greatest ever. And he goes to the Olympics, and he never lost a point. And in the final, he had to wrestle the Russian, who was supposed to be unbeatable, but he was supposed to be unbeatable too. And he beat the Russian and never allowed a point. He went through the entire schedule and never allowed 1 point. Think about that. And he won the Olympic gold medal. And Dan Gable is now getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He's coming to the White House. So that's pretty cool. Thank you, Jim. Under my administration, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. And now we're doing it again. You know, it's Make America Great Again, right? So now I go, Make America Great Again, again. Make it great again, again. And that's what we're doing. We're way ahead of schedule. In my first 3 years, we increased family income by over $6,000 more than 5 times the gain. Think of this, 5 times the gain. We were actually more than that, more than 5 times the gain in all 8 years under the last administration. 5 times the gain in a much shorter period of time. African American unemployment and Hispanic American unemployment and Asian American un-American employment. Think of that. We all reached the lowest levels in the history of our country. African American, Asian American, Hispanic American. We lifted 6.6 million Americans out of poverty, including more than 1.5 million Hispanic Americans who are liking Trump a lot. I like you too. I don't know if you see what's happening with Hispanic Americans. We are leading them in the polls. It's never happened before. I've always liked Hispanics, and they like me. This was not supposed to be happening, but I love the Hispanic Americans, and they're doing great. And by the way, they're great business people. Our policies are lifting up all Americans of every income. Since the China virus, we've created a record 11.4 million American jobs. Think of that. You know, they just announced, think of this. It sounds terrible in one way, but you were hearing numbers like 42% unemployment. You know, it's not anybody's fault except China. It came in, and you were hearing it could be 42, 38, whatever. So they just announced it, 7.8% unemployment. We're going to be back to where we were very soon. Unless you put a fool into office who's going to raise your taxes and put back all the regulations where every company's going to leave. Now think of it, doesn't 7.8, you know, one way I don't like to say it, because we were down to 3.4, 3.5. But 7.8, if you would have heard that 3, 4, 5 months ago, you would have said impossible. And we'll be back to the same number, and next year we'll be stronger than ever before. You watch. After the virus left China, we experienced the smallest contraction of any major Western country and the fastest recovery by far of any country. Think of that. As president, I've been delivering for the incredible Hispanic American community like never before. I'm fighting for school choice, for safe neighborhoods, for Hispanic-owned small businesses. I have a couple of them. Some of where my friends with the restaurant, oh, they're doing so well. They made a lot of money, my restaurant. A couple of people didn't like that restaurant. I liked it. And now they have lines around the block. Joe Biden would obliterate everything Hispanic Americans have worked for, wiping out your small businesses with lockdowns and regulations and devastating your families with massive tax hikes. He wants to give you the big, big, fat tax hikes. He will wage war on Catholic organizations, ban charter schools, bankrupt Catholic schools. We've already taken care of the funding for Catholic schools. Fund extreme late-term abortion and let socialists run wild in our country. And that's why we're going to win a record share of the Hispanic vote. There will never be a share of the Hispanic vote like this unless we decide to run again in 4 years and then another run and another. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military. We have the best equipment of any country in the world. We've upgraded our nuclear to a level that it's never even been close to. We have new rockets and missiles and ships and tanks. What we have is incredible. The F-35 fighter jet, the best in the world, stealth. Tankers, new freighters. We have everything. $2.5 trillion all made in the USA. We are the envy of Russia. We are the envy of China. Nobody has the equipment. Even the hypersonic missiles that Obama messed up on. We have hypersonic missiles. They go 7 times faster than a normal missile. We have the best hypersonic in the world. You know, they stole our plans during the Obama administration. These are that we don't, that I won't tell anybody, okay? We also passed for our veterans VA choice and VA accountability. Everyone said that would have been impossible. And last year, American warriors killed the founder and leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. We killed al-Baghdadi, and we have a very special person with us today. Just days ago, my administration brought 2 depraved ISIS terrorists known as the Beatles from the United Kingdom. These were 2 bad ones. These are people I would have liked to give to Jim and his team to work over. Jim would have liked that, I think. Jim would have been very happy. To stand trial for killing of 4 American hostages, Peter Kasich, Stephen Sotloff, James Foley, and Kayla Mueller. As many of you know, Kayla came from right here in Prescott, Arizona. Beautiful, beautiful girl. And we're deeply moved, and she's been thought of all the time. Her family, as you know, her mother and father came and they spoke beautifully at the Republican National Convention. But we're deeply moved to be joined by her incredible and loving family, her dad, Carl, her mom, Marcia, and the entire family. We will hold Kayla's precious memory in our hearts forever. Just special. Please stand, please. 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 You look younger since I last saw you, you know? Look at you, you look very good. I want to thank you very much. What an incredible story. And you said if we were here earlier instead of Obama, she would have been with us today. She would have been with us today. And that's true. That's true. They could have done that. They didn't do it. They just talk. They talk all the time. They don't do it. I want to thank you very much. Incredible. Her memory will never, ever be forgotten, right? And what a story it is. What a vicious story. What a horrible story. But he's dead. We also took out, they've been looking for him for many years. He was the founder of ISIS, and he was rebuilding it because we obliterated the ISIS. 100% of the ISIS.